The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The quest for national titles has begun at the U.S. Juniors and Seniors Championships in St. Louis. Former senior champ Vladimir Akopian's looking good, settling into a three-way tie for the lead. Evan Park is off to a strong start, co-leading his section after defeating Alice Lee in the Junior Open. The senior ladies were ready for a fight with all decisive games leaving half the field tied for first. The junior girls let the kid gloves at home too, creating a four-way tie atop the standings. Day 2 of incredible chess, coming up next.
Hello chess fans and welcome to day 2 of the US Junior and Senior Championships. Yesterday we had so many interesting moments. 14 games out of 20 ended in decisive results. But with 8 more games to go, anything can still happen. What will day 2 bring? Let's go to the studio and find out.
Beautiful shots of St. Louis, Missouri, the World Chess Hall of Fame and the St. Louis Chess Club, home of the 2026 U.S. Juniors and Seniors. Welcome back, chess fans, to day 2 at the U.S. Juniors and Seniors here in St. Louis. I'm Cristian Chirila, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful studio as we are getting ready to start the action on day 2. Alongside my 2 co-commentators, Yasser, Seirawan, and Katerina Nemcova, we will be providing all the action.
Hello everyone and welcome to the show. I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova and I'm joined by Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Cristian Chirila.
Kate, as always, wonderful to be with you.
Great to be here, Yasser.
Great to be calling the action. Hello everyone and welcome to our show. Indeed, day 1 did feature a lot of fierce combative games with, as you just heard, a lot of decisive games as well. The fight for the national championship, well, the bell has sounded. Kate, do the honors and tell us the standings after day 1 of play. Let's start with the girls.
Yeah, let's take a look at the girls section. We already had upsets in round 1 where Rachel Lee won against the top seed, Rose Atwell. And also Iris Mo, Jasmine Zhu and Amy Yang managed to win their first games and they're tied for first.
Nice, and Zoe making a draw, our defending champion. Tell us about the juniors.
In the junior section, we had less winners, more draws. This time, it was Evan Park and Bach who managed to win their first games and then a bunch of draws, as you can see.
Yeah, including our favorites, Mishra and Andy Woodward, also drawing. And then in the senior women's, that was a tale of 2 halves.
Yeah, in the women's seniors, there were no draws. Very combative day. We saw Angelina Belakovskaya winning her game, as well as Olga Sagalchik, Natalia Tsodikova, Iva Jezierskaya, and Jennifer Smith.
And finally, in the seniors.
In the seniors, we had super interesting games, and the results were as follows. We had Vladimir Akopian, Joel Benjamin, and Stuart Rachels winning their games.
And remind our viewers the format for these 4 national championships.
These national championships have the same format. We play 10-player round robin, which means each player gets to play everybody else in their respective section. No draw offers are allowed in any of these championships. And classical time control, 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game. And there is a 30-second increment from move 1.
9 rounds of play, and tell us about the schedule.
The schedule. We play 1 round a day. Yesterday it was the first round, today is round 2, and 3 more rounds, and players get to enjoy a rest day on Sunday the 19th. Then 4 more rounds, and if necessary, we will see playoffs on Friday 24th.
Fantastic. And Cristian, we had some real fierce games in that first round. It was great calling the action.
Absolutely, a lot of explosive games, I might add. But One of the joys of watching this tournament year after year is that it becomes stronger and stronger every single year, and that's because of the rivalry brewing between the top leading players. And I do want to start with the juniors and see who our leading players are in that competition. And I'm going to start with this young man right here, Grandmaster Andy Woodward. Only 16 years of age, USCF rating 2732, and he is the defending junior champion. After he won that event in 2025, he went on a rampage in every single tournament that he played. 2026 at the Tata Steel Challengers Group, he won that. He's going to be playing in the Masters. Then later in the year, well, earlier in this year, in Malmo, he faced Magnus Carlsen, and in fact, he played a tremendous tournament in that one. He's been rising and rising, but he definitely has a rival to look up to, and that is Mishra Abhimanyu, the youngest GM in chess history. I cannot believe the fact that 5 years ago, he's only 17, by the way, 5 years ago is when he became a Grandmaster, USCF rating 2719. And let's take a look at the rating graph between these two players and understand where that rivalry stands. Take a look at how close this is. Starting in October 2024, 2630 for Mishra, 2545. And as you can see, since then, Woodward has closed the gap between himself and Mishra. And right now, they're identical in rating. In July 2026, 2638 FIDE rating for both of these players. This is a rivalry that's going to define US chess for the next decades. Let's take a look at the US junior girls and what's happening in that stage. Well, take a look at this. Women Grandmaster Zoe Tang, 18 years of age, 24-15, and she is the defending champion. It almost like she blew open the scene of junior girls last year with an incredible performance at the juniors girls, and we were very impressed with that. But she's facing an uprising rival as well, and that is Rose Atwell, FIDE Master Rose Atwell. She's 17 years of age, just 1 year younger, 24-67, and she is the second-ranked US girls junior. And she will also be going to the Olympia later this year. So this lady has been impressing us so far. Let's take a look. And by the way, she had a difficult game yesterday, but I'm sure she will be bouncing back in this event. Let's take a look at the rating graph comparison between these two players and see where they stand. And as you can see, Zoe was ahead up until recently. Right. Only in April 2026 is when Rose managed to get the higher rating, 2390 against 2360. And as you can see right now, it seems like she's maintaining that edge on the graph. Still a rivalry that's definitely brewing. So many exciting players in this one, not only in the juniors, but in the seniors as well.
Wow, thank you, Cristian, for those insights. And it's not just national titles that they're playing for, some nice prize money. Katja, tell us about the prize fund.
Yeah, and let's start with the girls junior section because there is a very generous prize fund, a total prize fund of $50,000. First place winning $12,500, second place $8,500, and third place $6,250. And if there is a clear first, there is a winner's bonus, $2,500.
Nice. And for the juniors?
In the juniors, the total prize fund we have of $75,000. First place winning $20,000, second place $13,000, third place $9,000, and again, winner's bonus $3,000.
And the women's seniors?
Yes, the women's seniors, the first time playing here in St. Louis alongside these other tournaments. The Women's Seniors Championship has a total prize fund of $60,000. First place winning $15,000, second place $10,000, third place $7,500, and a winner's bonus $2,750.
The ladies think that's a good start. And tell us about the seniors.
The seniors, the biggest prize fund here. Total prize fund of $100,000. First place winning $25,000, second place $17,000, third place $12,500, and winner's bonus $5,000.
Thank you to the St. Louis Chess Club for your great generosity in making these national championships possible as we see the players getting ready for this round two. And they're playing, of course, at the St. Louis Chess Club, 3 separate rooms. And really, really beautiful, easy conditions for the players.
So spacious. And also, this time, visitors can come and see these players play in action, as you can see.
Exactly. Some announcements by the chief arbiter, Chris Berg.
You can switch that out with Tad at some point. He will help you switch out your event clothing. You'll all be pleased to hear the restroom area, we've opened the doors and put a little rope out there that you are not to go past. So you can go from the two restrooms easily without having to go all the way around the other end of the room. So just feel free to go out the door and go and check the other restroom if one is in use. Yeah, in use, if both of them are in use, remember to get an arbiter to escort you and we'll take you to the reserve bathroom. Okay, it is now 12 p.m. Time to start round two. Good luck, everybody. Please go ahead and start Waite's clock.
And play is underway in round two of these national championships. So we get a chance to just check in on the seniors there, all getting ready for this clash. And speaking of the juniors, by the way, Andy Woodward, again, as Cristian mentioned, he and Mishra come in as co-rating favorites. Andy, with the white pieces, is up against Bach, who won his first game. So from Andy's point of view, you know, he's playing the leader of the tournament with the white pieces. He's expected, and the pressure is on him.
And
of
Andy
course,
had a very good game yesterday. He had a chance to, with
Against
black
Liam,
pieces,
yeah.
to push for a win, but somewhere he missed the chances and it was a draw.
He slipped and it went wrong, as we
It
see
was
the
certainly a
players.
bit disappointing for him because, again, he had a winning advantage, objectively a winning advantage. And in fact, it was also somewhat of a comfortable practical position. Like, there wasn't a lot of counterplay coming from the other side. So to miss that and to allow his opponent back in the game is just atypical of him. We generally don't see this from Andy. He was very, very crucial, and he was very critical in last year's championships.
It was strange because he went into a forcing line of play where his advantage just dissipated.
Yeah.
For me, a surprise here by Andy was knight c3. Of course, everybody plays knight c3. Not that big a surprise, but Andy had really been focusing on the Catalan, and it had been one of his best weapons, for example, at the U.S. Championships. Now he plays knight c3. Today, everybody's playing bishop b4. In my day, everybody just played bishop e7 and the Queen's Gambit. And most recently, d takes e4, b5 has become an incredible thing. I mean, it's just amazing that this position, a lot of top grandmasters have been adopting this line as black. And you think to yourself, well, wait a minute, how could this be good for black? You know, this weak pawn on c4. So on move after knight c3,
We have c5 on the board.
c7, c5. And, well, this is like, it is a Tarash, of course. And again, in my day, everybody took and they took, and you go from here. But these days, everybody's playing knight takes. Wesley So, countless others, Levon, Ironian, have been playing these positions for quite a number of deep lines. So we're going to keep an eye on this. But before we go any further, just tell us about all the pairings for the juniors, Katja.
So let's take a look. We start with the juniors. Brewington Hardaway playing Evan Park, Andy Woodward against Bach Go, Kirk Ghazarian playing Leon Putnam, Nico Chasin against just disappeared, Tani Adewumi, and Abhimanyu Mishra against Alice Lee.
Big game on the fifth board. Tell us about the pairings for the girls. Oh, sorry. Okay, we'll pause on that one for a moment, and over to you, Cristian.
Well, I just want to go back for just 1 second to the game that we just saw so that you understand the similarities. Take, e4, knight takes, b takes. This is what you prescribed, Yasser. We might see this. It's not yet on the board, but we might see it. Take a look at what's happening in Abhimanyu versus Alice Lee. It's exactly the same position. Well, with some slight differences, but very, very similar. Knight to c3, not knight to f3, so it's a slightly different. Knight to c6, take on d5, and knight takes d5 right now. If you go knight to f3, you're just going to transpose to the position that we might see in the game of Andy Woodward. But the extra options for white here in this position, after knight to f3, take bishop to b4, this goes on into a very complicated and forced line.
Right.
What you can do, though, as white, since knight to f3 is not a forced move in the position, is to protect against bishop to b4. And you can do that in a couple of ways. You can sidestep that by playing the move a3 and getting ready for that. Now, take, bishop to b4 no longer exists. So you're not going to exchange the dark square bishops as black. Or you can do what Abhimanyu did in the game, and that is rook to b1. And that's exactly aimed at the same idea. After take, there is no more bishop to b4. We're not exchanging the dark square bishops. Now, what that means is that I'm going to have an extra attacker later on in the game. Maybe even place it on b2, maybe keep it on the other side. But I'm going to have an extra attacker. So this is the big difference in the position. On the other side of the coin, of course, black is also going to have an extra defender on that side with maybe bishop to e7. So there are strengths and weaknesses for both sides in this position. And bishop to e7 was played, knight to f3, castle, and this is the position that right now we have. This is a very theoretical situation, has been played many times, bishop to c4 being the main move. h4 is an idea in the position as well. The key in this one is that you really need to know what you're doing. Alice definitely does. 1 hour and 33. I think I see a pawn on h4. h4 is on the board. Has been played, let's see, h4 hasn't been played as many times. Actually, it has quite a few times, 96 times in this position, bishop to c4 being the main one with over 100 games. But h4 definitely something that Alice needs to be ready for because it's one of the main lines, and she is. She just responded instantaneously with the move b6. What she's trying to do with this is either put the bishop on b7 and start targeting the center, white's center, or in some cases go all the way to a6 and exchange what will be one of white's main attacker, the bishop on f1, the light square bishop. So once again, critical position, and it's all about who understands and who knows these ideas better in this position for the next few moves. This one is going to be a barn burner.
Who's better prepared? Indeed. I just got my eye on a game between Rochelle and Rachel, and this last move by Rochelle, a2, a3, back in my day, I mean, we would get these positions, and we didn't play a3 because we were all, I thought, afraid of the move bishop takes d2, check, bishop takes d2, pawn takes c4, and there's a problem. Well, there's queen takes d4, and if you move away, like something, I don't know, like bishop to g5, well, winning this pawn back could could be difficult. For example, a move like c6 or potentially b5. And that was why we didn't play the move a2, a3. We played moves like queen c2 in this position as white, just to protect the pawn on c4. So I'm sure this is all theory these days. I mean, because the players they analyze so deeply the position. But I'm going to come back to this a2, a3. What do you have, Kate?
I wanted to take a look at the game in the Women's Senior Championship, Ivona Jezierska against Jennifer Skidmore-Smith.
Okay.
Because there is just early queen d5.
Ooh, okay. So this is from a Petrov. Or Russian defense, knight f6, captures.
Here we go with queen d5. So the idea is, okay, knight c5 that happened, right, in the game? So I was wondering if knight g5 now was the idea?
No, I think that they played bishop g5. Well, knight g5, bishop e6, right?
And then we have like pair of bishops.
True.
But it seems that white is prepared playing fast, so bishop g5 must be better.
Yeah, I think bishop g5 is the the theoretical move, but okay, bishop e7, and now they're supposed to take on d6, and white gets, after queen takes d6, white gets the slight lead in development.
Because pawn takes, how do I recapture? Or do I?
Queen takes, I thought.
Queen takes.
Yeah. Now, two moves, knight c3 or queen takes d6. Queen takes d6, we would expect bishop takes d6. White, after knight c3 and castles long, is a little faster in her development than black. So something going on there. By the way, in the seniors, we have a very big clash of our leaders, actually, between Joel Benjamin and Vladimir Akopian. They both won their first round games, and let's see what the players have played. And it's an advanced Caro-Kann, bishop f5, knight d2. These days, I really have to give a shout out to Nigel Short, because he really pioneered the advance with a completely different idea of knight f3, bishop e2, going into French defense type of situations where the bishop was on f5. And he made the argument the bishop wasn't very good on the square f5. Nobody believed him. But he convinced quite a number of doubters. Nowadays, there's been all kinds of different ways for white to approach the advanced Caro-Kann. And Joel takes a different approach with knight to d2 to b3, saying, okay, it does resemble a French defense, but I'm going to make it difficult for you to counter in the center.
Yeah, I think I played this several times to just kind of activate this knight and control the c5 square.
Well, guess what? Vladimir said nobody believes you. You don't control anything. But Joel is probably saying, well, wait a minute. I am, let me make sure. Yes, he has captured. I am controlling the square c5, and I do want to win the two bishops. And after, for example, knight takes c5, knight takes c5, again, a lot of different moves. Bishop e3, bishop b5 check, you're going to probably drop back with a knight. And again, I don't know what the current theory might be. I suppose white's a little bit better. You defend the bishop, castles. But black's position, as we all know, in the Caro-Kann is pretty darn solid. Cristian, I'm going to throw it to you. And what's caught your eye at the start of round two?
Well, I'm back to the juniors section because I'll tell you a quick little story. I actually met somebody in the elevator as I was coming here to our studio. I met Tani in the elevator, and the first thing that he told me was, you guys have me as a 16-year-old. I'm only 15. You guys need to change that.
Really?
So he's only 15 years of age. He's always looking for what we're doing and how we're covering him. The guy is competitive, ultra competitive, and we've seen that yesterday. He's also extremely good. Remember how much pressure he put on Mishra yesterday from a position that you, Yasser, was saying that is more difficult to play for him.
Right.
He turned that around. And right now, we're seeing him once again uncork some really stellar opening preparation, I might add. An hour and 35 minutes on his clock. And right now, Nico is in some trouble, at least from a practical perspective, because if you don't know exactly what you're doing, where is your advantage as white? Let's take a look. This one is quite a forced line. I did look at this a few months ago. I was preparing for one of my students, and it's very, very tough to play for both sides, but especially for white if you don't know exactly what you're doing, because there's an attack brewing on the king side with the f-file open, with the knight on g6 potentially joining the fray as well. There's a lot of things you need to worry about in this position. And the rook on b6 also, it might look innocuous right now, but at some point it might swing on the other side of the board on g6 via e5 first, then the knight disappears, and then you're going to go rook to g6 at the right moment. Already, as you can see, queen to c4 has been played quite a few times, but is not one of the best moves in the position, because after queen to c4, take a look at this. rook takes f3. An exchange sacrifice, in fact, is possible in the position. G takes f3. He hasn't played it, by the way, yet. And now you have a couple of options. You can start with knight c5. You can also just simply defend the pawn on c7 first, take control of the dark squares with the move bishop to d6, and then you're going to start looking at jumping the knight on e5. This is a big moment right now after queen to c4. It seems like Tani perhaps did not have that in his notes, or if he did, it was just a sideline, which it should be, because queen to d3 is probably the better move, not to allow rook takes f3 and the destruction of the pawn structure in front of your king. Big moment right now for Tani, big opportunity if he takes on f3.
Yeah, rook takes f3. I mean, that is so compelling. I mean, you definitely want to do it. I'm looking at the game.
He's looking at him, by the way. He's looking at Nico. He's like, hey,
are you
sure about this?
You missed something?
Are you positive that rook takes f3 doesn't work?
And by the way, you said Tani is like 15 years old. I think he's a member of the 6 Foot Club. I mean, he's
6'2". I asked him because he was taller than me now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, some of these juniors may be 15, 16 years old, but I'm like, dang, amazing.
We remember him as a young boy. Well, he was 9 years of age, maybe 8 years when he first came here at the club. So a lot has changed since.
I remember doing training with Danya Naroditsky. He was 12 years old, and I towered over him. Next thing I know, I'm standing in the hole looking up. Amazing. I wanted to go to the game of Natalie versus Beatrice, because there was this great spoof of Aaron Nimzovich. So Aaron Nimzovich, somebody's writing an article on Nimzovich's behalf, and Nimzovich was a great proponent of the advanced French defense, and somebody plays it against him, and he says, I, Aaron Nimzovich, would like to show you what a great player I am. I'm going to play c7, c5, exclamation mark, attacking white in the center. You know, study my game, study this beautiful attack. Now, let's take a look at the game of Natalie and Beatrice for a moment. And now we have to imagine Aaron Nimzovich on the white side. He would explain that I, Aaron Nimzovich, would play the move d2, d4 here, attacking black in the center. Please study my games. And there was a famous gambit line that would go like this, captures. And he, Nimzovich, would say, oh, my strong point in the center is e5, and I should overprotect it with rook e1 and bishop f4. This didn't happen, actually, because Natalie took a very different approach. She played bishop b5, which is not common in this line of the French defense. Usually white plays d4 and tries to keep her bishop on the d3 square. Bishop d7 sets up one of those wonderful cheapos that each and every one of us has fallen for in our lives. Knight takes e5 is the tactic that you have to look out for in this position, and I'm assuming Natalie's intention is to continue queen e2. We'll keep an eye on this one, and where would you like us to go?
We have a very similar pawn structure in the game of Iris Mo and Zoe Tang, the girls' juniors, but the bishop did not go to b5 there.
It went to g2.
To g2, so you see similar pawn structure, e5, e4. If knight c6 followed, then we are transposing to the game, and bishop b5 is what happened in the seniors championship.
Exactly. Zoe said, wait a minute, you haven't played d2, d4 yourself. Oops, excuse me. You haven't played d2, d4. Maybe I can be ambitious and play the move d5, d4. Is this a pawn sacrifice? I'm not 100% sure if this is a pawn sacrifice or not, because I'm thinking of something with queen a4 check.
Well, then there's knight c6.
And bishop b5. So what am I thinking about? I'm thinking about takes, check. Okay, so I've got a double attack. The engine doesn't like it, by the way, I can see. The engine doesn't like it at all. Probably for a move like
Knight
bishop
C6.
d7, you bet knight c6, bishop b5,
And bishop d7.
and just bishop to d7. And how funny, e5 is hanging in this line as well. I wanted to play knight takes d4, clipping a pawn, but knight takes e5 is more than
You
sufficient.
can go bishop takes c6 here, and then try queen takes d4, but
No,
giving up that
G2.
light square bishop, right?
I'm not a fan. None of that happened because instead, after the move d4, Iris played d3, maybe justifying what Zoe is doing. Bishop g2, we've caught up with the player. So essentially, this pawn is getting artificially isolated, something like knight g6, putting pressure on the pawn. Make sense? Okay. Likely we're still in theory too, by the way. Cristian, throwing it to you.
Let's take a look at the pairings first for
Pairings for all the
girls.
Let's do it.
So here we go with the round 2 pairings for the girls junior. Megan Paragua against Amy Yang, Iris Mao against Zoe Tang, Rochelle Wu playing Rachel Lee, Jasmine Zhu against Rose Atwell, and Chloe Goh against Irene Fay.
Nice. Just looking at Zoe's game there. And bishop g2. She didn't, interestingly, she hasn't answered bishop g2 1 hour 30 minutes for Iris, meaning like this is still her prep. And Zoe, our defending champion, spending 15 minutes very, very early in the game. She's just played knight e7. I can't imagine.
But
that
then we
she's
have the
thinking,
usual setup for white, right? We will want to castle, rook e1, h4.
well, that's what I'm trying to do, is to annoy you from your normal setup. If I wait as black, you're absolutely right. Castles, rook e1, h4, h5, bishop f4. So what I'm trying to do is say, gift me your pawn. I want to play knight takes e5. And if you go queen e2, defending against the threat, I'll go queen c7. Again, I'm being very stubborn, obstinate. I want to take a pawn or take it the other way and ask white how you're going to defend the pawn. And the fact that Zoe's taking a long time here to play the move knight g6 tells me she's not comfortable. Why is she not comfortable with the move knight g6, Cristian? The fact that she's taking so long, she's just played knight e7. Mm-hmm. You say A, you're going to say B, right?
Yes. And she played knight g6.
She did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Knight g6, queen e2, queen c7, castle is on the board.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes.
I didn't get an update. Okay. Queen e2, queen c7, castles. And now she's got to take the pawn.
This is the position that we have right now, and you do have to take that pawn with the knight from c6, not with the other knight.
Right.
Not with the other knight, because what you want is, whenever we're going to exchange on e5, you want to take back, recapture with the queen. So
Exactly.
you cannot do that if you're taking with the knight from g6 first.
Right. Knight on g6, we've got a small problem. The desirable queen takes e5.
Runs
Exactly.
into bishop c6. That would be somewhat
Check.
unfortunate.
It's going to hurt your feelings. Ouch. Ouch. So that's why we've got to play knight on c6, captures e5, so that after knight takes e5, queen takes e5. There's no check on c6. The knight is ready. So it's just a pawn sacrifice? Is this?
It is indeed. Yes.
Black's going to be kind of slow with development, right? So
Well, how are you going to, you're going to take on e5? You're
No.
going to play
No,
rook
no,
e1?
no, I'm going to play queen.
Actually, you can go bishop e4.
Bishop to e4.
Now,
Really?
this also supports ideas of f4, f5. I think this is predominantly what you're playing for. You want to do something fast in the position. You want to utilize the fact that that queen is a bit, in the middle of the board, vulnerable to attacks. Knight d2, knight c4 is an idea. If you move the knight away, bishop to f4 is an idea. So you have a lot of ways to attack that queen, including f4, f5. So what you want is create as much dynamic play as you can in the position.
So let's say
before
bishop
black can
e7.
stabilize.
Bishop e7.
So Cristian wants f4, right?
f4 or knight d2. He mentioned
Maybe knight d2. Maybe knight
mentioned
d2.
to
Knight d2, knight a3. I have a couple of ways to get to that c4 square.
so if I just quietly put my king in safety.
Knight c4.
Ooh, knight c4.
Yes.
I thought you were going to go to f3 for a moment there, and I guess the queen drops back.
And now I can start looking at ideas of h4. Not the only way, but that's one way to try to destabilize you.
Wow, interesting. Well, clearly the engine feels, as you can see, our chess thermometer, that white has full compensation for the pawn.
Definitely compensation. I mean,
Yeah.
you have a few difficulties for black right now. First of all,
Right.
you haven't finished your development yet. The knight on g6 is really in a precarious position because let's just
It's
make
a
a normal
target.
move, bishop to d7.
Yeah,
Now after h5, you only have one way to go with that knight, and that is to h8. If you go to e5, which looks somewhat natural, well, that doesn't work because I exchange that, and then after queen takes e5, discovery attack, bishop takes h7, and the game is over.
another way for black to lose
Exactly.
her queen. Whoops. Yeah.
And I'm quite certain that Iris certainly knows about this pawn sacrifice. She has an hour and 30 minutes on her clock, so she hasn't spent any time pondering this sacrifice. That tells me that she's ready for it.
Wow. Okay, definitely one to keep our eye on. I'm just going to, once again, quickly check with Joel Benjamin and Vladimir Akopian. And yeah, Joel did win the two bishops. And we've got an interesting French defense. It's a Caro-Kann situation brewing. And again, where would you like us to go,
I think
Cristian?
Cristian wants to tell us something new. So Cristian, what's happening?
I'm just watching some of these games, and it seems like you can play anything you want nowadays in the opening.
Right.
Take a look at this, the Philidor between Ivona Jezerska and Jennifer Skidmore-Smith. d6, d4, and knight to f6. I haven't seen this in a long time, if ever, at least not at the top level, top echelon. Take on e5 and knight takes e4. It reminds me somewhat of this Petrov, knight to f6, knight takes e5, knight takes e4, which it was completely out of schedule for many, many years. And recently, I think we have some American players that enjoy playing this one. I believe we've seen a wonder played at the US Championships with some success, I might add, against really good players. d6, d4, knight f6, take on e4, queen to d5, and Jezerska is really playing the best moves in the position to maintain the advantage. Keep dynamic play, keep the initiative going. Bishop to g5, don't let black settle. This is the key to this position. Take on d6, queen takes d6, knight to c3, and I also want to make sure that I'm the first one that finishes their development as white. Bishop to e6, queen d6, bishop to d6, and knight to b5. Again, keep the momentum going. Don't go castle and allow black to go a6 and defend all the key squares in the position. That would allow black to equalize. Knight to b5, go for the two bishops. Knight to c6, take, and castle. Knight to e4. And this position, I think, is just really bad for black. First of all, I have the two bishops, so that's an advantage by itself. I'm going to go bishop to e3, but most importantly, you have weaknesses in your position. You have weaknesses, and you have very unstable pieces. The knight on e4 specifically. Knights need outposts. In this case, that doesn't exist. So after bishop to e3, next move I'm going to go bishop to d3, maybe even start looking at ideas of simplifying the position even further. So let's say you go knight, king to d7, defend the pawn on d6. Maybe I can go g3, bishop to d3, knight to d4 is an idea as well. And if we can get this type of positions, now the center is open. The bishops are going to start cutting the board in half on both the light and the dark squares. And you don't have outposts for your knight on e4, and the pawn on d6 is a weakness. So it's problematic. The position is problematic right now for Jennifer. Definitely Ivona is looking good in this one. And if she manages to string a couple of victories together after she won yesterday, well, I mean, she's becoming a contender in
No
this one.
question about it. Absolutely. Let's take a look at the senior women's pairings, Katja.
So round 2 for Women's Seniors Championships. We have Iwona Jezierska playing Jennifer Skidmore-Smith. Both of these players won yesterday their game, so it's a very important game. Natalia Tsudikova, the defending champion, against Beatrice Marinello. Angelina Belakovskaya against Lani Diana. That game is going to be played on the rest day. Olga Sagalchik against Souchanik Ayrapetian. And Alexei Ruth playing Dodson Catherine.
Nice. Very good. I was just taking a look at...
And if we can go to the Juniors Championship and the game between Abhimanyu Mishra and Alice Lee, because Abhimanyu Mishra has this rook on g3, going for some attacking chances.
Wow, that's the follow-up with the h2, h4 game that we had seen. Okay. Sorry. My live board is not loading. Do we have? No, I have no moves.
So we can just look at the live board where the pawn advanced to h5 and then the rook went to h3 and g3.
Exactly.
If we can switch the analysis board to my board, we can get the live position right now. And we can start analyzing. So bishop to d3 is the last move, right? What would you like to play, Yasser, Kate? What would you guys...
So kind of black wants to develop the knight from b8, right? But
well, that's definitely an option, yes.
So
the question is, how do you do it? Do you take on d4 first? Do you go knight d7 first?
Knight d7.
You need that defender, right? Because look at that rook on g3. White is sort of going all in on that attack. Really wants to get that king. So knight d7, I like that move. I can start creating some immediate threats. Maybe with a move queen to d2. It looks funny, but you should definitely be careful. For example, if you make a neutral move, such as rook to c8, boom. Rook takes g7, king takes g7, a rook sacrifice, and after king to g8, I'm opening up another attacker in the position, the bishop on d3.
Looks terrible.
It's going to be very tough
dangerous.
for you. Very tough for you to defend that. So
terrible.
This one is not looking great. Queen to d2 is an option. I can just build it up slowly after knight to d7. What I'm seeing right now is that Alice is finally out of book. She doesn't know exactly what to do in this position. She will have to calculate really hard in order to not get in big trouble in this one, because it's not easy. Abhimanyu is known as a tremendous attacking player. So I think right now Abhimanyu has the upper hand.
As well as great preparation. And from the time he started with the whole h2, h4, it was clear that he has done some work on this position, this opening, and that idea of queen d2, rook takes g7 is very, very serious.
So
it's like, oh my gosh.
If we follow that variation, Cristian, and knight d7, queen d2,
you probably have to start looking at rook g8.
Rook g8, yes, that was my idea. Just we defend, because on the other hand, I mean, your king is on e1 as well.
My king is actually going to stay either in the center or I'm going to go to f1. That's how I'm going to try to protect that. Again, I am committing some pieces on only one side of the board, on the king side, that rook on g3. If the attack doesn't succeed, then I might have some difficulties getting those pieces back. But rook to g8, I will go queen to f4, and again.
And let's say rook c8.
The pawn on f7. You want to look at that.
I thought that I'm gonna take on d4. Okay. No, okay, maybe it's
queen takes f7 seems to be working. Also, once I pick up the pawn, I'm starting to have ideas of queen g6, opening up that diagonal and going for the checkmate. So, not easy, not easy.
Well, definitely pressure is on Alice to play some very, I want to say, careful and defensive moves.
But I also feel like this position can backfire sometimes for white.
It can certainly backfire.
Black manages rook c8, queen f8, then I mean, I have open files, my pieces are all good.
But look at the position. Look at that king on h8, rook on g8, queen on f8. It looks like you're playing a different type of chess.
Yeah.
But you have to do it to defend the position. Otherwise, you just get checkmated. So it's very unusual. But as Kate just mentioned, I mean, if the attack doesn't succeed, you have your weaknesses in the position as well as white. Pawn on d4, pawn on e4. So the position as a whole is still healthy for black.
Right.
But you really have to be careful because the attack is coming.
I'm looking at this position, I'm thinking to myself, defense
Exactly.
wins championships.
Yeah.
But talk about seizing the defense. It's a real cramped position. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of Alice's opening choice in this one.
So maybe staying with the juniors, Andy Woodward against Bach and Go. We have a position that somewhat simplified, and we have that isolated pawn we talked about a lot yesterday.
Right. Two bishops for Andy.
We're going to go to
in this.
Andy versus
Pardon me,
Bach.
for Bach in this one. Queen B3.
I think on the live board we still have the Abhimanyu game right now. But
So white
we'll
now wants
switch
to
that
play
in a
rook
second.
d1, rook c1, putting rooks on the open file and
Sure.
putting more pressure on the isolated pawn.
Yeah. And
Yes, and let's just see how we got to this position. After e6, knight to c3, I think this is where we left it off early in the show. Take on d5, and we were saying that maybe knight takes d5 could come on the board.
Sure.
It didn't.
It
C
took on
takes d4, excuse me, followed by e takes d5, and now we're going to play with the IQP as black. It's quite a well-known theory, knight to c6, queen to a4. It's all about black trying to get something against the white king, get some dynamic in the position. White is trying to stabilize and get his forces ready to meet the IQP on d5. So if I manage to go rook to d1, rook to d2, or rook to d4, double up on d file and put enough pressure on the d-pawn, well, then I'm going to have a very pleasant middle game. Black, on the other hand, at the right moment is trying to break this with knight to e4 and try
exactly.
to change the character of the position. I would say this is a very good situation for Andy because it seems like this is the type of position that he's going to enjoy squeezing his opponent in, and he's very good at that. Once again, we've seen yesterday how he managed to get a much better, maybe winning position with black out of a completely equal opening. And right now, he has the white pieces, he has the pressure. All he has to do is make sure that Bach doesn't get his usual initiative, and I don't think he will. I think Andy is just going to enjoy this position for a very long time. It's going to be a close middle game, long middle game, but it's all about the pressure on the isolated pawn on d5.
And big update, by the way, on the game of Nico Chasin and Tani Adewumi, because Tani did sacrifice that exchange.
It was just so compelling. As a chess player, sometimes you just feel obliged. You just got to do it. You just got to sacrifice the exchange. We'll keep an eye on that one. Knight c6 to e5, eyeballing the f3 pawn. We have statistics. Big changes from day one. Did that really shake up our stats? Let's have a look.
Let's take a look. So we have our in-house statistician, Ben Underwood, preparing these pie charts. So chances to win the tournament, pre-tournament in the girls junior, it was Rose Atwell with 43.4% and Zoe Tang 20.9%.
Yeah, those two were obviously a huge favorite, but that is after yesterday. Now,
After round
Rose
one.
lost.
Rose lost, exactly. And Rachel Lee, she won her game, and now she's with 39.3% leading
Wow.
with her chances to win the tournament.
That's a big, big change. How about for the juniors?
In the junior sections, there we had two leaders pre-tournament. It was Andy Woodward and Abhimanyu Mishra, very close, 38.8% and 35.6% pre-tournament. Let's
Kirk
see how
was
that
third
changed
place.
after round one.
Well, even though Andy and Mishra both drew, they didn't really lose the position that they held at
You know
the
what?
start.
Evan Park, he won his first round, and he has only 1.6% chances to win.
That's just so unfair.
And the same about Bach
Bach.
and Go. He won his first game, and less than 1% chances to win. Wow.
No love
No.
from the stats.
And the Women's Seniors Championship. Let's see what are the chances there. So pre-tournament, it was Angelina Belakovskaya, 42.2% chances, and the defending champion, Natalia Tsodikova, with 24.1% chances to win. But let's see what happened after round one. A lot of decisive games there.
They both won, so I would have assumed that statistically they had increased their chances.
Increasing. Angelina Belakovskaya with 47.9% chances to win, and Natalia Tsodikova 28.4%.
And finally, for the seniors.
Let's see what happened there. So in the Seniors Championship pre-tournament, it was Alexander Onischuk with 33.4% chances, and Vladimir Akopian with 32.1% chances, and then everybody below 10%.
Alex drew his first round game, whereas Vladimir won. So I'm assuming Vladimir took over first place.
And he did. Vladimir Akopian, 46.4% chances, and Onischuk, 27.2% chances.
I don't know, but that 46%, that sure sounds
that's
too big. That's
only
too
round
big.
one. We had only one round so far. 8 more rounds to go.
Wow. Okay. Very, very big. I'm just having a little trouble with my monitor at the moment, so we're going to be relying upon Cristian from here on out. And for the rest of the tournament to go with that, as we see the players in the playing hall. Oftentimes I go into these playing halls and it just feels the tension in it. Sometimes it's just like, ooh, as the players are so serious at the board. They're really friendly off the board, but boy, when they're at play.
It's a lot of tension, but I remember playing this tournament, and it's also so much inspiration because you know how many strong players played in between those walls, and you see all the beautiful pictures from the tournaments on the walls, and it just makes you really focus on your performance.
Exactly. Cristian, if you don't mind, you've got the game of Nico and Tani, because Tani did go for that exchange sacrifice, and it sure looks compelling, but Nico challenged him, didn't he?
He did, but the problem for Nico is that he really needs to pay very close attention to what he does next, because he has a very narrow path towards equality. So right now, it's all about the attack against the white king. Perhaps we can draw the analysis and the position, and we can see exactly what's happening in the game between Nico Chasin and Tani. Knight to e5, you can see Nico is... I don't even know where he's looking, but he's not very happy.
It's queen takes c7.
You have to play queen takes c7.
There's nothing else.
If you go passive with queen to e2, trying to defend that pawn on f3, you're busted. After d3, I'm going to force your queen all the way to d1. By the way, if you go queen to e3, after bishop to g5, look at that. Look at all the tactics that are happening in the position. Queen takes g5, knight takes f3. You lose the queen. More importantly, the king is still very vulnerable. You don't have enough compensation. So go to d1, but go back home. But after knight to h4, look at this. Look at all the knights starting to swarm white's king. And this one is, I mean, you don't have any defenders. I have all the attackers. I'm going to take with the knight on f3. Then I'm going to push e5. Then the queen opens up. The rook opens up as well. All of my pieces are coming towards your king, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I'm convinced. Queen e2 is terrible, but what about queen takes
Take on
c7?
c7. You have to do it. Knight to f3. Once again, you have to keep attacking that knight. If you go king to h1, after queen to b5, you're in trouble because it doesn't seem you'll be able to coordinate your defense. Queen to h5 is coming. I'm taking advantage of the light squares. The other knight jumps to h4 as well, and bad things are happening in the position. So you have to keep contact with this knight on f3. Say, you know what? At this point, this will be a critical juncture for Tani, because he has a very compelling option to take on b3, and we go into this endgame. 3 pieces versus 2 rooks. But it does seem like white is doing quite well after rook to d1, because I'm going to be able to utilize the rook's activity in the position. I have the activity right now, so it does seem like white is better. Not that easy to assess from afar.
No.
Because it does seem, look, I'm taking the pawn on b3. Maybe I'm going to be able to save my pawn on d4. And if I manage to do that, the pawn on d4 is going to be tremendous. But after rook to b7, Knight to c5, rook takes a7. It doesn't seem it's that easy to do it. And if you try to do it with e5, then after b4, the b pawn is going to be tremendous. So be careful as black. What you have to do after queen c7, knight f3, king to g2 is sacrifice some more. Get some more material off the board with queen to b5. And guess what? White has to accept it. King takes f3. If you don't, you're in trouble. Queen to h5, king to g2. All of this is more or less forced. Knight to h4.
Looks like it's
You look at this
checkmate.
position from afar. Do you think you're not getting mated?
No, I think
As
I'm
white?
getting mated.
You feel like it's over, yeah?
Right.
You feel like this is the end of calculation. I'm definitely not going into this one.
Right.
This is the only way to survive, it seems like.
Wow.
You have to go king to h3. Follow it up with king h3, only move. For obvious reasons at this point. If you go king to h1, that's a checkmate in 2 moves.
Clear.
If you go to g3, that's a checkmate in 1 move. And if you go to g1, after rook to d6, cutting the action of the queen is never going back to g3. Good luck defending against queen to g4 checkmate.
So f3, queen g6 check. I gotcha.
Sorry?
In case of f2,
f3, queen to g6. I have
check.
that extra square as well. So you have to defend both g6 and g4. All of this is very forced, but not that easy to calculate. Again, not that easy. From afar. You have to calculate all of these things that I just showed you, which look absolutely terrifying for the
they
white
do.
king from afar. So,
But if you have to play king h3 and calculating
that's so tough. That is so tough. I mean, go king h3 straight into the discovery check, like that, just to not get checkmated. This is not easy stuff. I think we're going to see Nico ponder for a while at this point, and you know, if he manages to calculate everything, or if his intuition tells him that he should go for it with queen takes c7, then we're going to have a very exciting game. But if he goes queen e2 and stays passive, it feels like Tani will just simply take over.
Yeah. Once again, for me, I would see queen e2, d3 and stop.
Yeah.
Say, no, I'm not playing like that. I would look at this position, be terrified, but both lines do not make me feel good about my position as white. But the very first position with queen e2 and queen d1, that I'm getting killed.
It's terrifying.
So,
Yes.
but the idea that I might survive this is really...
This is not a fun position.
This is not fun.
It is really not a fun
and
position.
to walk into a discovered check like that, I mean, you have to have
I mean, here playing king
ice
h3,
in your veins.
I would be worried about maybe some rook d6, right? Just cutting off the queen from coming back.
Exactly. All kinds of things. I mean, the discoveries, you just got to make sure. And as also mentioned, rook takes b3 and knight f3 and knight takes d2. My goodness. I mean, Nico, he's going to be wondering, why did I walk into rook takes
And
f3?
he doesn't look happy on camera. He's just,
not
something went wrong.
Absolutely.
He knows that.
Absolutely. Want to go back to the game of Alice Lee and Mishra for a moment, because that variation that we were looking at between those two players, it just, oops, I'm still having a hard time. There we go, loading the game. It was bishop to d3. Yes, Alice did play king h8, right? And I'm not sure I've gotten updates after bishop to d3. Did she play knight to d7?
I need to double check, but
Double checking. Sorry. I'm still not getting.
yes. So she played king h8, bishop d3.
Yep. And that's it?
That's it.
Hey, good. I'm up to date. Okay, so we have been looking at a crazy line that just looks so defensive, knight to d7, and then this idea that Cristian showed of queen to d2, threatening rook takes g7 and queen takes h6, which forced the defensive move rook on f8 to g8, and then after queen, it looks like some game of Paul Morphy. with Queen F8, and Black is completely on the back foot defensively. But once again, Knight F6, and if Alice can just keep Mishra's initiative.
But Alice already made her move. She decided to capture on D4.
Okay, from the very start. Bishop to D3, and she took on D4, right? Okay.
And Abhimanyu just recaptured.
Right. So takes on the board. Okay, so the difference here, I mean, again, Alice could play knight to D7 with the idea of knight F6. Knight C6
could also be a potential move, because we are targeting with that move the pawn on D4.
But at the same time, now that the C pawns have been traded, this bishop on D2, pardon me, this bishop on C1 could potentially switch to the B2 square as well.
Just be on that diagonal.
Golly, you have to be, again, very, very careful as Black. Queen to D2. What if I go in the same direction as previously? I want to play the direct rook takes G7, queen takes H6.
So I continue rook G8.
Rook to G8, continuing like that. And now, bishop to B2, maybe you have bishop F6.
I have bishop B4, maybe.
Yeah, bishop B4, sorry.
Guys?
Yes.
Hate to interrupt, but
Please.
Queen to E2 was played by Nico Chasin, and right now he's completely losing.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he did not think taking the pawn on C7 is safe, because, I mean, those lines do look extremely risky. But it was the only chance for him.
He played Queen to E2.
So we're expecting D3 and Queen D1.
Both are really bad, but to be honest, I mean, why wouldn't you send that queen home to D1 by playing D3 first? That makes it even more uncomfortable for your pieces. And after that, just simply continue with knight to H4. It's bad. After knight H4, I mean, you're going to have to go F4 most likely. Knight to F3, check. King to H1, and I have a variety of options right now to deliver the goods in the position. It's all about bringing more pieces into the attack. Specifically, I want to bring that queen into the attack.
Right.
How do I do it? I have a couple of options.
Sure.
One of them is by attacking that pawn on E4 directly. Not only the pawn on E4, but also the pawn on A2. I'm destabilizing your pieces. That's one way. It's a simple way. It looks like I'm attacking something, definitely something that Tani will consider when the time comes. The other way would be to just simply go queen to E8 first. And again, it's all about bringing that queen into the fray. You have to start sacrificing exchanges back, such as rook to G1. Otherwise, queen G6 is coming and you resign. So I can just simply take, queen takes, queen to A4. At some point, I'm going to get my exchange back, but your king is still not safe. You still don't have enough space in the position. Your pieces are still lacking outposts. Right now, the pawn on A2 is going to fall, the pawn on E4 as well. This one is looking tremendous for Tani, who is, once again, feeling in good shape. Like we've seen it yesterday. Tough position with the white piece against Mishra. Dynamic position. He managed to handle it much better. And I would say, I would go as far as saying that he outplayed his much higher rated opponent, Mishra, up until the moment where he made a slight inaccuracy and Mishra pounced on that and equalized the game. Nevertheless, he's confident. He came here in this tournament to win it all.
And he played that move D3, and I think we saw a little smile on his face. So maybe he is in his preparation still.
Exactly.
I think he's just enjoying his position. I don't think he's still in his prep, but...
It's going great.
Because he knows that he's doing very well right now.
Yes, this one is looking good for him.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up the game between Iris and Zoe Tang in the Girls' Championship because I was more than curious if Iris was going to follow up with the bishop E4, compensation. She's purposefully sacrificed a pawn for an attack against the defending champion. Zoe captured the pawn, and we got to this position, and check it out. Iris played the move bishop e4 as prescribed by Cristian, who is holding the chess engine in his hands. Bishop e4. Zoe said, look, hey, I'm very happy. I captured my pawn. What have you got for it? Well, Iris said, I've got a lot. And check out what she played, because I really liked her choice. Knight a3, bishop d7, and h4. And she's playing on both sides of the board. She's looking to play h4, h5, drive this knight away, as well as the move knight on a3 to c4, and maybe on a really good day, you get to play
I mean,
bishop
once we
f4
drive
as well.
away the knight from g6, then I want immediately with that bishop on this beautiful dark diagonal.
Exactly, exactly. So Zoe is getting tested here very early out of this opening. Going to keep an eye on that.
Iris had a great game yesterday, also with white pieces.
Yeah.
That she outplayed, I believe, who was it? Rochelle Wu, I think. So she's having a very good start, and she's an aggressive and energetic player.
For sure. I'm going to go again just to keep an eye on the game between Joel Benjamin and Vladimir Akopian. Both of those players won their first game, so it's a battle between the tournament leaders at the moment. And again, it's a advanced Caro-Kann with knight b3. Joel won the two bishops, and he did play that knight d4 variation that we were looking at. I believe it's all theory. The question is how deep did the two players go down the rabbit hole in their preparation? We just saw castles by Vladimir. So he really is giving up the two bishops here in a, well, let's just have a look, can we? Knight takes d4. There's a queen a5 check, but I don't think that's a very good move because e7 will be hanging with check after bishop to d2. I think we're obliged to capture.
Take.
Okay, so let's say I castle, and more or less you're obliged. If you don't take on e5, I've ruined your pawn structure.
Okay, actually I can do this, and then I can play f6 if
exactly,
you want.
which is exactly what I was going to do. So now, at the end of the day, I've got the two bishops. You've got a pawn, two knights, but your pawn structure, specifically d5 and f5, is ruined. Now, I can see by the chess thermometer, the engine says it's perfectly balanced, triple zeros, if you will. I don't know. Would you rather have white or
I think I would,
the two bishops and the pawn?
I like extra pawn.
Yeah, I like the extra pawn too, but in this case, those are really, really good bishops, and you know it's very easy for white to play as well. Want to play? I don't know, queen d4, rook to d1, and just say, hey, look, I've got this. We have a different move in the game. In the game, I believe Joel has just played the move bishop takes e7.
He may wish to go to rook and queen's endgame with a better pawn structure.
Okay, let's just see what we've got here. And bishop takes e7, queen takes e7. So you think maybe bishop takes d7?
d7,
Okay.
Queen takes d7.
And just say...
Knight takes...
Pause?
I don't have to take it immediately, right?
Which minor piece is better, the bishop or the knight? But what you said is very purposeful. Let's just put it that way. Go into a major piece ending with a superior pawn. Oops, that was not the intention. Castles, and I could say, okay, your pawns are a little bit more damaged. I mean,
and I still have target on d5.
Right, Right. So feel like it's a small advantage for white?
I mean, the thermometer says it's
Nothing.
equal.
Yeah.
Nothing. You've got nothing.
Yeah, well,
But practically speaking, I think white has very
it's
tiny,
easier to play for
tiny
white.
edge.
But this isn't where all of the action is. Cristian, tell us about the tactical skirmishes going across the board. Where should we be?
Well, I'm looking at Kirk Ghazarian as well versus Liam Putnam in the juniors section once again, because this one is quite intriguing as well. And it does seem like this is a battle. This is a battle between white trying to take over and black basically saying that I have the development in the position. I'm not going to allow you to finish yours, and that's going to give me enough compensation. Let's see how we got to this position. This is the game right now on Nimzo Indian. Bishop to f4, bishop to b7, rook to d1, knight to c6, b4, bishop to e7, e4, knight to h5. Keep an eye out on the speed at which this king can get to safety. Bishop to e2, castle still has to be played, and black is trying to delay that at all costs, including a pawn after queen to c7, knight to b5, and queen to b8. He didn't play queen to b8 first because he considers the knight to b5, in fact, in this position to be worse placed than a knight on c3 would have been. That's why he didn't play queen to b8 first in this one. So queen to c7, knight to b5, queen to b8, and he accepted the sacrifice, Kirk did, with rook takes d7, which has been played before, but it doesn't seem to be the best path forward. After rook to d7, knight to f6, rook to d1, and maybe even knight to g4. These are not easy moves to make, by the way, because you sort of concentrated all of your forces into getting a knight on f4. If you look at the position before rook takes d7, you played knight h5. You played queen to b8. You want to get a knight to f4, right? And you want to force the exchange of the dark square bishop for white for the knight on f4. To go back after rook to d7 and find a different position for the knight after sacrificing a pawn, that's not easy. That's not easy practical play. So these are the troubles that we're going to see right now. Knight to f6, rook goes back, and knight to g4. How much compensation does black have? Sure. After bishop to g5, take, for example, rook to d8. Look, the position seems like white is a pawn up. I only need a couple of moves, bishop to e2, castle. With a naked eye, it doesn't seem like black has enough compensation, at least not to my eyes right now, but it does seem like objectively this is a great position for black. To understand that for both of these players is not going to be an easy task. And you can see Liam, he's spending a lot of time in the position after rook takes d7. It's one of those positions, if you are perfect with black, if you're precise, you'll find enough compensation. But if you don't, you're just simply going to be a pawn down. If you make one bad move, one inaccuracy, small inaccuracy, in fact, you're just simply going to be a pawn down. So the onus right now, I feel it's on black to prove the compensation.
Thank you, Cristian. I'm looking also at the game of Kirk and Liam. And knight f6, rook d1, I wouldn't have thought knight g4 was the way to go. I'm looking at the position, I'm seeing this king on e1, and immediately I'm thinking, like, how can I open up the position against the king? And I find myself drawn to the idea of a7, a5, especially as my rook on a8 is tucked into play. This bishop on b7, I'm eyeballing an opportunity. Well, somehow my mouse doesn't want to cooperate.
And also you have a lot of pressure on that pawn on b4.
Exactly.
Right, your knight, your bishop, now the pawn is just putting a lot of pressure.
Yeah. Sorry, I've lost mouse control. With that, we should take a break.
Yes, and during the break, you will have a chance to see interviews with seniors and how they feel about playing U.S. championships here in St. Louis and how it feels different compared to tournaments somewhere else.
Exactly, special atmosphere.
Well, I have to say, before Rex Singfield and the St. Louis Chess Club came along, those were underappreciated groups. I played in the U.S. Junior, of course, many years ago, and there was no prize money. It was often, put us up in seedy hotels. It was a very low quality tournament, even though the players were very strong and future grandmasters. Now they are grandmasters already. So, those players are being appreciated. And senior chess, really, that's a very new thing in America. And it's tremendously important because we can't really compete with the younger grandmasters for winning open tournaments. So this gives us an opportunity to stay relevant.
Well, this tournament is just playing on the big stage in St. Louis. It's just a beautiful, amazing facility. I think I've been told from other players that everyone's just happy to be here. But it's very different from, I played in 7 U.S. juniors in the 1980s, and much different affairs than this. And even the U.S. championship I played in 3 times was not, there was no studio, let me put it that way.
It's really, you're looking at those young guys, right? And one of them, for example, is my student since he was like a little kid. And first of all, I see myself in those young fellows over there. And also I understand it's like what a long way I've gone through and how it's like chess has changed, right? How it's improved and how much better these guys are than we were at their age. And like, like I always said, the winner of our tournament almost guaranteed the last place in the juniors as they played. And this is how it feels. That tournament much stronger. So no wonder the winner is going to be at the U.S. Championship, and whoever wins this tournament definitely deserves it. And well, we're looking up for that.
First of all, it's a round-robin tournament, and you play all your friends. You know each other for many years, and that's the difference. Because if you play some Swiss tournament, you even don't know your opponent.
Many reasons. It's a very special tournament for me. First of all, the conditions, the prize fund, the hotel, the chess club where we're playing at, the people who you play against, because they're all my friends. I know them for years. However, it doesn't prevent me from taking it very seriously and trying to beat them, and I know they want to beat me. There are very few tournaments nowadays when you play one round a day, and so in here you do, and you have time to prepare. So this is just the best tournament of the year for me.
It's just, it's nice when everything is covered. So like you're in good hands. And yeah, basically that gives you peace and you can focus just on chess. Which is completely different from all open tournaments that I played just a ton over the years. When you need to just do logistics, you know, how to get there, where to stay. You need to count, you know, the financial aspect, so everything. And here just peace. From the start until the end, so that's probably obvious reason. Yeah,
it is a great pleasure to play here in general, comparing with other events. Okay, here in the United States, it's for sure the best tournament. That always I come like a celebration, like always, because you know, when I was young, I was played so many tournaments here in the United States, but playing twice a day, again. Over 50 already you would not even consider. So here, like, everything is fine. Conditions, like prizes, like everything, the attitude towards chess players. So this really stands out of all other tournaments I've played, yeah.
Well, this tournament is beautiful conditions. It's one round a day. We have a rest day. It's quiet. They got all this anti-cheating stuff going on. And also what's really special about this event is it's a kind of social coming together of all of the old champions that I grew up idolizing and playing with when I was a kid. And to see the new juniors is also very special as well. You get the chance to be in the same room with them. And they have to acknowledge our existence then. Yeah.
Well, as I mentioned, playing in great conditions, high-profile tournament. Also, very importantly, playing against people that are basically, a lot of them are my friends. It's actually, even though, the ironic thing is, even though it's a senior championship, it's actually feels like a junior, because it feels like you come back to your youth, because you're playing against people, in many cases, you haven't played or seen since your youth, or you haven't seen in other competitions for sure, right? All these people are like, I think back to the US Championships that I played when I was in my early 30s, or World Open that I played when I was 31 or something. Like, the lineup was basically the lineup from this tournament. So it's a return to, it's actually, even though it's a senior tournament, it's a return to the youth days. So that's one thing that makes it different, right?
Welcome back, everybody, to our show. We have a very special guest with us today, Jennifer Carrao, the store manager at our favorite store here in St. Louis, Q Boutique. Tell us a bit about Q Boutique and what can people come whenever they come to St. Louis, whenever they come, they visit the World Chess Hall of Fame and they end up at Q Boutique. What can they experience?
Well, we have a lot of chess. We have some chess boards. We have all kinds of chess books. We have some chess decorations, as well as today I'm pawn themed. Sorry, I hit my mic. I have a silver necklace with a pawn, and we have some new T-shirts with some quotes from some of the famous chess players, and all kinds of gift items, because our local community also likes to shop with us. So you can find amazing amounts of things here. We get a lot of people who come through looking for something to do as they're traveling, so a lot of crafts. Monopoly, got to have the St. Louis arch in there. So, yep, all kinds of things, lots of kids' items as well, as and tons of souvenirs for the World Chess Hall of Fame and galleries.
I remember when we had the Monopoly Man with us at some of our competitions. So that was quite a lot of fun.
He was. I wish he would come back and visit.
Yes, absolutely. And today with you, you also brought a chessboard. In fact, a couple of chessboards, if I'm not mistaken. Tell us a bit about that.
We have a number of wooden magnetic travel sets, and this is the tiniest one that I have, and this is the biggest one that I have. This one is a foldable set, and it has a cushioned area on the inside to protect the pieces, as well as this tiny one also.
Can I see that tiny one?
Yeah, absolutely. This one is just super cute.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Isn't it?
Imagine we're traveling in a train and we get to play a couple of games against each other.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah. This is great.
These are both sets that were handcrafted in Italy, so they're very nice quality. We have a number of different sizes of this set, so we've got something for everybody.
I love it. Now, we also have an expanding online shop, so people from all over the world pretty much can access that. Tell us a bit about that. Can we expect any sort of discounts? Yasser always talks about the family discount. He says he gets 5%. I don't know, maybe we have a better offer right now.
Well, actually right now, you can find us at qboutiquestl.com, and we ship anywhere in the world. And right now we have a sale going on for International Chess Day, which is coming up. That is 15% off everything in the store, as well as we're running a clearance sale on some older items. And there are a few things, FIDE type things. There are shirts and a chess set and things like that that are also at 50% off right now until next Monday.
Very nice, very cool. Now, I want to ask you personally, what is your favorite item that you have right now in store? You're curating everything within the store, you're the store manager, but which one is your favorite item?
Oh, that is a really tough question. I am partial. We have a lot of little craft kits that are just fun They're portable for all of our tourists coming through. It's a nice little introduction to something new. But the chess sets are absolutely gorgeous. One of my favorite chess sets right now is from a Spanish company who did all of the chess sets for the Queen's Gambit series. And the chess set that they designed for the very last game in that series is something that we carry in the store.
I love it, and I cannot wait to actually go and check it out myself.
Absolutely.
Maybe get some items myself.
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Jennifer, thank you very much for joining us. And
You're welcome.
good luck with Q Boutique.
Thank you very much.
Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Cristian, and lovely to see Jennifer in studio. It's been a while, and
Q Boutique is amazing stuff. I love shopping there.
I know, exactly. Let's jump back into the games. Where would you like to take us, Kate?
I want to go to the Women's Senior Championships, the game between Alexei Ruth and Catherine Dotson. Because we see a king-side attack, and when we see attack, I always like to check it out.
All right, just a second. Alexei and Catherine. Ooh, with the pawn. Okay, so this is...
Especially if you come a few moves back.
Yeah, this is from a closed Sicilian, where there was a knight coming on d4. I remember this now. It looked a Botvinnik triangle. Alexei's played knight to d1, planning to play c3 and f4, and she's done it. But she included bishop h6. That, for me, is a kind of a controversial decision, because on the one hand, the bishop on g7 is buried. On the other hand, it's kind of doing defensive work, and the bishop on e3 is in the way of the knight on d1. So let's see how the game continued.
It's h4, h5, so white is going for attack, but
right.
One thing, yes, we look at black's position. All black's pieces, except made the rook or in the corner on a8, all black's pieces are developed, castled, black is fighting for the center, so black really didn't do anything wrong. So there is no reason for this attack for white to actually be correct.
Right. Alexei's going to have to justify what she's done. Now, on the other hand, the rook on h1, even though, as you say, it hasn't developed, could actually have a potency in the attack, like the rook from its original square. You go knight to g5 and maybe queen h6 check, right? You get to use the rook on h1. So even though you're behind in development, maybe you feel you've still got an attack brewing.
The question is if black is able to open up the position and use the white's weakness, maybe the king in the center is still not developed. So right now, white played knight g5 and is attacking the knight on e6, asking what do you want to do about this?
Exactly. Now the problem is if you play a move like, for example, queen e7 or queen d7, you are inviting white's queen to, well, jump into the h6 square, right? Queen h6 check. Again, just putting a position on the board. You might think, well, white somehow did pretty okay.
Also, I think maybe if we come back, instead of capturing on e6, there may be some tactics like knight takes h7 here.
As well.
Does it work? Because if knight takes h7, or maybe it doesn't work. Queen h6. Oh, you have king h8. Because if king h8, then you are just guarding everything.
Yeah, at the moment, queen on d7.
Okay, so that doesn't work.
But one of the things I wanted to say is, for the moment, the knight on g5 is actually, well, no, you do have to play, you have to honor knight takes h7.
We do have to be a little careful about that tactics.
And that's
so
why
the queen actually on the 7th rank is very important.
Exactly. And again, just to come to this moment, because we didn't really analyze it to its conclusion, if you were forced to judge the position after knight e3, would you prefer to be white or black?
I mean, I see white has some tricks. Yes, knight g4 is a bit scary.
On the agenda, a little bit?
On the other hand, if I get rook d8, just finally develop the last rook, open the d file.
Well, that there's a problem, right? D5 is hanging because I've got bishop takes D5, and you can't play knight takes D5.
Right, so I first probably have to take on E4.
Right.
So pawn takes E4.
Now, here I pause for just a moment because whose bishop is better, your bishop or my bishop? Do I want to play? You know what? I'm attacking. I should keep pieces on the board when I'm attacking. Let's go with that.
All right, so I'm going to finish developing rook AD8.
Exactly. Now, since I've got all of these wonderful attackers, how do I make them work? I don't want to castle. If I castle kingside,
your attack on H5 is gone.
It's gone. Knight G4 doesn't feel like it's bringing me any great things. I gotta go at A4, hoping to maybe bring this rook to the 7th rank on a good day.
Well, now I start to think about playing rook F7.
And by the way, we do have knight takes G5, queen takes G5 on the board. Let me, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna hit a refresh, and we'll go to the live position where knight takes G5, queen takes G5 has occurred. E5 is now hanging. I'm not sure that this decision by Catherine was a good one because it's actually introduced, for Alexei at least, an idea of knight E3 to F5 check, taking advantage of the fact that pawn on G6 is pinned. I think I preferred queen to D7 on last turn. I'm sure Catherine wants to play queen E7.
Maybe queen C7, so I don't go into your kind of pins and forks with that knight F5.
Exactly. All right. For the moment, I'm thinking it's easier and maybe even more fun to play white's position. I like what Alexei's done. Still, nothing untoward has happened with Catherine's position. Let's go to another game in the women's section. I think it was
Can you guys come here for just a second?
Okay.
Just a second, because
please.
we have some crazy stuff happening in the Chasin versus Tani game. Take a look at this. I think we left it off after D3 and queen to D1, if I'm not mistaken, and we were saying that, look, the position is looking tremendous for black. Tani is looking great. He has a beautiful attack brewing, and he continued with the correct move, knight to H4. Makes a lot of sense. Sorry, I stepped ahead a bit too far, not as far as I wanted. Knight to F3 check, king to H1, and E5 was his choice. We were discussing queen to E8, bring the queen to G6, or queen to A4. Those were the top two options by the engine as well. So he chose a different one, E5. But this one is not as conclusive. F5, you need to stop the queen coming to H3. If the queen lands on H3, that's it, game over. So this is the one thing that you need to stop in the position as white. Just don't let my queen to go to H3. So you have to close that avenue with F5. After F5, Tani spent some time and played the best move in the position, rook to G6.
Wow, that's a great move.
That's
sacrificing the rook, of course. If you take it, once again, queen to H3 finishes the job.
Too many checkmates on the board.
That's one right there, and that's two. You defend one, you fall for the second one. Queen takes H2, checkmate. So you cannot touch that. But immediately, Nico played the best move. Look at this move. Knight to D4. What in the world is happening?
Queen D3 check. Hey, look.
He's laughing at it.
I got a shot. Queen B3 check. I'm back in business.
He has no clue what's happening in the position. Neither does Tani. Neither do we.
I disagree. I think Nico thought he was busted.
Yes.
And he found the tactical shot, knight d4.
He's smiling.
And he thought, okay, this is my best chance to save the game.
Yes.
Let me confuse my opponent by playing knight to d4. So I think he's happy that he got this opportunity to play this move.
Look, it's the best move in the position.
By far.
By far, yes. And right now, this is just a piece sacrifice. If you take on d4 with the e-pawn, then I finally get another square that I can use to bring some of the pieces back. with bishop to f4. He's just about to make a move. Let's see what he did. E takes d4. Okay.
Capture the knight.
Makes a lot of sense, right? Take that knight off the board. But now bishop to f4 almost certainly will come in the position. He also has the option of giving a check with queen b3.
That's a fabulous move, bishop f4. You're protecting the checkmate on h2. You're
Correct.
stopping.
I'm getting ready to go bishop g3.
And you're getting, exactly.
And also, I'm attacking the pawn on d3. This is what this knight d4 sacrifice did as well. Now the queen does not protect the pawn on d3. So
also, Cristian, there is a cool line. If Tani captured the knight with the queen, because I was thinking, or who has this? Queen takes. Now you take the rook.
Okay.
And if I take queen takes e4, thinking like I'm going, for checkmate 7 different ways by discovered attack, actually queen b3.
Hello.
And I am the one as black who's getting checkmated.
Oh my gosh. You can't go king f8.
That's queen f7 checkmate or back rank checkmate.
Exactly. Oops. That's the cold shower treatment right there. You can't do that. So that was why he took with the pawn. Pawn takes.
With the pawn.
And
now we are expecting that.
Just following up on what you said, Cristian, bishop f4 is the best move. But then you didn't finish and give us the assessment, because there's rook takes c7, queen takes d3, black's rook's under attack. What goes on? What happens next? No idea. And Nico is, I can't believe.
Replay his reaction.
Yeah.
Well, it is an insane position. I mean,
right.
I haven't seen this type of imbalances in a very long time. I mean, there's so many things hanging in the air. Bishop on f4, supporting rook takes c7. You have to worry about that check on b3. White has to worry about all the checkmates. I mean, this is such a crazy-looking position.
Again, this isn't the live position. This is the analysis position I have on my board. This is the live position. Tani, the knight on b3 went to d4. I mean, that's a spectacular move. Captures on d4. Bishop, we're thinking the bishop, which has played no role in the game thus far, suddenly has a vital role to play. It defends the pawn on h2, stopping rook to g2, takes h2 checkmate. But also, it preps rook takes c7. Hello, hello, just reminding black it's not all play on one goal. And now that the knight is no longer on b3 square, it's vacated. Knight, queen b3 check, as you just pointed out a moment ago. It could turn the game around, Katja.
I mean, black needs to figure out how to maybe
now the
get the queen to the attack.
The chess thermometer is telling me, oh, black's for choice, black is doing great. But I'm seeing an absolutely 3-result game. That
yes, no way for anything else. I mean,
right.
Black can lose this in a move. Like, just calculate it wrongly, and you sacrifice that rook on g6, and you have to resign because you're not giving a checkmate.
Exactly.
So anything can happen in this game.
Exactly. Is the rook hanging, by the way? Pawn
That's a
takes,
good question.
Queen h3.
There's always that
queen b3. So maybe the rook is hanging. Wait a minute. What is going on? Hold on. Is Nico considering capturing the rook?
Because again, the queen h3, it's not working because queen b3.
Queen h3, queen b3 turns the tables.
Yeah.
Okay. But I can see the chess thermometer saying this is a terrible move.
Well, maybe I just recapture the pawn. Can I just do pawn takes g6 and go for the same idea, queen h3?
But in this particular case, aren't I a rook up as opposed to, well...
But you will not have enough pieces to defend h2. Queen h3.
Bishop f4.
Bishop d6.
Or maybe knight takes g1. Why not knight takes g1?
Knight takes
that seems like a mate, yeah.
That's good. And if you recapture with queen, then queen f3.
Queen f3 check. Okay, so in fact,
You're
at
still
this
getting
moment,
mated.
at this moment, the rook is taboo. We can't take the rook, and that was why we've been focused mainly on bishop.
The funny thing is that Even if I play a move such as c6 right now,
Okay.
it seems like the rook is still taboo, which is very strange to me, because you take on g6, and now if you go queen to h3, which you might be thinking that this is the way to go, aren't you checkmated after queen to b3?
Yep.
Yep.
That's
always
precisely
there.
right.
This queen b3 move
So
is
the best move after taking on g6 might be to just recapture that pawn on g6 and say, you know what, the rook doesn't matter.
But I've got
Queen h3 is coming.
we
Yes.
have a move. Queen b3 happened.
Queen b3 check. Okay. From the start. Okay.
The engine does not like this move.
Still the
King
engine.
h8.
And by the way, Tani is playing this very, very sharp position. Like, yep, got it calculated. By the way, the inclusion of the move Queen b3 has left the bishop hanging. Not that that's the main issue, but I'm thinking it's going to be. I think he wants to play bishop f4, followed by rook takes c7. Personally, I would have left the queen on d1. But okay, what's the follow-up, Kate?
This is
Sorry, I
not
meant-
easy at all.
I meant after bishop f4, are you playing c6? Or are you... It's funny, it's like the entirety of the king side's frozen. Maybe you should just play the very, very stupid move bishop to d8 to stop mates,
Back rank checkmate.
that back rank checkmates, but also to stop rook takes c7. I think that it's still taboo. You can't take on g6 because of queen h3. Crazy, crazy
I mean,
game.
luckily Tani has 1 hour, so
to figure it
he
out.
has time to figure it out to be very precise.
Exactly. Not sure I liked Nico's decision there to play queen b3 check right away. I thought bishop f4 was more, how do I put it, more tension, more scope for black to go wrong. I want to jump to the game of Mishra versus Alice Lee, staying in the junior section for a moment, because when we left it, remember Alice had captured on d4, and I wasn't sure I liked her decision to do that, because when she did that, she opened up the position for the diagonal, the long diagonal for the bishop on c1. Let's see how the game continued after takes, rook to g8, king f1. Very good move.
Because the idea is that Abhimanyu wants to develop the bishop to b2, but you have to be careful about the potential skewer with bishop b4.
Yes, precisely, with the king on e1. So he sidesteps. Also, he sets up a little nice trap. He says, Mishra had set up a little trap. Please capture my pawn so that I can play bishop to b2 and queen takes h6.
Very nice checkmate.
Check and mate. After king f1, queen d... Ooh. By the way, I just saw the chess thermometer. The engine just really didn't like that move at all. Like Alice's accuracy just plummeted after that move, queen d6. Well, Mishra said, look, I'm putting my bishop on b2. I'm menacing ideas of...
Very serious. d5.
d5 and queen 8. Be careful, Alice. And Mishra, who's usually behind on time, by the way, I noticed that he's ahead on the clock. White hasn't sacrificed anything, and it looks like a really unpleasant position for Alice.
It's extremely difficult now for Alice to even find a move.
Yeah.
You cannot play like bishop f6, you know, like putting also the bishop on the diagonal to make sure there is no checkmate. There is e5, there is a fork.
Yeah. The position has these similarities with the Grunfeld, but in the Grunfeld, Black's bishop is on g7, her pawn is on g6. Here, I mean, again, we've been talking about seizing the defensive completely. Something like rook f8, knight d8, f5. I'm not a fan. I don't like what I've suggested for Alice, but she's got to do something. And White's attack just looks ferocious. I don't like. I think Mishra's in the driver's seat on this one. Where would you like to guide us, Kate?
I want to go now to the game of the girls' championships.
Yeah.
Iris Mo against Zoe Tank.
Yeah.
To see how that developed, because Iris, she sacrificed a pawn.
She did. And we left it about these parts. We had just seen the move H2, H4 by Iris. And Zoe said, okay, development. Development, good. Captures. Ooh, that's an interesting move. I was so expecting H5, H6 there. Knight C4, Bishop C6, Bishop to D2, Knight E7, Rook C1, castles. I think Zoe's feeling a little bit of relief. I mean, okay. Nothing terrible has happened yet. The pawn is not on the H6 square, where it might have been unpleasant to say the least. She's a pawn up, and she's not getting checkmated.
Not
Yay.
getting checkmated.
Yay. Yay.
But her queen is under kind of attack from the rook on C1.
I mean, it's not all fun and games, I'll give you that. You're right.
So if I go something like A3.
A3.
The idea is I want to capture your bishop on D6 and then maybe play bishop B4.
Thanks for the heads up. No, seriously, let's get out of Dodge. C-file is open, and I want to get out of the skewer. I hate being in pins. And even though I would prefer to put my rook on A8 to C8, my rook on F8 has a tactical issue. So, rook C8, do your worst. Kill me, Kate.
I want now to weaken more the dark squares. So I will start with Queen H5.
Queen H5. Okay, now you're...
The engine doesn't like you.
What
did I miss?
Well, you're frightening me because you were capturing on H7, so I'm going to take this guy.
Yeah, I have to take.
In case you take back.
So
Can I?
On G3.
I'm a pawn grabber. Can't help
Ooh.
it. Ooh.
Okay.
No, E5, I guess. Oops. I've overlooked a move, E5. No, can't take on G3. B5? No, B5 makes sense. I hate my knight. Let me just...
Yeah, no, this didn't go as I wanted. I wanted you to play G6 and then
I
wanted to take the bishop. So if that's not going to happen, then Queen H5. Okay, so you go Rook C8, so...
Yeah. Didn't bring home the bacon.
Yeah, it's not that clear how I want to continue with white pieces.
Exactly. Exactly. All right. Again, the defending champion, Zoe drew her first game. I mean, I'm expecting some big numbers to go up. We were seeing very fierce championships in all the sections. So I think Zoe, is going to have to win a lot of games to be successful in her defense. Quickly just checking in on the game between Jasmine and Rose Atwell. Again, Rose has had just an absolutely fantastic start of her year, as you saw in the graph at the start of the broadcast. She's just gained a ton of rating points. However, these girls aren't impressed. They're saying, you can have your big rating. Rose loses the first round game. Knight C6. Okay, so Rose is saying, look at this bishop. Isn't that sweet? Queen on F4, rook on F8. The geometry of E6 to E5 I find very compelling. And Jasmine is probably thinking to herself, I've got to deal with so many threats in the position. By the way, now I realize B4 is hanging. I wanted as white just to play G3, in king g2 and tuck my king away, but knight takes b4.
But I would just go with b4, b5.
b4,
Ask you,
b5.
where do you go with your knight?
Well, tactically, I desperately would like knight takes d4 to work. The rook on a2 is hanging. Can I take? And if you take, can I take? I mean, just tactics, right? If you take on d4, bishop takes.
Bishop takes d4, and the rook is hanging on a2.
And the knight is...
The knight is ready to jump. Okay, it jumped.
Okay, finally. Bishop takes d4, and the rook on a2 is hanging. The pawn on f2 is hanging.
And I don't have time to trade the rooks because you take with a check.
Yes, queen takes f2, or... So b5 actually works in Rosa's favor. So you can't...
So if b4 is hanging and I cannot play b5.
Right? So Jasmine would love to play b5, but knight d4 tactically actually works for Rose.
So we have to play maybe just rook b2.
I know, but isn't that like a nasty, slow move, e5? Again, I'm trying to blast open this diagonal for the bishop sitting in ambush.
I mean, Rose is definitely the one who is pushing for something. As white, I just try not to lose a pawn.
Exactly, exactly. Okay, we're going to keep an eye on this one. Cristian, going to throw it over to you and ask what's caught your eye in round 2.
Well, I'm just simply shocked by this game of Abhimanyu Mishra versus Alice Lee, because Abhimanyu is just completely winning right now, crushing Black's position. The question is, how did we end up in that position?
So
if
bad.
you are from Alice's side, take a look at this, and it's not easy to understand, especially if you haven't looked at these positions deeply, and I think this is probably what Alice lacks playing this opening choice. Because at this point, after rook to g3, king to h8, we were looking at all these ideas with queen to d2, which will arrive, in fact, on the board, showing that Abhimanyu knows exactly what he's doing. But Alice's next move, which is a very natural one, is the root of all her problems, and that is knight to c6. Simple knight to c6. I'm looking at your pawn on d4. I'm creating an immediate threat, take on d4. But in fact, that threat is not really a threat in the position. Abhimanyu just simply played queen to d2. We will see what happened then. What Alice had to do was to go knight to d7. Such a minute detail makes the whole difference in the position. Knight to d7, you might be asking why the knight on d7 and not on c6. Well, from d7, it can actually come to the defense of the king. I will play knight to f6 next, and that's going to really help my king's situation on the king's side. It's going to balance things out between attackers and defenders. With a knight on c6, you're simply never going to go back towards your king. So that knight right now, given the fact that knight takes d4 is almost never a threat in the position, is going to be a huge problem for you. And why is it not a threat in the position? Well, for the simple fact that I can take bishop to b2, and guess what? It's over. It's resignation time. You try to move the queen away. It's not even about taking on g7. I always have ideas of queen takes h6.
Exactly.
And that's a mate on the board in the next few moves. She played rook to g8, which was the defense that we were always
counting
on as well. King to f1, very nice prophylactic move. He's getting this king out of dodge of any dark square attacks with bishop to b4. I really like this move. Queen to d6, and after bishop to b2, again, you're in some really dangerous waters right now. For example, let's say you play a natural move, such as rook to d8. d5, the bishop opens up. Keep an eye out on that. Hey, but my queen is protecting h6. Nope. No, it doesn't. Rook to g6.
Anymore.
Take on g6, queen takes h6 is a checkmate. So after rook to g6, you're basically forced to give up the queen, which means the game is more or less over at this point. So there are some really potent threats in the position for white after bishop to b2. everybody is playing with the same goal in White's camp, and that is to give the checkmate, deliver the checkmate. It's a really bad position. I don't see the defense right now. My guess is that she's going to go for e5, try to sacrifice a pawn like this. So for example, if you take with a pawn, then maybe I can clog the defense like this with queen to e6 and say the bishop on b2 is not going to open up. That takes away all these queen takes h6 ideas in the position at the expense of a pawn. So I think this is what we're going to see. This is the best way for her to try to defend. The problem is that after e5, I can also just simply play
I love that move,
exactly.
d5.
I'm not taking the pawn on e5. d5, now you have to move the knight somewhere, unless you want to just simply give up the knight and resign, basically. But after bishop takes d4, this is
Rook
an extra pawn, but what an extra pawn. Look at this pawn on d5, protected by the pawn on e4. I'm not going to call it hopeless for black, but it's not great. I mean, it's a decisive advantage for white. Couple that with the fact that Abhimanyu has double the time of Alice, just tells a very dire story about Alice's position right now.
Wow, yeah. I mean, for Alice, this is the nightmare start to this championship. She's really stepped out of the girls' championship, stepped up to the junior championship. And in the first round, she was playing against Evan Park, somebody who has a similar rating to her own. And she had the white pieces. She lost that game. Now she's up against one of the pre-tournament favorites in bad,
I think we have a different position right now.
Yeah, a bad position for her. So, again, a bit of a nightmare start for her. She's down to 31 minutes for the time control, and she's seeing all of the things, including that rook g6 that you were mentioning there, Cristian. It's a nice hidden tactic. It is not surprising either that such a tactic exists when the king is on h8. I'm going to turn our attention to the game between Andy and Bach. Bach won his first game, so Andy with the white pieces looking to get back into the tournament, I was going to say. Rook to d1 and catching up to the players. I love this knight on d4, and this f5 square is so, well, I don't think there's a choice. I think you have to play bishop c2. Because the king, not only that, but rook takes b7 is on tap. So let's just take a look at this ending. Rook takes b2, bishop takes d3, rook takes b7. I love the knight on d4. I can see that the engine's not impressed. The engine says, okay, despite the various black weaknesses, pawn on maybe...
Material is balanced. Maybe the light square bishop is going to be defending both of those weaknesses on a6 and on d5.
Exactly, and maybe also picking up a tempo against the pawn on a2. Black is okay.
So white maybe doesn't need to trade those queens.
Okay.
So after bishop c2, we can play knight takes c2.
Right. Queen takes c2 forced. Queen takes d5.
Queen takes c2.
Or d5 or c2?
No, I want to play... No, I don't want to take. I want to...
Sorry, what would you like to do?
So yes, knight takes c2, queen takes c2.
Oops, sorry. Knight takes c2, queen takes c2, yes.
I didn't want to trade the queens, but now I see if I take the pawn on d2, I'm allowing your rook to go to another open file, and I start to get worried about my back rank.
Maybe with good reason. Yeah, not completely convincing, is it? So Andy, I mean, visually it looks like Andy's got a very decent position, but he's still
one more try after bishop c2.
Yeah.
Can I go queen d2?
Yes. Feel like my my pieces are a little bit muttered up, and so takes. So I've got 2 rooks for the queen. Again, you've got this really powerful knight, but you may have to make Luft.
H4, I don't want to get checkmated on the back rank.
Good for you. There we go. H4. Don't know what to say. It's a bit of double-edged position. Double-edged position here. I think it's time for us to take a break. Katja, what do you think?
Let's do that, and we will have. What do we have for the break?
Ben Underwood, our statistician, is going to regale you with all kinds of stats about these events. I'm sure you're going to enjoy our break. I'll see you on the other side.
Everybody, and welcome back to your continued break coverage of the 2026 U.S. Junior and Senior Championships. My name is Ben Underwood, statistician at the St. Louis Chess Club. We are going to be hanging out and talking about some statistics behind all of these players in each of the 4 tournaments. You may not know some of their resumes and just how good these players are, so we're going to hang out and talk about it. But before we do anything, as usual, we have a puzzle to start out with, and this one comes from last year's game between Novikov and Dlugi. They went in, blitzed out their moves, and traded off the pieces into an eventual draw. However, Novikov missed something brutal in this position, a mate in 3. So go ahead and take 5 seconds and try to figure this one out. Pause if you need to, and we're going to be coming back at the end of the break to solve this one together. Now, we have some phenoms in the junior section, starting off with Mishra at 26.30 in October of 2024. He's had a general trend upwards into this eventual 26.38 rating over at 26.52 just about a year ago in 2025. But Woodward, now starting in 25.45 in October 2024, it has been nothing but an upward trend for him. Starting April 2025, he was 25.36. Now he's gained 100 rating points since then at 26.38. And I looked back even further than 2024 on his rating progression, and there has been 0 plateaus for him. I think we're going to be starting to look for this 2,700 threshold for Woodward, and maybe the same year, maybe even 2027, 2028, he should have it by then. Just 2 incredible players, and it is no surprise that they are the ones at the top of the chances to win the tournament. Woodward at 38.8% pre-tournament, and Mishra at 35.6%, kind of dominating these projections right now. But there's still some players that have amazing chances. Kirk Ghazarian, 7.8. We know that Hardaway is dangerous as well. Liam Putnam has been rocketing up the standings boards, and Nico Chasin has played over 200 FIDE-rated games in just the past year. So a lot of really talented players, really seasoned players, even in the junior section. This one will be exciting to take a further look at. Let's look at how they play in comparison to the U.S. Championships. Well, percent of best moves found in the middle game, 60.3 for the juniors and 69% for the U.S. champions. Now, if you kind of consider that the middle game contains around 20 to 25 moves, this difference in percentages is only about 2 moves per game. That is incredible. And then if you jump to this third group at percent of excellent moves, now this is the chess.com rated excellent moves, where it's a 5% or less drop. It is only about a 5% difference, just a little bit over in this section. So these juniors are trading best moves for still very good moves and playing very similarly to a section of players that is almost 200 points higher rated than them on average. Now, how does this compare to the women's and girls players? Well, You look at the percent of best moves found in the middle game, and it is pretty much equal, 62.1, 62.2. I have no explanation for this. Now, the women's championship section is over 100 points higher rated, but they are finding the same number of best moves in the middle game. You look at excellent moves, maybe the women's champions find just a couple more on average, but it is still more or less the same. These junior girls are playing with very high accuracy, especially compared to the best women players in the entire country. Now, we also have two phenoms in the girls section. I want to take a look at Zoe Tang first. Continues upward trajectory. It's lagged behind in just about the past year. She's down to 23.32, but still one of the best women's players in the entire country. But Rose Atwell has now overtaken Tatev Abrahamyan to become the #4 rated women's player in the United States. In October 2024, she was 21.85. By this time last year, she was 22.71 and has still gained 100 rating points since then. Earned that IM title, and I don't think it's too crazy to say that we're going to start talking about GM norms for her pretty soon. No doubt as well, Atwell led the pre-tournament projections at 43.4. That has dropped since yesterday. Zoe Tang right behind her, but we have a lot of girls here that have a very high chance. I believe Rachel Lee, after day one, is actually leading now when she was 18.4% pre-tournament, but this might shift quite a lot as we get a lot of decisive games in the girls section. Moving on to the seniors. How long has each senior spent in the FIDE Top 100? Some of us newer chess fans might not know just how dominant these seniors were back in the day, so let's take a look. Novikov and Shabalov, 7 years in the Top 100. Goldin, Kaidanov, Benjamin, all in that 10-year range, some with a little bit over 10 years, but let's take a look. Alex Onischuk here, 24 years in the Top 100, and if he is able to finish 5.5 out of 9, just +2 in this tournament, his inactivity status gets revoked and he goes back in to the Top 100, and this graph is going to continue to go upwards for him. Of course, Vladimir Akopian completely dominates this graphic with 27.2 years spent in the Top 100. Now let's look at the projections for these seniors. This is a graph that I love to bring up because it is one that I failed miserably at last year. Last year, I had Alex Fishbein at only 1.7% to win the entire tournament, and he dominated. He won that playoff, and I was like, how could I get this wrong? Well, one thing that I did not consider was the activity levels of these players. So, looking through the board right here, only 3 players in this entire field have had over 40 rated games if we were to use that candidate's qualification threshold, and that is Shabalov, Fishbein, and Kraai. So, I want to take a look at those players as the tournament goes on, and they will probably outperform these projections. Of course, Onischuk, Akopian at the top of this graph right now, but I think that Shabalov has a very high chance at making some upsets later on in the tournament, even though he's a bit lower rated. These active senior players are so dangerous, and it's interesting to see how they perform compared to the rest of the field. That brings us back to the puzzle. Go ahead and take 5 more seconds, try to look at this one. And the correct move for this position is Queen to A7. Now, they traded off the pieces. They went on to draw this game. However, you are looking at that G7 checkmate. You can block with the rook, but G7 checkmate is coming on the next move. Cannot stop it, and Novikov was probably heartbroken to get back to his hotel room and see that he missed this. Thank you all for hanging out. We are going to throw it back to the studio with Yasser, Katerina, and Cristian for continued coverage of the 2026 Junior and Seniors Championships.
Welcome back, everybody, and we do have another special guest with us here in the studio. We have Frank Cusmano, the sports director at KSDK. Frank, welcome to our studio and welcome to chess.
I tell you what, these facilities are spectacular. I wish we had these at Channel 5. This is a beautiful place to be. Good to be with you, Cristian.
Now, you've been in broadcast for so many years, decades, I might add, sports broadcast in particular. What brought you to chess? What attracts you to chess?
Well, I love to do stories about what makes people tick. You know, how did they get to the level they got to? And there's just no question that, you know, coming to St. Louis, we see all the great ones in history. And to sit down and find out what makes Gary, you know what, I'm sorry. What makes Gary Kasparov tick, and to find out how he became great and why he's so consumed with his craft, that was really a cool thing for me.
Now, it's something about St. Louis and chess that attracts all these superstars. In your opinion, what is that X factor that attracts everybody to St. Louis?
Well, I think it's two words: Rex Sinkford. Yeah, I think that, you know, Rex's passion, his ability to build beautiful things like this in the Hall of Fame and the facilities is the major reason, and just his passion for it. You know, I've spent my life covering sports like baseball, football, basketball. I would rank him up there with all of those people in terms of, you know, throwing everything you have into a project and wanting to make it great. I mean, it's hard to believe that our town in the Midwest of the United States is like the chess capital of the world. We have the grandmasters like yourself living here.
Absolutely. And now, in sports, always we talk about mental toughness. In chess as well. How do you see that dynamic between sports, mental toughness, and chess? And how does chess play a part into... We see a lot of sports people actually train chess for mental toughness. What's your take on that?
Well, it's interesting you bring that up, because the most talked about athlete in St. Louis right now, the most popular athlete in St. Louis, and one of the most talked about sports figures in America as we speak, is Jordan Walker of the St. Louis Cardinals, who just won the Home Run Derby. He is passionate about his chess. And the common denominator is getting locked in, because as you know, you can have no success playing chess unless you are totally locked in. Well, imagine trying to hit a baseball 99 miles an hour and it moving without being locked in. It's impossible. So, and he is an avid chess player. One of our other great players, J.J. Weatherholt, those two play together a lot. So I think this may be a trend. I mean, if the rest of the team looks at those guys having success playing chess, then they may try it.
I see a lot of players at the World Cup also displaying, you know, their chess games as well. So it's definitely a trend in that regard.
Yeah.
Now, this year is the 10th annual strategy across the board, and actually you will be the chair of it. What should we expect?
Well, it's a sports theme, and we're going to have some incredible sports auction items. But basically, you know, everybody on that stage is going to have some type of athletic background. The auctioneer is going to be Reed Lowe, who played in the NHL for years, who's an enforcer, tough guy. One of our special guests is going to be Josh Schertz, the head basketball coach at SLU, coming off an historical season. And then another one will be Ozzie Smith, you know, arguably the greatest defensive shortstop of all time. So we're looking forward to that.
Now, tell me a bit about the strategy across the board. What is the dynamic between you and Ozzie Smith going to be? Are you guys going to do anything together during the event?
Well, we've played golf together, and I've covered him since when I first started here in 1993, so we've become friends. And, you know, I think it'd be great for the audience to find out about his background. He was a kid that was like too poor to have a glove, so he got a brown paper bag and threw a rubber ball against the wall and caught it. That's how he developed his hand-eye coordination. He's just an unbelievable success story from start to finish.
Now, I'm going to ask you a personal question as well. We've been talking about chess. Do you practice any chess as a sports broadcaster? You have to be on your game all the time as well. Do you practice chess for that?
I probably should, and the more and more I'm around great chess players and great athletes that use it as a way of helping their concentration has helped them. So believe me, it's on my agenda. I'm going to get to it.
Frank, thank you very much for joining us, and I'll let you enjoy the games.
Cristian, I want to tell you, that's a really cool sport coat.
I appreciate
it. If it fit me, I would wear that tonight on TV. But
I think it would. Thank you very much, Frank.
Thank you so much, Cristian.
Appreciate it. Back to you guys.
Hello and welcome back to the U.S. Juniors and Seniors Championships.
After that interview with Frank, I'm thinking, okay, he likes the studio so much. He likes Cristian's jacket so much. Bye, Cristian. I think Frank, who's like a member of 5 World Hall of Famers, by the way. I mean, it's a very, very big deal here in St. Louis. Thanking him for taking the time and joining us today. I'm looking at the game of Joel Benjamin and Vladimir Akopian. It's one of those games that really, it's very, very finely judged. The chess engine, you can see the bar, it thinks white's a bit better. I think it's much easier to play white. And these positions of the knight.
You really like the knight in the center,
in the
right?
center.
It's blockading.
But specifically for one reason, and that has to deal with the move b2, b4. Strangely enough, if black gets in b4 and trades, I don't think there's any advantage whatsoever for white. But if you do, if you just let me take a look at this position for a moment, now we start to spot a few differences. The first is the knight on d4 is there eternally. The bishop is not eternally there. I do have f2, f3. You're always going to have to keep an eye on this pawn on b5. c3 is easier to defend than the pawn on b5. And it's a latent idea, but there is a threat that if I could play h4, h5, h6, or get you to play.
Yeah, it's
h6,
white who is in the driver's seat.
It's
who has,
pushing. It's pushing.
Pressure to put on the king side. And I want to stay in this game longer, but Yasser, we have just
Please.
Incredible stuff happening
Let's
in the
go.
juniors. The Nico Chasin and Tanitoluwa game.
That's been
Everything was hanging there a second ago. Let's see what's happening right now.
Exactly. Well, when we left it, Nico went a completely different direction. We were all about bishop f4, bishop g3, somehow covering up the king. No, Nico said, forget about my king. How about your king? I'm going to go chasing your king, and I'm going to play rook takes c7, and I'm going to play rook to c8, check to the back rank, and you're the one on the back foot. Tani said, wait a minute. My rook's under attack.
I mean, it was hanging, right? It was not possible to take because it would always free the black queen to go to the king side and be just extremely, extremely dangerous.
Exactly. So,
but I don't have to, as black, keep hanging the rook on g6.
Exactly. And he played rook to b6. And now, with the move h7, h6, Tani's saying, okay, at last, I'm ready to take and do your worst.
Finally, I don't have to worry about the back rank checkmate.
Right. By the way, rook c7, queen d6. It's going to hurt your feelings. So Nico said, well, finally, I am ready to move my bishop. I think he played bishop f4. And now we have d2. And again, complete mess on the board, on the chessboard.
So rook is hanging, the pawn on c7 is hanging.
So let's do it, right? Okay. So rook takes c7. Attacking the queen, attacking the bishop. Now, what's the...
Probably queen b5, attacking the rook on f1.
Precisely. It's one of those positions where I think everything is tempo-based. And with this move, queen b5, the threat of checkmate on 1 doesn't allow white to set up his own threats of checkmate. You've got to deal with this one. So.
Yeah, kind of a funny move. So if you go now rook d1, because the rook is hanging, right?
Yes.
And it's a square where you stop the pawn. And
yes.
Now I have knight e1. You know what? I don't care about promoting. I just really want to bring my queen to f1.
Oh, dear. That looks unstoppable. That looks deadly.
That's it. Because even if you move the king closer, I can give you check with the knight from h4. So knight h to f3.
Oops.
Checkmate on the next move.
Exactly. Oops. The question I had for you, though, was this one, rook to g1. I was hoping you would play knight takes g1. And my idea was that now I was hoping that I would get a chance to at least throw some patties like this. Ooh.
Okay, the engine is not that impressed.
No, probably. The
Because
threat of
maybe I
checkmate
just-
in one.
Knight takes f5.
Knight takes
Because
f5.
if I just escape with my king, then I'm promoting.
You know, it's amazing. Your queen actually also defends e8. So if I go rook to h8 check and king to g6, I don't have a follow-up anymore. Oh boy. There's no follow-up.
Nope.
Oh no, oh no. That's it, yeah. Knight takes f5. That's a, for the longest time, your knight on h4 has been going to f3, it's been going to g2. Knight takes f5 is a
What a game by Tani.
crazy, crazy game. And let's jump to another game in the juniors. That we're going to go over to Mishra and Alice Lee. And we've been talking about Alice Lee's terrible position for some time. Guess what? It's gotten even worse. Alice did try the e5 suggestion that the chess engines said, but it looks like Mishra's answered all of the questions perfectly. Queen takes g5, he sacrificed in exchange for, is it 3 pawns?
And he's threatening h6. Right?
And he's threatening h6. Oof.
That's a big problem because then I capture on g7 and then I activate my light square bishop and
yeah,
it's
that's
just
a
2
checkmate.
pawns, but the problem is h6 is deadly at this point. Deadly as in it's going to force an endgame in which you are 2 pawns down and very simplified, overly simplified. Because after h6, every single time you're going to have to play queen g6, otherwise you get checkmated. That's going to lead us into the endgame that white will have absolutely no issues converting. This one is pretty much over.
Yikes. And again, nightmare start for Alice Lee. Why is the chess engine saying it's even?
No, it's definitely not even.
I think it's completely winning, but am I blind?
That is your chess engine, yes, sir. Which might or might
Why
not
do I
be
get the lousy chess
accurate.
engine?
Yeah, you just got a lousy one.
I'm telling you, my chess engine says even. I'm sitting there
Because
going,
if black now tries, Alice tries f6,
okay.
it looks like a chance not to allow h6. You just play simply, oh, you see now the engine gives you the
Finally.
credit. So queen g6.
Yep.
And still threatening now e5, just opening up the light square bishop and
Right.
checkmating via the battery.
Exactly. e4, e5, and queen h7 mate. Okay, finally, I think my chess engine was asleep. Cristian, what do you have for us in this round 2?
Just to let you know exactly how bad the situation is, it's not even on the chess engine, it's actually plus 6.5 points.
Wow.
So that's
a lot.
That's a deadly advantage. That's it. Something will really need to go bad for Abhimanyu in order for this one not to finish in a couple of moves.
Right.
And again, it's just too easy. h6 is the next move you're going to make. King h7, obviously you cannot do to prevent h6 because of e5. And then the other bishop comes into play. So, yeah, this one is just game over. I think you can sense it on Alice's body language as well.
Yeah.
She's not happy. She's looking around. She understands that at this point, it's all done for this one, for this round.
Exactly. Staying with the juniors once more, I want to go to the game between Andy Woodward and Bach. After the move queen e2, we had actually
We're looking at this line,
this
right?
line for Andy. Queen takes. He's won black's queen for 2 rooks. We were looking at h4, and we had stopped our analysis after what I thought was the forced move g5 takes h4, and I considered the position easier to play for white, but I thought it wouldn't be unreasonable to say 3 results. No, after h4, a huge blunder alert. Bach played king g7, and the geometry should just immediately come. Can the queen get on the long diagonal? Can the queen threaten a check. Queen b2 has the benefit of a double attack.
Yeah,
it hits the bishop on
attacking
b1.
so many things. The pawn, discover attack is coming up.
Which will be a double check and lead almost immediately to checkmate.
Yes, it's going to be a checkmate.
So Andy, much needed win, I was going to say, after his result yesterday.
Things are moving fast in the junior section. Look at the guys in the back. That's Abhimanyu taking a glance, as well as Tani. Both of those players are winning, by the way. Both of those players will probably win this one handily. So
and they're keeping their eye on Andy's game
absolutely.
too, right? Yeah.
This is becoming a race right now. They understand if you want to win this event, you have to score a lot of points. That's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, Queen b2, and Andy knows that he's winning. Okay, that's it for the juniors. What else do you have for us in some of the other competitions, Katja?
So what about the position of, in the women's seniors?
Yeah.
Olga Sagalchik and Chochanik Airapetian.
We haven't checked in on that game. Immediately, I'm seeing one of my old favorite Bach King's Indian defenses as white. And you can see that in Olga's case, she's taking a big responsibility. She's got a big space advantage on the center, on the queen side, and the king side. And usually that's an overreach. You know, as Victor Korchnoi says, you know, you can choose 2 out of 3. You can't have it all. Usually you leave some opportunities for your opponent. So Olga has this big advantage in the center, king side, queen side. But I would say if I'm in black shoes, I start looking for my counterplay. Where is it going to be? Normally speaking, I think it's associated with h5.
We have a result. Andy just defeated Bach. Bach did not try to stay in that game, played bishop to e4, and after knight to e6, the discovery check, resigned on the spot.
Yep.
Andy gets his first victory at the 2026 U.S. Junior Championships.
Yeah. And that move, king g7, that was just, that just walked into that terrible double attack.
The position was already tough,
Wasn't
very difficult.
But
yes.
g5 takes h4.
It was still tough. It was still tough, yes. You have to play it, but then, again, it's all about the combination of the queen and the knight fighting against the king, trying to create threats. Mm-hmm. And with a weakened king like this, if the position would be, look, if this position, the pawn would be on g7 for black, it would be perfectly fine.
Right.
The problem is, with the pawn on g5, there's too many squares around the king. This knight is ready to jump at any point to f5 if you allow me to. So
never.
In combination with the queen to h5, it's just going to be very tough to hold on to this one. And picking up your pawns, whenever you have this type of imbalances, queen versus 2 rooks, queen versus rook and a piece, or rook and 2 pieces, what you should be looking for the side with the queen is whether the queen has targets. And in this position, the queen has a lot of targets.
Sure.
Couple that with the fact that this beautiful knight on d4 is the perfect piece in the position, ready to jump anywhere and defending even the entry on the second rank for black. This one, sure, objectively maybe black still has some chances, but from a practical perspective, it's so easy to make mistakes. So easy to make mistakes, and that's exactly what happened. And Andy got his first victory. Congratulations to him.
As we saw.
And speaking about mistakes, maybe we can go to the Women's Senior Championship, because we also have a result there. Alexei Ruth won against Dodson Catherine, and we were looking at their games. Didn't expect this result to be so fast.
Yeah, well, we'd seen that Alexei was going to play knight on d1 to e3 and potentially to f5. And yeah, I can see that the resulting position was that black's king did end up going for a walk. When we left it, we just left it right here. That's
we were expecting queen c7. We were talking about this position, but
she got her hand caught in the cookie jar there. She went bishop takes e4, and the next thing you know, her king's on the hunt or on a walk. King e6, queen takes g6, knight And so Alexi's material up. She's won a pawn and
And there's
Black's king.
rook h7, a big threat.
Yeah.
Just rook h7 and queen f5.
All the Blacks. Lexi decided that collecting pawns was a lot of fun.
Because queen d6 now doesn't work because of knight f5 fork.
check, yeah. So at this point, Catherine threw in the towel. Good win there for Alexei. Let me just check in on the game of Angelina, because she had won she's the one. That game has been postponed. It will be replayed on the free day. Natalie versus Beatrice. Well, Beatrice...
Pushing on the queen side, saying my king is safe on the king side. I don't worry about it.
Right, but at the moment it looks to me like Natalie's the one for choice. She's got a safer king. Beatrice king on e8, and there's an issue with b6 that she has to deal with. This looks very comfortable
This
for
looks
white.
great for white.
I like
just
it.
want to capture on b6, trade
Yep.
rooks, get the pawn, and start running with my extra pawn on b5.
Agreed. That's the way I play chess. The one thing that I paused for just a moment, because there is this move, bishop to g5 by Beatrice, that more or less makes the game a little bit trickier. No, she is captured on a5, inviting rook on a1, captures a5, and that must be good for white.
No, in the game of Abhimanyu Mishra and Alice Lee,
Yeah.
I think we may
We've
see a
been-
handshake, because Abhimanyu is about to checkmate Alice on h7.
Yeah, he has just played the move e5. Oof.
Let's
Oof.
stay with this one, because I don't
Oof.
think Alice is going to spend too much time trying to save it. Queen h6 most likely.
Queen
going to be
h6,
played.
the only moves to stave off checkmate, other than f5.
I think I can just take on h6. Okay, taking like this is probably much better.
Brutal.
But I could have taken on h6 and then take on f6. This is deadly as well.
Yeah. No choice for Alice. She has to capture on g6.
And now
Yeah.
bishop takes g6.
Bishop or pawn?
Definitely bishop.
Bishop,
Definitely
Because I
bishop.
want to use my pawn to go to h6 to get your rook. Your full rook.
The reason I was going to take with the pawn was because I was going to bring my rook to the h file, but you're absolutely right. Bishop takes g6, and then what Cristian is saying is, guess what? I'm going to take on g7 or force the rook to the g7 square and then play h6. Oops.
Well, for example, if you play, keep going with that. If you play rook to d8.
Okay.
The other rook.
This rook.
Yes, so that you're trying to run with the king.
Yeah.
I can take.
Oh, I thought
Then
you
I
would
play
play
h6.
h6.
No, I'm playing now h6.
But you
And
can
there's
play
no way to stop h7.
But you can
Ooh.
play first h6 also.
You guys are really... Wow. Everybody's got an opinion on this one. This
What if you go h6 here?
Yes, bishop takes g6.
h6 here.
Because now if
Then
you take the
can
pawn, then I
take-
checkmate
take
with
it.
f7.
That's nice. That is very nice.
Yeah,
of
this is
course.
absolutely over. right now.
Over. Okay. So he did, Mishra recaptured
Yes, he
on
recaptured with
g6.
bishop.
I think we're going to see a handshake in just a couple of seconds. This is, and I expected this one to be a very difficult defense for Alice from the beginning. But just that minute detail, knight c6 instead of knight d7, that's it. You play knight c6, you're in a losing position. It's such a difficult position out of the opening for Alice.
Well, it goes to show that when you are broadening your opening horizons and playing different opening and defenses, and you don't have that absolute familiarity, like you don't just wake up one day and say, I'm going to learn the Grunfeld.
Right.
I mean, people have been practicing it a lifetime, and still they're not sure about certain positions, right? And you play a Tarash, and like what Cristian is saying, you play the wrong move, knight c6 instead of knight d7, you end up getting smacked, as happened to Alice in this game. Well, chess is about learning. Sometimes, what did Bobby Fischer say? Sometimes you give the lesson, sometimes you get them. And this has been a good lesson for Alice.
So we have bishop a6.
They are moving.
She just gave a spike check on a6. I think bishop to a6 was played. And that's it. Game over.
Yeah. Nothing like a spike check.
And we have a guest. Cristian, over to you.
We are indeed with the defending champion, Andy Woodward. Andy, welcome back to the show, and congratulations. Big victory for you today. Yesterday, you were close to getting a win as well. How did you deal with that disappointment? Because I'm sure you were quite disappointed.
Yeah, first of all, thank you. It's good to be back. Yeah, I guess yesterday I thought I played relatively well. I found some moves that I was happy about. And then, yeah, I guess when the time came when I had a chance to win, I had a simple oversight. And yeah, I guess after that he defended well as well. So yeah, it happens. I guess I thought one game's
it's a long tournament.
It's a long tournament, yeah.
Long tournament, just the first one, tuning up your game. And today you came quite well prepared. Tell us a bit about all the phases, let's say, of the game, and when did you feel like the difference was made?
Yeah, so I didn't expect this semi-Tarrasch type opening with c5. And then, yeah, I guess I kind of freestyled. I remember that I had a game against Wesley last year as black at US Championships, and he played this line with CD and Queen d4, Bishop g5, and I found it kind of unpleasant. So yeah, I played Bishop b5. I didn't prepare this, I just thought it looked interesting, because if Knight c6, Queen a4, it transposes to my game with Wesley. So I was kind of just trying to get that game, the same type of game as that. And yeah, he played it relatively well. I think once he played g5, I was feeling good. I thought if he doesn't go g5, maybe he can play like I don't know, rook c8, rook e8 or something. But in general, I think White has a pretty solid advantage, so he wanted to change something a little bit. So yeah, when he played g5, I was a bit surprised, but of course it's a concrete way to play. And yeah, I guess I was just trying to play some simple moves. And yeah, I think Queen d3 was inaccurate for me, at least in my opinion, from a practical standpoint. It was better to play Queen d2 for the same reason of what happened to the game. So next, basically, if rook e8, I want to play bishop e5 and bring the bishop to c3 and Queen d4 and try to provoke some weaknesses.
Yeah. So what you're aiming for is basically just exchange the dark square bishop and play knight versus the light square bishop.
Yes.
That's what you want.
But what I played in the game, Queen d3, I think it is good, but after bishop f6, I should probably go like knight d4, at least I thought. And then like, I want to go knight f5, and I thought black probably has to take if he wants to try to hold this, and I thought white has some initiative with the opposite color bishops.
It looks very unpleasant.
Yeah.
Like, sure, the engine might keep it even, but it looks very unpleasant.
Yeah.
Like, weak king, long diagonal might be problematic later on.
Yeah.
So you played bishop e5, though. I like this move as well.
Yeah, I guess I kind of underestimated Queen f6, but I guess it's still fine for me. The main reason I didn't like it is because after rook b1, a couple moves later, I thought he can go Queen c3, and it's relatively dry. I didn't really see if my advantage was great. I was probably just going to play Queen e2 and try to attack with h4, Queen h5. But yeah, I guess when you played Bishop c2, then I have the ability to, I guess, keep the position complex.
I think this h4 perhaps was what he missed.
Yeah, because I guess he kind of has to make a concession.
He has to take, it seems.
Yeah,
like.
he has to take, and then I go Queen h5, and I can take d5 and e4 and try to mount some advantage. So, yeah, I guess King g7 was just a simple oversight, but yeah.
Well, definitely a good start. It seems like you're going to be matching, or
he will be matching your score as well. Mishra, who has won his game as well. You guys are the exact same rating right now. I don't know if you knew that. It's quite a big rivalry brewing between you two. How do you see that play out? And is he a player that you have been, following and looking up to this point?
Yeah, I guess I don't really consider it a rivalry. We do, I guess, over the bowl it does become a rivalry, but in general it's just two people who are, I guess, around the same place in their chess careers, just trying to improve. So I think when I play him, I guess it's always really exciting. I've only played him twice over the bowl, both here in St. Louis, but yeah, I guess we both just trying to improve, and I think it's going relatively well.
Well, I think it's exciting for you guys, but for us as well, and I think it's a great thing for junior chess here in the United States. So, Andy, congrats on your win, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congratulations indeed, Andy. Nice win. So we see Mishra also keeping pace and expecting Tani to win as well. Just this last move, very nice move. For black, bishop d6, bishop takes g3, h takes g3. A moment ago, you were throwing in a 91 against me, and that move hurt. Certainly hurt my feelings. And we just have a move. Bishop takes g3, h c3, and
oh, he captured with f-pawn.
Sorry, I knew something looked a little bit different on the camera than. And did he play knight e1?
No, promoting to a queen.
Right away.
Pawn, yes. Oh, because there's rook takes b2, and then there's no way to stop checkmate. Rook takes h2.
Rook takes d1. Rook on b6 takes b2. Oops. And then you're right.
That's it. It's game over.
That's it. And we think after rook takes b2, Nico will, unfortunately for him, have to resign. There's no stopping rook takes h2. It seems like in the junior, decisive wins are just popping up everywhere.
Very good preparation by Tani.
Juniors.
Yeah.
Now we might have the most decisive games. Everybody's winning right now. All the favorites are winning.
But winning with black pieces, that's a big step.
Nice. And it was for those joining us late, it was a rock'em sock'em crazy affair that happened between Nico and Tani. Some numerous moments, at least for Nico.
Exchange, sacrifice, and rook hanging here, bishop hanging there.
Yeah, they gave us a lot of thrills, but I think we also have a special guest in studio as well.
Absolutely, we are with Abhimanyu Mishra. Abhimanyu, you came here, and you said, just this one is over. You hurried, Yasser. You hurried.
He had 13 minutes, and it looks like he was going to use all 13.
But he's getting checkmated. There's no way to defend against it.
But
you can spend all of your time.
Yeah.
Nothing is going to change that. Abhimanyu, you came in the studio, and you wanted a blindfold interview.
If that was possible.
I don't even know what a blindfold interview is.
Basically, I'd allow you to you could enter whatever I was saying. I'd close my eyes. Or
We've never done that, but what we can do is close the engine, so you don't see the engine, and that's going to help you.
Thank you.
With your analysis. I would assume this is what you want. You want to analyze it at home?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I did this after yesterday's game as well. Any place where I can improve in my game, and during the tournament, of course, it's the most beneficial, right? Because something that I missed today, I could be able to solve tomorrow if I approach this properly.
So do you just analyze your game afterwards without an engine, and then you look at it with an engine? How does that work?
No, rather, so okay, the game was going on, and let's say throughout the game the mistakes are being made. My dad will analyze this on our strong engine.
Okay.
And by the time I get back to the room, now he'll present these positions to me as exercises. Okay, try again.
Wow. So you're actually continuing your work into the evening after the game.
Yes.
That's quite impressive. Now, tell me about the game. Did you know the opening in this one? And you played this h4 quite quickly. It felt like you knew something about it.
Yeah, I didn't really expect knight takes d5 for today's games. I expected like a variety of different QGDs, but this one specifically I hadn't checked. I remember that like the idea of knight takes d5 is to get a semi-tirage, which arises after c5 and knight f3. And this is like c takes d4, c takes d4, check on b4, bishop d2, takes, castle. And this is known to be a very solid system for black.
Yeah.
But and this actually usually occurs through if like white starts with knight f3. So it's like c5, knight d5, c d5,
This
e4,
could have been
like
in
this.
Andy's game
Yeah,
today, actually.
So, but instead of this, okay, she started with this move order. And the downside of this move order is that I can play rook b1, which prevents bishop b4 check. So I keep one more pair of pieces on the board. And this is beneficial for me because I'm trying to attack on the king side, even in the main semi-tirage. Okay, bishop e7, knight f3, castle, and now h4. This is also sort of, I think this is common in the semi-tirage as well. Like the idea is you want to play rook h3, rook g3, and this bishop on c1 is actually quite useful.
Yeah, and it was very useful during the game as well.
So h6, rook h3. I mean, here I was spending a bit of time because I wasn't sure about whether it was rook h3 directly, because, I mean, I was considering bishop d3, like all of these different move orders, but I think against this one, there might have been like cd, cd, and like e5. This is a very common resource for black, and if black can pull this off under good circumstances, even after losing a pawn, black tends to be doing quite well, because I've always already overextended with h4, h5, and you have a lot of squares as well.
Absolutely. And
so yeah, I started with rook h3. So okay, I mean she was still in preparation with king h8 and rook g3. She started thinking, which I found a bit weird because I don't really know what else to play.
And I think this was the crucial moment at this point. What were the options that you were considering for her right now?
Yeah. So knight c6, I considered, but I didn't like it at all because I think knight c6 is sort of one-dimensional. Although it looks like you're turning knight takes d4, this is never really an idea because I always have takes in bishop b2. Rather, what you want to do is go knight b4. And the thing with knight c6 is, of course, if you're able to play knight c6, knight b4, and get rid of the d3 bishop, life would be wonderful. But I don't think it tactically works. So for that reason, I think knight d7 was probably a stronger approach. The idea is you want to put the knight on f6, where it's this way I never have bishop b2, d5 like in the game. And also h5 somewhere you're attacking, but it's not actually that simple. Like I was wondering, I think king f1 is an idea here, so I'm just like sort of getting out of checks like in the future. And well, I need to castle. Like I played rook h3, rook g3, and
manually castle.
Manually castle, yeah. And it's like knight f6, queen e2, and I mean it's still like a very, very complex game. And this was, I think, along the lines of what my preparation was. I don't recall these things.
Well, I'm not going to tell you
but yeah, it's
too many things about
tricky.
the position because you will be continuing your training with your dad later on, but you are definitely right in this regard. Knight d7 was much better. She played knight c6, and now you started piling up threat after threat.
Yeah, queen d2, it's like, I think it's important to note that I'm threatening rook g7. Like after queen d2, I think like rook c8 was was the first thing I calculated, but rook g7, king g7, queen h6, king g8, e5, f5. Okay, ef6, rook f6, and I'm pretty sure there's like 200 wins, but I think bishop h7 is quite clean, and bishop g6, and yeah, it's mate.
Yeah,
so rook g8 was forced, and now yeah, this king f1. I really like this because now almost every variation I want to go d5 or bishop b2, sometimes both, and like the problem with bishop b2 is actually this bishop b2, black has bishop b4, and I was worried that after bishop c3, queen c3, without the dark square bishop, it's very difficult to actually create any threats.
Yeah. Yeah, so the more pieces you hold on to,
so
the better it is
queen
for your
d6
attack.
queen d6 was not it, I think. I'm not really sure. It's already difficult to give black advice here because I'm already threatening a variety of things like d5, bishop b2, queen f4 in some circumstances.
The situation is pretty dire at this point.
Yeah, I mean, instead of queen d6, like I'll just show a couple of variations which I was sort of wondering about. One was this like bishop d6 directly. The idea is that okay, after e5, bishop e7, compared to the game, you don't have this bishop b2, d5 stuff. But now there's queen f4. And yeah, now black has this double threat of going, if queen f8, I have queen e4, and game is about over.
Yep.
And if knight b4, I can just take my rook. Okay, take on f7.
And that's why the king on f1 matters so much. Yeah. There's no check after bishop takes b4.
This is just about mate. So bishop d6 didn't work. I was wondering about rook c8, but I don't think this was also even Because I have ideas of bishop b2. I can even go d5 here. I think d5 is what I was calculating. So yeah, d5 takes d5 takes d5. If queen takes d5, bishop b2. Now, okay, queen takes h6 is threat. And if queen d6, I have rook g6. This was like a theme that was there in the game.
Yeah.
And bishop b2, if queen takes h5, rook h3 is mate. So after bishop b2, if you go f6, but like f6, knight h4, I thought was, I mean,
yeah, no, the light scores
so bad.
Completely busted.
So maybe like after d5, I was considering knight b4. So like after, yeah, so like rook c8, d5, knight b4. And I was trying to find a forced win here, but I mean, there should be something, but I wasn't really able to, because the idea is, now let's say if I go bishop b2.
Yeah.
Bishop b2 and black goes, I think, like f6.
I think this is going to be in your test tonight, so we'll let your dad handle that. After e5, d5, I think you handled this perfectly. There's not much to see after that. Quite a confidence booster this must be for you, right? After yesterday's game, where you defended well. It wasn't easy. Tani was putting a lot of pressure on you.
Yeah, that game was quite mind-bending for me, actually, like the beginning parts of it, because it felt like all of black's pieces were moving forward. And he had like a queen on c2, rook on b1, rook on a2, bishop on c1. Like every single of his pieces was just on the back rank. Yeah, I couldn't find anything concrete, and that was because there was nothing concrete. And then I was getting slowly outplayed, and I mean, he was playing quite well up until some point, and then I managed to defend properly, which was nice.
Mishra, thank you for joining us. Congrats once again, and
thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you.
Our congratulations as well, Mishra. We do have a result in the seniors as Gregory, Kaidanov, and Stuart Rachels, who won his first round, made a draw. Mm-hmm. Didn't see too much going on in that game.
So let's take a look at the standings. And let's start with the juniors. We have three players who won their game: Abhimanyu, Mishra, Andy, Woodward, and Tani Adewumi. So they're tied for the first place with 1.5 points.
Yeah, when I saw Brewington and Evans' game, that looked like it was drawing, as well as Kirk and Liam also looked like they're having a draw. And in the senior ladies,
we have a lot of games that finished there too. So we have only
one
one.
game.
I thought we had more.
Well,
then
it was
that's
Alexei
not
who
that
won.
many games. So
Yeah.
Alexei Ruth only won against Catherine Dodson.
Exactly. And standings for the seniors.
In the seniors, we have one draw. Stuart Rachels just drew against Gregory Kaidanov.
Vladimir, Akopian, and Joel Benjamin still hard at work in their game as well. And we, again, another guest with Cristian.
We do indeed. Tani, first of all, congratulations.
Thanks.
That was quite a game today. I mean, we did not understand anything. Obviously, we had the help of the engine. But what were you thinking about during the game when you saw that crazy position?
I don't know. It's pretty insane. 'Cause I was expecting queen d3, not queen c4, like which allowed this sack.
That seems to be the main move.
Exactly. Right? Yeah. And it's like it's pretty fine for white. Like I'd rather take white here. It's pretty comfortable, I think. My pawn structure is not that great. Yeah, but queen c4 on rook f3. I thought he would go queen c7 into that endgame. So like if rook f3. I thought he'd go queen c7, and then it ends up like with a 3-piece. Yeah, so knight f3, like king h1 or g2, it doesn't matter.
Well, actually,
it does. Yeah.
Taking on c7 is probably not the best for you.
Not best.
Did you spot this queen to b5 idea?
I saw queen b5. I didn't know about it. Because I was like, I wasn't sure about it. Because like king f3, queen h5. I didn't calculate much. I was like, I'll wait for him to go queen c7, so I don't waste my time. Yeah, I thought his queen was going back to g3, but got knight h4.
And I think the only move is to go king to h3 at this point.
Right. Yeah, my perspective is a little weird because I'm looking for white side. But I mean, I guess I could force a draw right now.
Well, now that Abhimanyu is not here, we can take a look, pick at the engine for a second. You're still slightly better, but it's
might be a draw. Yeah, like playing h6 here is crazy. Yeah.
Probably nobody would.
I'm never playing h6 here. It's
yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's a pretty crazy line. Yeah, I thought he would do that. Right.
And he went queen e2.
It's just completely.
This is shocking, right?
Yeah.
Because it just feels after d3, knight h4, the attack is just flowing.
Exactly. Like every move is kind of like straightforward now. All my pieces are straightforward. Yeah. I was thinking about queen a4. No, I was thinking like after e5 first. So e5 there and then queen a4. I thought knight c5. Yeah, there's nothing. Computer wants to go queen a4 first, though.
Yes, the computer was thinking about, in this position, either queen to a4 or queen to
e8. E8 makes sense.
Yes.
Why queen a4, though? What happens after knight c5?
Now you go queen to e8.
Oh, yeah.
Computer
tough.
stuff.
Yeah,
Computer
tough.
stuff.
Yeah.
This, obviously, now you have
Exactly,
the extra
me
rook
too,
takes
yeah.
b2 and whatnot. Maybe the knight is hanging as
Exactly,
well. But
right. Like queen h5, yeah.
it's kind of difficult to play like
That is
this.
difficult, yeah. So I was just, try this.
Did you see rook g6 from the time you played e5?
Yeah, I saw g6. Yeah, knight e4 is a good try. Yeah, but I guess, wants me to go knight d4. See, I thought about knight d4, but I mean, I guess he just takes. What do? No, I just knight. Oh, I didn't think about that knight.
And sometimes this engine is not the most accurate either. So I think e takes d4 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and then you can never touch my rook.
Were you concerned about this move, bishop to f4, and what was your plan against it?
Bishop f4 right now. I assume you still can't take my. I guess c6, right? Or c5 maybe? No. Yeah, maybe c5, sure. And then queen b3. Because I didn't really think about bishop f4 quickly. I thought he was gonna go queen b3. So I didn't see bishop f4. I'd probably calculate it when I got it. Bishop d8 actually makes sense though, because stop all the back rank stuff with queen b3.
I think bishop d8 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think like in my transpose, if he goes queen b3 right now, king h8. Yeah, probably can transpose. Like if you went bishop f4, like in the game, then bishop d8 this makes sense.
So you played queen to b7, and at this point,
now I just
once you make your king safe,
queen
it
d6.
feels like you're just breaking through.
Right.
And there's no way for him to come back, finish in
going.
style.
Yeah.
1.5 points out of 2, keeping pace with the big guns, you know, Andy and Mishra.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about your performance? What's the stated goal, let's say, going into this event?
I was just trying not to lose any games. It's the main goal. It's a difficult goal, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Guys, any questions for Tani?
No, just really congratulations there. We had focused on bishop f4, and we didn't know what was going on. Bishop d8 is not a move. You go knight f3, knight h4, then suddenly you go bishop d8. Yeah. But it was a thrilling game. Congratulations, Tani.
Thanks.
Absolutely, and welcome to the 6-foot club. Just amazing. Good to see you growing so tall. Wow, okay. Looking at the game between Iris and Zoe, and it's been a very strange back and forth kind of game. Zoe, defending champion, won a pawn early, but Iris has been the one who's been dictating, but a few hesitant moves, and we suddenly see Zoe playing the move, finally, f7, f5, and taking, possession of the game is strong, but taking an initiative. For the first time, I think Zoe is the one who's in the driver's seat with this move, f5.
I mean, she has extra pawn, right? She still keeps that, and
right,
we were thinking that Iris has a lot of compensation because of two bishops, active queen, but suddenly Iris keeps pressuring the pawn on c6, but it's defended 3 times.
Yes.
And what else can the bishops do in the position?
Exactly, and it's one of those sacrifices that in Benoni's you're always aware of. Black plays the move e4, you capture on e4, then Black follows up not by recapturing, but by playing f4, leaving the bishop on g2 high and dry, and maybe some dark squares. So suddenly tactics such as e4 and f4 start to work. Also, I like the idea that maybe even the queen could play to e6, again, preparing e4. So from Iris's point of view, it's time for her to do something. And
so what about bishop h3?
Bishop h3, sorry. I was thinking you were going to play for f4. Bishop h3, that stops a lot of the play.
And I know I'm allowing you now to play knight d5, but I don't think you can do that.
No.
Because there is tactical bishop takes h6.
Yeah, no, I think Actually, that was another one of the reasons why my eye was drawn to the e6 square, was just to stop bishop h6 and any perpetuals or even winning attacks. Queen e6, it feels like both players are going to have difficulty navigating the position because the pawn compensation forces white to play actively and not let black build up her position. Whereas from Zoe's point of view, she's sitting there saying, okay, I've neutralized the initiative for a while. How can I get something going? Very important game going on there. Also, just to continue, because we haven't seen it for some time, Joel Benjamin and Vladimir went right into that middle game, late middle game position where it's knight versus bishop. There is a pawn weakness on c3, but there's a pawn weakness on b5. The engine says, nah, you got nothing. You can see that the bar is saying triple zeros throughout. I still think it's actually a little easier for Joel to play the position. Not that I've got some massive threats on the king side, but you can imagine rook g4, rook g3, h4, slowly trying to get something going. It's not that easy for Vladimir with the black pieces to get some counterplay on the queen side. And Cristian, what games caught your eye in this second round?
Well, staying in the seniors championship, I think we should definitely take a look at Onischuk versus Jesse Kraai, because Onischuk is coming into this event as by far the largest rating holder.
Right.
In this one with 2640. He's facing a player that's 2375. At the same time, there's a bit of inactivity with Alex, so we don't know exactly what to expect. We don't know how he adjusts to competition, right? He's mostly doing a lot of coaching nowadays, and he's helping us with the Grandchester as well. He hasn't played as much. But right now, he's really playing a good game in this one. And the type of game that we generally see from Alex Onischuk, this very controlled game in which he slowly but surely increases his advantage. Look at that bishop on f5. It's a tremendous bishop ready to support the attack against the king on g8. Right now, given that you already played h6, g5 and committed your pawn structure, the bishop on f5 is just going to stay safely right there. The question is, how do you increase your chances for a successful attack in this position? How are you going to break black's pawn structure or black's pawn structure in front of the king? In the meantime, black is trying to start doing something with his majority on the queen's side. So this is the conversation that the two players have. White has the open d file and a potential attack against the king, and black, on the other hand, is trying to get going on the queen side. Which one will be first is the big question. What do you guys think?
Well, I love white's position. I really want, just for all the reasons you were saying, and I really want to play e5.
Yes.
I mean, if I could just play e5 at this moment on the board, it would be game over. The knight on f6 wouldn't have a very good square. I get to go rook to d7.
And it's not happening.
So I can't play
f4,
e5.
Right?
I would like to play queen c3 followed by e5 as well, but I'm a little bit concerned about the pawn on f2. So I might find myself drawn to the idea of starting with the move f2, f3, with the idea of following up queen to c3, attacking the knight, and maybe playing for e5, and really on a very good day going rook to d6. And aren't I wonderful? It's all going very nicely. So I find that white's kingside majority is more potent than black's queenside majority. It still takes black a few moves to get things going.
I think just finding moves for black is not that easy.
Not that easy.
So after f3, you're guarding the pawn.
Yep, freeing the queen.
Also maybe planning to play something like rook d2 just to guard the second rank.
Okay. If I was going to play rook to d2, I might find myself doing it at once if I was playing for rook d2, instead of f3. In other words, if I found that to be a good move, I'd start there. Another thing that I'd have in mind as white is I'd like to mess up black's queenside majority. I'd like to play the move a4, But again, after b4, queen takes c4, I'm leaving this pawn on f2 hanging.
Right.
So the move rook d2 with the idea a4, and the move f3 with two ideas. One idea of playing a4, messing up the majority on the queen side, and the other queen c3. I like Alex's position. He's ahead on the clock as well.
So f3 happened. It's on the board.
Did he? Okay.
And now Jesse has 15 minutes to kind of figure out how to continue. They have 10 more moves to make.
Exactly. Conversely, the moment I see the move f3, my eye has to be drawn to the king. And I find myself thinking about the move queen to c7 and knight to h5. I mean, again, from Jesse's point of view, like, where is his play? His play is connected with the move b4, but he's got to defend c4. So that's why I find myself drawn to queen c7 and b4, as well as knight h5. Again, a good fight still brewing in
By the way,
this
queen
one.
c7 is on the board.
Okay, so there you go, queen c7. Again, makes a lot of sense as both sides are trying to use their trumps to get the upper hand. One game that's really, really bothering me terribly is a game between Rochelle Wu and Rachel Lee. This
Why
game.
are you bothered, Yasser?
Well,
Yasser, what's bothering you about this game?
I'll tell you guys.
Share.
It's
Talk to us,
bothering me a great deal. And in fact, we can go back a long time. Rochelle played really nicely g4, and we got a position like this. And what do I find so attractive about White's position? The half-open g-file. So why is that important? Because check this out. We got this position, and what are you trying to do with White? Bishop f3,
rook
g1, double rooks, crunch, splat on g7. Maybe even after bishop f3, rook g1, rook g3, queen g2.
Yeah, we can triple on the g-file.
Open g-file, use the g-file. What does Rochelle do? Check it out, king b1. I'm okay with king b1. I'm not okay with bishop d4. Why did I play bishop d? Oops, excuse me. I'm not okay with bishop d4. What did Rochelle do next? You guessed it. She didn't play rook g. How do you not play rook g1? And this is where I'm getting tasered. Is like, finally, but she's lost like 1, 2, 3 tempi with
Also,
the bishop.
the black knight on e6 is actually guarding the g7, so it's better than the light square bishop that was there.
Exactly. So I thought that Rochelle had a very big advantage in this game. I think she spoiled her advantage. I think she stands worse at the moment. And
that pawn on a4 is going to be a weakness because black knight can go to c5 and just take it.
Well, it's not only that, but it's one of those things that, you know, if you ever get a situation where the queen ever... It's one of those where your queen slides over, you get to play b3, and it all goes incredibly well for Rachel. And I think Rochelle, again, just was dilly-dallying far too long, and now, she's just played the move rook c6, by the way.
It's black who's attacking.
Yeah.
Nothing is happening on the g-file.
No, not as long as that knight maintains his beautiful defense of the pawn on g7. I think that Rachel is in the driver's seat in this one. And what caught your eye?
So I want to go to the Women's Seniors Championships and take a look at the defending champion, Natalia Tsudikova against Beatrice Marinello, because we were really happy about her position.
Yes.
So how is that continuing?
It ended up in bishops of opposite color, and again, Beatrice has been trying to press matters on the king side, and Natalia has been trying to leave black with a weakness on either the b6 or the a7 square. I think both players have achieved what they wanted, but I still think it's easier to play Natalie's position because, darn it, her king is safer. And I think in bishops of opposite color, positions, it's all about who has the safer king. In this case, b6, I find myself drawn to the idea of opening up the b file so I can play rook to b8 check. She's taking her time.
We can also start with rook b4.
Rook to b4. Okay.
Ooh, the engine doesn't like it.
I didn't.
But I want to trade that rook.
Why does the rook bother you? If I play h3 here. Oh no, I blundered my rook. Oh my God. Oh, please don't take my pawn.
Those cheap tricks you want to checkmate me on g2.
I sure did. I was aiming in that general direction. But it just feels like on the other hand, if I start with b6, just for argument's sake, and you go h6, h3, now I've achieved exactly what I wanted. I've blasted open the b file. I was more or less...
After b6, black has to block it.
Exactly. Something like a5 maybe.
So instead of h3?
Yeah.
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 Maybe even a6, because I want to be guarding the b5 square, potentially for my bishop.
As an anchor. Makes sense. Be able to put the bishop... And I got this passed pawn, but maybe it's not so great on b6. All right, we're going to keep an eye on this one. And Alexei has already won, but Ivona, let's check. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Who's attacking whom and why? Just a second. These two bishops, but whoa, whoa, whoa.
That rook is now wanting to capture the pawn on a6.
Exactly. Am I playing knight c4?
I think you have to.
All right, let's give it a... But this bishop is doing a great job at defending d2. Take it. Take it. Now, white has got a very nice coordinated attack against the e6 pawn. And, well, looks like an extra pawn for Ivona here.
So actually, let me take it back. So I'm going to play knight b7.
Okay.
With the idea that after you take that pawn again,
with both
at least
hands.
I have knight c5.
Okay.
And my knight is guarding the pawn.
Actually, that makes a...
And also knight d3 could be a trick.
Yes, that makes a much, much more sense. I am... Whoa, knight b7, rook takes a6, and knight... No, I can't do what... I'm trying to make some kind of a sacrifice work with rook to b6, but I don't think I can do that. What is... I just want to see what this might be if I can get my bishop to e5. Yes, I don't get my bishop to e5. Yeah, knight b7 looks like a forced move, because otherwise rook takes a6 would just win the pawn for free.
Okay, but knight b7 is not happening.
Something
Jennifer
else.
played g5.
g5.
Attacking the bishop.
But doesn't that just like force the bishop to maybe a much better square than... then she steps in front of the pawn. Okay,
But
I understand.
I think now you take the knight and the pawn.
Like this, and like this.
Yes.
And that is an extra pawn, as we've
Because I'm
seen.
threatening also to take on e6, because then there's going to be a skewer.
Exactly. So it does look like Ivona, who won her first game, by the way, let's not forget, will be playing for first place. I think we're getting close to break territory, Katja.
Yeah, let's take a break, and during the break, You will be able to see the US juniors talking about what they learned about chess in the past year. Take a look.
Honestly, I think it's more my mentality and how I approach the game. I think a year ago I was less confident in my moves, and I think now I think I used to take a lot of time to calculate and overthink a lot, but now I think I feel like I can trust myself more and like play more on instinct.
I'm not sure, maybe my stability, because I'm more of a well-rounded player than I used to be. I don't know what my particular strengths or weaknesses are, and I'm overall a very balanced player in general.
I'd say it's not necessarily like a specific part of like the game itself, like the opening, middle game, or end game, but more of like the mentality going into the game. I think I'm a lot more like confident in my own play than I was before, and that kind of affects like the way I play throughout the game.
I think my strategic thinking is quite improved. I mean, because like chess players usually categorize it into like two things of like tactical and like positional. But I think I've like gotten like my positional, like strategic thinking up, like planning and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't think any of them improved, if I'm being honest, because I just haven't been playing.
Yeah, that's actually a tough question. I haven't thought about it too much, but I think I would say my opening flexibility. Because usually I play like one sin and I just keep playing it over and over, but now I think I've been like expanding my repertoire and like, you know, trying to like surprise my opponents before they surprise me.
I think over the past year I've improved my openings.
It's a good question. I don't know if I've improved too much since last year. I would have liked to improved a little bit more. I think I've gotten better at not being tilted after an unfortunate event, you know, like I can lose a bunch of games and still bounce back in a strong fashion, which I'm happy about. I've had multiple tournaments recently where I started less than ideally and I was able to kind of hold it together through the end of the event. So I'm hoping that can come to my advantage here.
I think opening, because before I had trouble memorizing lines and stuff, but now I think I've gotten better at it.
I would say, I'm not sure if it's an element of the game specifically, but maybe my resilience. I used to get really tilted and struggle after bad results, but I think I've gotten better at handling that.
Well, this past year I've worked on expanding my openings more so that I have different weapons, and it's more difficult for my opponents to prepare against me.
I would say time management. I'm much better at managing my time than before. So I'm gonna expose a bit of my secret goal this tournament, but my goal is to never be down on time, so yes.
I would say my positional play, because I've spent a lot of time trying to improve that part, which I think is one of my main, well, not only main, but questionable areas of my game, yeah.
I think my end games have improved significantly because over the past year I've played a lot more games and had a lot more tougher opponents, which meant a lot longer games, and that improved my stamina a lot and also my ability to grind out equal end games against strong players.
Maybe resiliency, at least I hope so, because I know the last year I've had some very bad results. In this tournament last year, I suffered a complete collapse in the second half of the tournament. I really hope I can avoid that.
I'd say that I've become a lot better in the middle game, specifically those dynamic type of positions where it starts to get sharp, and especially my time management as well has gotten a lot better.
Probably the middle game, because I feel like taking classes, I've been calculating more, and that has led me to gain some rating and improve a lot more.
Maybe something between openings or defense. I'm not sure in general what's improved the most. I think it varies a lot game to game.
I definitely would say middle game. I think that's more about tactical and like positional, like maneuvering your pieces around. I think that one. I mean, also opening, because I feel like opening is the most straightforward one, as it's just like lines and memorization. But I would also say the middle game, I think that one is the most, like the one that you have to use, like you have to think more on, which is what I've been practicing and been training.
Overall, I've improved on a lot of aspects. I've been trying to cover everything, but I guess, let's say, playing slower positions. Let's say that I think earlier I used to rely a bit too much on calculation. Nowadays, I'm trying to just like stay with the flow and sort of accept that I cannot see everything. But you also don't need to see everything, because actually playing chess is quite interesting, because there's two ways to approach this. Like earlier, what I used to do is I'd spend like, let's say, a lot of time in some position, 10-15 minutes, and I'd try to map out literally everything and then make my decision. But another more practical way to play is, let's say, if you spend 5, 6, 7 minutes, whatever, and you see, let's say, like 70%, but if you're still ending up on the same decision, this is the way to play, because you save a lot of time and energy, and you can also think on your opponent's time, which is quite valuable.
Welcome back to the U.S. Juniors and Seniors Championships Round 2.
Yeah, and we've got big, fast developments going on. But first, some results.
Let's take a look.
What do we have?
And we have the juniors. So 3 players won their games. Abhimanyu, Mishra, Andy Woodward, and Tani Adewumi in great style.
Just as we were coming on air, Kirk and Liam made a draw in their game. Evan and Brewington, even position. And other standings? Or is that the only one?
So maybe the girls juniors?
Right.
The women's seniors. Here we have one result so far. Alexei Ruth won against Catherine Dodson, and all the other games are still played.
Exactly. And in the seniors?
In the Senior Men Championship, here we have one result. Stuart Rachels drew against Gregory Kaidanov, and he's in clear first.
Some time ago, Vladimir and Joel, 2 players tied for first coming into the day. They're playing against each other. Still a balanced game going on there. And I think in the junior girls, we don't have any results. And I was, as we were coming on air, again, I'm looking at the game of Rochelle and Rachel, and Rochelle's bishop that was on c3, potentially eyeing an opportunity of going e5, e6, and opening at the time. She's put her bishop on f2, which is, the absolutely worst. It's a glorified pawn.
And the black queen, as you said, is going after that a4 pawn.
Exactly. You never want to see, with a pawn on b3, a queen landing on the a4 square. And I think Rachel is just taking over this whole game. So
because the problem is once white captures the queen, let's just take a look. Queen takes
b4.
Pawn takes. Now the a file opened. And c3 is coming too, but there are just issues everywhere.
Exactly, you just said it. A file open and potential of checkmate. And again, I think she's just played bishop e1. Feels like it's all gone terribly, terribly wrong for Rochelle. She just didn't have a good understanding of what she was supposed to do in the position, and she's just been playing back and forth with her bishop for some time, instead of taking advantage of the half-open g-file. A game we haven't seen too much of is, let's go to the game of Chloe and Irene for a moment, because Chloe's position is this model of harmony, right? Tripled on the f-file, bishop beautifully centralized on e4, knight on c3, protecting the pawn on d5. Irene's pieces are kind of a gobsmacked, just all over the board, nothing in harmony. And Chloe has just an overwhelming position at the moment. I think she's well on her way to victory.
Tripled pieces on the F file.
Fantastic, fantastic. And now, after, well, bishop takes d5 might allow rook. No, rook takes c3. I still have an intermezzo. So, in fact,
I still might prefer to take with the knight. No?
Not me. I would love to drop my knight. I mean, my whole career, I've been trying to maneuver my way to f6, but it looks overwhelming. I don't know how she got it.
So many chances here to just push for win.
But she's got it.
Guys, we have a draw in the game between Brewington Hardaway and Evan Park.
Okay, so that finishes up the junior section today with all 5 results. And for Evan, victory in round 1 against Alice Lee, a draw today. He was one of the lower-rated seeds in the tournament.
And he also started with 2 blacks.
Ooh, and that, exactly, he won with
that. That's very good.
Very good. Kirk, by the way, he drew number 1. He got the 2 whites.
Yes.
Did Kirk, but only 2 draws. He did very well last year, did Kirk. So a bit of a dark horse. Touch it? Where would you like us to go?
So let's go to the Seniors Championship. Alexander Onischuk against Jesse Kraai.
Yeah.
What developments do we have there?
Well, in fact, the last move we saw was the move Queen c7, which made a great deal of sense. And after Queen to c7, Alex said, okay, Queen to d2. Now that my pawn on f3 is nicely defended, I'm setting up for a possible queen to d6, king to g7. In case your queen got to d6, Jesse wanted his knight protected. And don't tell me, no, queen c3, queen e5, rook to d2. That was a bit unexpected. h5, and we've caught up with the players.
Black is starting this attack on the king side.
Kind of menacing a little bit. The move h4. At the moment, I'm just wondering, what am I supposed to do as white? Playing for a4, playing for an active rook. Let's say I do this. Queen takes d6, rook takes d6, rook to d6. Yay. Idea of rook to c6 and maybe a4. Huh?
Okay, then I want to play b4, but I'm worried about my pawns just being picked up by the white rook.
Yeah, becoming a target. But on the note that you're saying, and I think that this is a bad play for Jesse, there's no reason that he has to, go whole hog into this. This isn't one of those rook and 4 versus rook and 3. The presence of the bishop and the knight doesn't make this an automatic easy draw or something like this. I would say that Jesse should not be, rushing into such an ending. And let's take a snapshot of Jesse Kraai.
So Grandmaster Jesse Kraai, 54 years old, USCF rating 2480, and US senior rank 15th.
Why do they say 54 years old? 54 years young. Very nice.
He played he played last year and the year before, right?
And he has come to St. Louis as a Grandmaster in residence.
But Yasser, I have maybe a blunder alert in the Seniors Championship. Let's take a look at the game of Joel Benjamin and Vladimir Akopian, because I feel like Vladimir just trapped a rook.
We left it more or less in this type of position at least, and I was saying that Joel is trying to fidget around on the king side. What he'd really like to do is to establish his h-pawn on the square h5 so that he could play rook to g3 and not have to suffer a bishop on g6, immobilizing him. So let's catch up with the players. Okay, first of all, Vladimir was tickling the pawn on e5, and he provoked the move f4. Queen came back, and so far it all looks pretty good until we get here.
The problem
Say
is
what? Rook h6.
Well, he's saying that after you take on h5, I go f5, and there's no way for you to get out of that bind. You have to go
Queen
Queen
F8.
f8. I go f6. By the way, that rook was taken. f5 has continued. We're expecting queen to f8 quite quickly. I guess this is the position that Joel just
Take the knight and bishop g6.
assessed as winning for him, or at least a good version for him. But rook takes d4, bishop g6 is just...
I think he just
That's a
simply
piece up.
oversaw it.
That's a piece up.
I mean, in his mind eye, he had f6 followed by rook g7 signing the score sheet.
That's it.
But bishop
And by the way,
g6...
we have to take rook takes d4, because if we don't, and if we play first bishop g6,
Right.
Then knight takes e6 is a problem.
Precisely.
Let's
Maybe
just
even
move
rook
back.
takes g6
Mhm.
first.
Yeah. So,
if bishop g6 now to stop that rook g7, then knight takes e6.
and then...
Maybe even rook takes g6 first.
Or even rook takes g6.
Yeah.
But taking the knight takes away all of that option for Joel. Rook
And
takes
this is
d4.
just a piece up. After bishop to g6, you're going to have king to h7, and that's it. Rook takes d4 is on the board. Joel just shook his head, understanding precisely what just happened. He missed this. Bishop g6 is coming next, and Akopian.
Well,
fulminant start for Akopian.
I must say, it's one of those blind spots that's so easy. I've fallen myself victim to this often. You look at a position like this, and the pawn on f5 is in the way of the bishop. Bishop on e4 to bishop on e4 to g6. You think it's not possible.
Mm-hmm.
You just don't see this retreat. You get to this position, and you're so enthusiastic about your own position. You're thinking rook g7 and queen takes h6.
Just one tempo. Just give me one tempo.
And then bishop g6, and it's just like the cold shower. It's like, oh no. Now black's next move is going to be something like king h7, then his queen will be released, and there you go. He's just played bishop g6. This was a gift. Vladimir will be the first to say, I didn't like my position so much. I didn't think it was terrible, but yeah. Joel just blundered this move, bishop g6. He calculated from afar and missed this great defense. So expecting that. Game we haven't really seen much of is the game between Alexander Shabalov and Alexander Goldin. The championships of the Alexanders is going to continue for some time in the seniors. Lots of Alexes here. And again, it feels like one of those King's Indian types of positions. Although black has play of his own, I would say, here. It's not all just play on one goal for white.
Black has the c file.
Yeah.
Guarding a lot of stuff on the king side, getting space on the queen side.
Exactly, exactly. I'm not saying that it's completely something to worry about. But g5, knight g5, attacking the pawn on e4, maybe menacing a sacrifice on h3 is something that Shabalov may have to keep an eye out for. I would personally not be very happy with my rook on d1 and maybe offer to trade on c1 so that I can play knight to c3. I'm going to call this a balanced game and look at the game of Alex Fishbein, Igor Novikov versus Alex Fishbein. Oh, picking up a rook and pawn ending. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So black has an extra pawn.
Extra pawn, ugly double pawns. I'm saying that this is much closer to a draw than it is for a win for Fishbein with his extra pawn. Okay, Katja, you're up.
So I
Where
think
are
it's
we
time
going?
to go to the juniors championship.
That's all
Maybe
done.
let's check in with Rose Atwell,
Ah.
the top-ranked player in the girls juniors championship.
Sure, the girls, absolutely. And She's up against Jasmine, and for some time, we left it with this rook capturing on c7. I'm going to go back. Rose had played knight. Remember when Rose played knight c6, rook c2, and Rose allowed the capture of the pawn on c7. And now suddenly I'm not that big a fan anymore. Before, there was some very nice coordination by Rose. She had the rook on the f-file, the queen on the f-file, and now I'm not seeing this. I'm kind of liking Jasmine's position. Now White is ready to play d5, knight e7, queen d4, and who's playing here? Who do you feel is pushing? Isn't Jasmine pushing a little bit here? Oh, she's just captured on d6. I thought it was time for her
I
to
think
play
that
knight.
bishop on a7 still looks a little dangerous.
Yeah.
Putting pressure on that diagonal.
Okay. Was expecting knight c4. She did not play that. Jasmine captured on d6. And rook to d2.
d5.
d5. And, well, pretty balanced. A moment ago, I was going to say that Black's king was slightly more vulnerable. Now I'm thinking, well, actually, Rose is the one who has the more dangerous passed pawn in the position. So maybe a smidge better for Rose, but nothing great for our favorite, our rating favorite, Rose in this game.
Let's take a look on the game between Iris Mo and Zoe Tang.
Yeah, that's been a game that's been very hard for us to call. At first, we really liked Iris's pawn sacrifice, gave her a long-term initiative, the two bishops, and slowly, up until this exact moment. By the way, I noticed that Iris is down to 5 minutes and Zoe is under 3. Let me just, what move number is this?
33rd.
Okay. A lot of moves still to go, and time trouble rearing its ugly head here. How do we like the position? Like we've liked the extra pawn for some time. That's still the case?
It's still looking good. The only thing is Zoe has only 2 minutes.
That's a
2 minutes, 40 seconds.
I cognited
for
on that.
7 moves, that's a lot of moves. Okay, we have a move.
And
Iris just played. I think we have more moves in this game.
Not getting an update. Maybe you are? Sorry. Not getting the update. So, what do you have?
Yeah, I have move f3 just being played.
Well, in fact, you've got quite a number of moves that I don't have.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're going to go back. Just h5, queen f7, g4, takes on g4. Sorry, I'm just going to go quickly to get to the current position. And I would say Zoe's made enormous strides. White's king has become much weaker with these trades.
And this move, queen f6, is signaling that she wants to move her knight from e7, probably to d5, maybe to f4 afterwards, but making sure the queen is defending the pawn on c6.
Exactly. As well as maybe even defending the pawn on e5 as well. No, I think Iris is actually on the back foot on this one. This has gone very well for Zoe with less time on her clock. And again, what move are they on? 30-something?
Now it's 34th.
So 6 more moves to go. The players get 30 minutes extra once they've completed their 40th move. Yeah. And rook c1, trying to keep the knight honest, by the way. not allowing knight to d5 to e3. Zoe says, I insist. I definitely want to play knight to d5, and I definitely want to keep guardian of the pawn on c6. Knight d5 on e. I don't see how Iris is going to stop this. Once a knight lands on e3 or f4, as you said, it's play on one goal.
And
Black
what's
is
the
having
bishop on d2 doing? It's really hard for white to find cooperation between her pieces.
The bishop might look good on g4, but it's actually not that great. It's just defending a pawn on f3, if kind of a glorified defender.
I think we will need to go with some a4, b5, trying to open up the c file.
Yeah.
So the rooks at least go for some backrank stuff.
Exactly. In fact, for some time now, I've been expecting that Iris was going to advance her pawn to b5. Somewhere along the line, she let things slip away. And now she's getting close to 3 minutes and under. Do you see a good move? I'm struggling. I
think a4. I would just play a4.
Yeah, I don't like my queen on g2 either. I was thinking maybe queen to e2 with the idea of queen to e4 so that when the knight gets to d5, I will be hitting c6. She's played the move rook c5, and her idea after knight to d5 might be crickets.
I think you just move a rook.
Right? But the other thing, I guess bishop a7, she does have rook here. It's one of those, you always look for those pawn breakthroughs. But I'm guessing knight d5 is Zoe's move here, as Zoe will look to, as you say, bring the knight to either f4 or e3. Great outpost for the knight.
I think, Cristian, what caught your eye?
Well, staying with the girls section, I think we are just about to see another result, and it does seem like Rochelle is in big, big trouble right now. They went into the endgame, and the endgame is hopeless, in fact, for white. 2 pawns down, but more importantly, you have no compensation for it. Maybe we can see that on the board and take a look at this. Rochelle sort of understands exactly what is happening. Rook takes h5 was the last move. No compensation, not enough pieces to create any sort of ideas in the position. And Black's play is very simple right now. I'm just going to move the rook down and then start pushing the pawn. h5, h4, and keep going all the way to promotion. Rook to h1.
Yeah.
And again, it just takes forever for white to do anything in the position. She just played bishop to a5. It doesn't help much. Rook to h1 is the simple play. If you try to go for king to c3, I can even throw in a check with rook to c1. You're not even capturing that pawn. So I think this one is going Rachel Lee's way, and that's going to mean she strings her second victory back-to-back.
Exactly.
Sorry to jump in, but wasn't Rachel Lee also yesterday winning with rook and knight against a rook and bishop?
Rook and bishop versus rook and knight.
Bruce Atwell. Okay,
she had the bishop yesterday.
Correct.
Now she has the knight. Obviously, it's something that she enjoys. Rook knight or rook bishop versus rook knight or rook bishop. This imbalance, it seems like maybe she has worked in advance. Maybe it's what she's looking for, but it's definitely something that she's handling very well.
Well, I think all players really do, at a certain moment of their career, make a concerted effort to learn their endings very, very well. And the idea is, once you've really mastered endgame play, it provides you this confidence that you know, once you get through the middle game and you see an endgame that's favorable for you, you're just convinced that you're always going to win the favorable endgame positions. Well, guess what? 2 extra pawns. Rachel is absolutely cruising in this one, and she did play the move rook h1. Cristian, as you prescribed it, getting ready to push the h-pawn.
Well, again, sometimes in most positions you have something to attack.
Yeah, there's
in your opponent's camp.
Yeah.
In here you have nothing. That knight on e6 is protecting absolutely everything. There's no way to infiltrate with your rook to even give a check against my king.
Right.
So you just have to sit and wait. You're 2 pawns down.
Well,
you can safely resign at this point. Like,
I hate waiting.
Nobody would be mad about it.
I personally would, if I was in white shoes, go for a position like this, and maybe resign after the move rook c2. But I mean, I can't just sit there and watch the h pawn trundle down the board.
She just played rook to f2. Now, knight coming to c5.
Oh.
With tempo, that looks pretty decisive as well.
Oh.
Why not? Let's put the knight on e4.
Well, the knight on e6 was a great blockader. On e4 is going to be a great attacker. Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And look at that checkmate, possible checkmate. Knight to c5, if you try to go rook to e2, in the middle of the board.
And by the way, we have a result. Chloe Go won against Irene Faye.
Was that the wonderful harmony of...
Look at that checkmate right there.
That's a pretty one. And there we do see...
That was those pawns in the center, bishop tripled pieces on the f-file.
Let's see the
Knight to
breakthrough.
c5 is on the board. Let's see the end of that.
Oh, sorry.
I think Rachel...
Knight c5
Rachel
just
Lee
played.
is probably going to finish that one, yes.
Oof, oof.
Yeah.
Rook to g2 was played by Rochelle.
Now, this was a game that Rochelle really, she will kick herself because she definitely had good attacking chances. The crazy part was once she opened up the g-file favorably for herself to go after Rachel's king, she never doubled.
She somehow forgot about it. She focused so much on the queen side, worrying what's going to happen, how her opponent is going to go after her, when she had a chance to go after her opponent. But by the way, here, I think we just play knight e4 and then push c3.
Precisely, yeah. That's the best way to do it.
Ouch.
That's it. Our pawn is just going to the promotion.
Yeah, again, so many endgames can be answered. Who has the advantage? Well, who has the more dangerous pass pawn? And in this case, the pawn on e5 passed is not dangerous.
And we have a result here. Joel Benjamin lost to Vladimir Akopian. That was this rook sacrifice and just missing one intermediate move. Rook takes d4.
One crucial defensive move, bishop to g6. And that was all she wrote. Kind of the cold shower there. Again, I'm just going to refresh my board. Rachel has not yet played the move knight e4.
Players are trying to analyze very quietly.
Yeah. Always says. And no, she... and I think she actually didn't play...
And handshake. So congratulations to Rachel Lee, who started the tournament with 2 blacks and 2 wins.
Impressive. 2 blacks and 2 wins. Very, very nice indeed. And again, Rochelle's just left me really puzzled, scratching my head. Why did she dilly-dally so long? Big victory for Rachel Lee.
But for Rachel with black, she didn't get great positions out of the opening. In fact, she was worse in both games. But then she turns it around. She outplays her opponents, which is a very good sign generally for a tournament. And she's not allowing herself to get into losing positions by any means, which would be a bad sign, and then you get lucky. Just slightly worse, and then slowly outplays her opponents. That bears very well for her chances to win the national championships.
Well, again, winning against Rose Atwell in the first round, 2 wins with the black club, pretty impressive.
And guess whose pick she is? Okay, it's mine. You don't have to think too long. Yes, in fact, maybe we can see the predictions.
Later,
I don't think we've checked that in a while.
We don't feel like we want to see it, Cristian, so let's...
Not quite. By the way, did they make their time control? I'm talking especially about Iris and Zoe. Have they made their time control?
Yes, white only. White played rook b2, which is move 40.
Okay, by the way, after rook c5, Zoe said, you know what? I see what you're going to do. You want to bring your rook over to a5, menace, rook takes a6. I'm going to stop you. I'm going to play bishop c7. And after a4, I'm going to drive your rook back and play knight to d5, rook to e8. Oh, wild horses couldn't have stopped me from playing knight e3 here. I just love that outpost. And if you want to take it, open up my bishop. She has played rook e8. That made the time control? Did Zoe
No,
make
not yet. She needs one more move. Rook b2,
b2.
and now knight c3. Okay, they made a time control.
A trick. You can't take that knight, and I'm sure Zoe is greedily eyeballing that pawn on a4. I'm sure knight c3 was intended to go after the a pawn. Iris in trouble here. Iris made the time control, but I don't think she's going to like the resulting position.
So if I just move queen to g2?
Queen to g2. Queen to g2.
I'm not sure if I'm so worried about you capturing my pawn on a4.
Mm-hmm. You're not so worried. Again, I always look at these breakthroughs with e5, e4. I'd like there to be more than what I'm seeing, but may I just have a brief look?
Okay, I feel like it's helping me. So, no, f pawn takes.
You know, I was only focused on, I apologize, I was only focused on d3. It takes on e4, and then I was going to play d3 check and knight e2. No, of course I'm not
going to open your
Okay,
bishop.
knight takes a4, rook a2, knight c3 back, rook takes a6. Did I benefit at all by doing this? I'm not sure I did. Maybe I helped white?
I think my rooks are doing something.
Yeah, maybe I helped white.
But then how do you want to... Because I don't think you have e5 to open up the position. I actually think maybe just it's time to go back with the knight somewhere else.
Well, this rook, I would love to bring that rook. Ooh, my eye just spotted an opportunity. Do I have an opportunity playing g6? I mean, these rooks are a little bit offsides, aren't they? Can I play for an open g file?
So if I go...
Maybe.
I'm thinking that I would like to go king f2 and actually rook h1 if you open the file.
Right.
But I don't have time for that.
King f2. I think in that case,
Yeah.
the move e4, and there's no f3 takes e4. So just because these rooks are a little bit offsides, I would find myself drawn to that. Another move, I'm kind of attracted to it, queen h4. And that was where, once I played queen h4, I was close to the g pawn. I could play g6. We're going to keep an eye on this one. And again, I'm going to switch now back over to the ladies, senior ladies, as I think Natalia is doing great against Beatrice. She's got that open b. Remember, Beatrice was the one playing for the king side attack. Natalie was the one playing for the queen side. And I think this last move, let me just take this last move back so I can see
this one
what
looks
happened.
definitely great for Natalia, but
you right?
It's not that easy, right?
Why?
With the opposite color bishops, you know, anything can happen. Rook 1 to b7, okay.
Rook to b7. I guess you have to play rook takes. Wait, have I got this right?
Okay.
Oh. I'm having some blind spots. I do apologize. I was going to play rook takes d7 check and pick up your e-pawn, but you've got king g6. Oops. So let's start with this move. Now where do you go?
Now I have to go rook d8?
Right. If you go king e8, then I would play rook a7 so I can play rook b8. So rook comes here, and now I'm looking for...
But probably still a rook a1, just doubling up the rooks.
Makes a lot of sense. But as we pause for just a moment our analysis, we actually have a very special guest in studio, Cristian.
Vladimir, welcome back to the studio. Congratulations on yet another victory against a player that was definitely game. He won the first game as well. This seemed to become, you know, a contender as well in this tournament. How did you approach this one? What type of game were you looking to get?
Okay, well, not much to be said about this game. Somehow we got, but this is like position, pretty famous position, pretty boring. I don't think that actually Black has much to worry about in that position in general, but he should be careful. For me, main worry was I was like not afraid, but somehow my concerns was only that if White somehow like takes possession of the A file, and so I was. You see that I was delaying this A takes before. Only when it was more or less clear for me that it's a pretty long way for this rook from E3, E1, E1. Because I believe positionally only this is the like threat. Because to mate Black's king here is impossible with such a like powerful bishop. So I don't think that Black had like worries. Maybe somewhat worse at some position, but somehow I was pretty calm about everything. Of course, after F4, Black should be fine. I believe it's like, but of course, let's say F4, Queen E7. I was expecting, of course, Rook G3, Rook E1, and again maybe at some point Rook A1. But still, now Black will definitely have counterplay with all these F4 weaknesses with strong bishop on E4. But like I was during this game, I was almost always ready to repeat moves because I never actually considered that Black can like claim anything here.
And then this situation came, and he played Rook H5.
Yeah, Rook G5 actually, Rook H5. But I don't know what to do after H6 already. F5 or what? Because after H6 it seems like already.
Maybe just go back.
Back Bishop F5, yeah.
And then just sacrifice the exchange.
Yeah, okay, this is possible. Yeah, of course. But why play Rook G5 in general in this case? Yeah, just back maybe Rook E3 again.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah, Rook E3, Rook G3. Why sacrifice? And because White is very solid and Black is not worse here, but definitely not better. Yeah.
I think he just got very excited about the prospects of this attack.
Rook H5,
right?
yeah. No. Somehow after H6, I thought that White is already in trouble. I don't know. Possible to sacrifice an exchange, of course, but like.
Did you understand immediately that this simply doesn't work?
No. I just felt that this cannot work. This just cannot work, and like such Rook H5 adventurous way should not work. I mean, because okay, I did not do anything wrong to be punished like this.
Exactly. And you do have a few ways to deal with this, but of course Rook takes D4 is by far.
Yeah, I believe Bishop G6 also wins, no?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
because too much material. Rook G6, F6, Knight E6, Queen F7, but I believe it should be lost, yeah?
It's definitely a fight.
Yeah,
okay, it's much more of a fight than the other one.
Yeah, sure, yeah, of course. Yeah, if there is this intermediate Rook takes D4, yeah, better I use this, of course.
I think that was very well spotted, and after that, clean execution. Vladimir, this was a great game and obviously a good start for you in this event. How are you feeling about your chances? How are you feeling about the general shape that you're displaying so far?
I don't play much these years. Yeah, maybe once a year only, almost. Yeah, here this tournament. That's so like pretty rusty.
But you coach a lot, right? So I would assume that helps as well.
Coaching, yeah, of course. But I mean, like individual play, like over the board play, of course, is totally different. And somehow I feel rusty, as I believe many players in our tournament, because. And so I just try, exactly like other players in our tournament, senior tournament, to be like safe, yeah, to play safe, more safe, so that nothing happens. And this is what I was doing actually today. Just trying not to make some gross mistake or something like this. Yeah, how it happens. So just this was the idea. Yeah, not to like go wrong at some totally wrong, because it's. I mean, it happened with me also during this tournament. Like maybe some 3 years ago, some tournament when I was like trying to overreach or something like this. No, today you saw yourself that I was just trying to make some solid moves, solid decisions. Yeah, and then somehow I got this luck.
Well, so far the strategy seems to be paying off handsomely. Congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Vladimir, indeed. Let's take a look at the standings. Let's start with the seniors and see how Vladimir's victory has changed.
Well, his victory made him clear first for the first rank with perfect score so far. Then we have to draw Stuart Rachel's, Alexander Page-Bain, Gregory Kaidanov, and Igor Novikov.
Rating favorite Alexander Onischuk still hard at work in his game against Jesse Kraai. We think that might be a draw as well. And in the girls.
Yes, we had big result. Rachel Lee, she won her second game. Also perfect score, clear first. And Chloe Go won her game and she's tied for second.
We always think about these things, but winning with the black pieces.
Twice in a row.
That's really good. That's a good thing, right, Cristian?
Absolutely, absolutely. And we do have indeed Rachel Lee here with us. Rachel, welcome back to the studio. As Yasser was just painting a beautiful picture. 2 victories with the black pieces from difficult positions, I might add. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling relieved that I managed to win this game because I feel like straight out of the opening something was wrong. Feel like White just had like possibly a huge attack, and I was like pretty scared that she would be able to break through the king side. But I'm glad that I managed to defend, and yeah.
That's sort of how we were feeling as well, especially down the G file. But then it felt like suddenly she became very concerned with the queen side, right?
Yeah.
And completely forgot about her own attack on the G file. Once you set up this knight on e6, you must have felt quite secure.
Yes, this knight was defending everything, I think. Defending g7, White's not able to really break through anywhere. Even e4, I was like kind of concerned about e4, but it's not really a threat. f4 is hanging. And then I'm like much faster over here.
And that's the thing I think you kept all throughout the game, the speed of execution on the queen side, and I think that mattered a lot. At what point did you feel like you're finally breaking through and you felt secure in your chances to win it?
I think around when I actually got my knight, she traded off the bishops.
Yeah.
And it was like the attack is like gone on the king side, so I'm just gonna be pressing forever in this game.
Yeah, you felt like you're breaking through
right, because I'm like clinging to the pawn as well.
And you're also up on time, so
yes.
You were able to put some pressure on the clock.
Yes, and the end game is just dead lost.
Dead lost, and in fact, we were looking at the position and we were trying to find something for White to attack, but there's absolutely nothing to attack. No pawns can be targeted at all. It was just smooth sailing, I would say. How are you feeling so far? How is did your brother congratulate you already? Or?
No, not yet. I need to go back to the room, but I'm feeling good. But obviously there's still a long way ahead, but hopefully I can keep this up.
Well, Rachel, congratulations. Two victories with the black pieces. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Rachel. Very impressive. These round-robin tournaments, they're stressful, and winning with the black pieces is just such a confidence builder. Somebody is going to have to say, would you please stop, Rachel? I mean, at a certain moment, it gets out of hand. Staying with the girls' championship for just a moment, and Zoe and Iris, you know, the knight on c3 looks good, but knight on e3 looks better. You know, I'm just thinking that when Zoe, it was the end of the time control, just going back just a couple of moves, I think just at the end of the time control, when she played the move knight c3, in her mind's eye, this was great, she's attacking the queen, attacking the a-pawn. But now, once we've got here to this position, oh, she actually retreated her queen. She still likes the knight on c3. I was about to say, I think with the benefit of a little bit of thinking time on the clock, she might retreat the knight and then drop the knight on e3, where I think it stands much stronger. She just dropped back with her queen.
Which is defending the bishop on b6 if it's necessary, and maybe she's thinking about shuffling the rooks to the f file to really push for that e4 move that you wanted in the first place, but we are worried about the recapturing with the f pawn, which now will not be possible.
That's a good point. Again, if I just make some random moves for just a moment, and we can see what Zoe would be preparing, which is a breakthrough like this, and especially now that she's doubled on the f file, knight takes e4 would be ideal. So obviously Iris has to be aware of that. And
she may not even need to double up the rooks.
No,
right? She just needed to move the queen away, so the rook on f8 is going to do the job. And now we are threatening to push e4.
I'm no fan. Please, don't. I'm no fan of White's position, but in view of everything we've just discussed, getting off the f file, maybe on a good day, threatening queen takes e5, maybe on a very, very good day, bishop takes rook g2, bishop takes h6, rook g2, trying to get something going. Again, I'm not a big fan of this bishop on g4 either. Put it on g6. It would be anchored. There'd be some attack. Right now, this bishop for me is just a defensive piece. And I don't like White's position. So our defending champion, Zoe, in good shape so far for the second round. I'm going to go back to the seniors and back to the game between Onischuk and Jesse Kraai, because that was one of those bishop versus knight positions, right, that we're having. And let's see, let me catch up with the players. And the last move, rook a6. Okay, a little confusing. I was 100% sure that White was playing for f4, f5, and let's go.
Right, but maybe with rook a6, I'm looking at rook h6. And I want to invite your king to go to g7, because maybe then f4 is going to be actually stronger.
Okay. You've become a real pawn grabber. I'm very proud of you. Rook h6. Jesse, on his side of the board, he's looking at his counterplay is based on getting his a pawn moving. I'm wondering, should I really be spending the time defensively playing knight g8, or should I be going a4 and let you go ahead? Yes? Shall we have a quick look?
So king g7 is on the board.
King g7 is on the board. Apologies. Okay, king g7. Well, again, I mean, how do I resist playing f4? Can I resist playing f4?
I think if I don't play f4, then...
What am I doing?
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, I mean, I see f5 as being a massive threat. So either you play rook f1 or you take. I don't think you play a move like g4 and I go f5. I don't think you're happy.
But I don't think I want to take and then
help my king
g3 and
exactly
kind of undouble your pawns. So rook f1.
Okay, do me a solid with rook f1. That is a good move. Annoying. Okay. f5, knight takes f5, rook f6 is a fail. There's no pin. Knight e3. So I can't play f5. No, I think rook f1 is a very good move. I think that's enough, in fact, to draw the game.
So rook a7.
Rook a7. Weren't we just here? I think we were just here. So it's a repeating of the position if Jesse plays king f8.
King f8 on the board.
To be honest, it's going to be very difficult to make something happen in this position. If you go f4,
yeah, that was
then
what I
you
thought.
just take, and then rook to a4 is a problem. So
Gotcha. Rook to a4 is the problem.
it feels like it, right?
Yeah, no.
This simplifies the position well enough.
Simple.
I don't see it.
No.
I don't think Alex has a way to continue his offense in this one.
Right. Well, good defense by Jesse.
Very good defense.
Just
Very good defense.
tip
I
your
think
hand.
h5 was very well timed. I think that was a crucial move because it sort of forced White's hand at that point.
By the way,
White was just-
f4 is on the board. We are not repeating.
I think Alexander just wants to make sure his opponent finds the move rook a4, and then after something like bishop f3, rook takes f4,
Okay, so I
rook
understand
takes
what he wants.
a5.
Rook to a8,
Yeah,
king g7, f5. That's his idea.
right. Makes sense.
Because now if you take on e4, you lose after f6.
That would be that would be an unfortunate way of losing. That is for sure. Probably f6.
f6 might be what he should be going for.
Right.
Now if you go rook to
Unless
a8,
now I have bishop c2.
I've got to check. Hee.
rook h4.
Oh, you have rook.
And rook g4 is the problem.
And then I get to take the pawn and I was playing Eugenio Torre, and it was one of those games where some advantage was going back and forth, and I made a move which allowed him to equalize, and he just he let out this very deep breath, a deep sigh. I was like, King g7, pardon me, rook a4, excuse me, let's do this again. This is the current position. This is the live position. We just played the move f4. We're expecting Jesse to capture on f4, gf, rook a4, and that should be enough to draw the game, which does it make a difference if I push my pawn right away? No, because you have knight c8 as a trick. You can actually
I can just take the bishop, yeah.
Yeah, and then knight c8 against check. You can go knight c8 and then make a draw like this. You don't have to go king g7 and let me play f6. So that game should be a draw. And how about in the girls section, our tournament favorite, Jasmine versus Rose Atwell. Rose Atwell came in, I want to say, almost as a prohibitive favorite. She's had a fantastic year, so much so that she's made the U.S. Women's Olympic team for the first time, and she will be our fourth board on the U.S. Olympic, along with Alice Lee, who is also playing here. And the last few moves, well, Jasmine 3 versus 3. This looks pretty balanced. By the way, isn't that a dirty trick that Rose has just played?
Queen takes b5.
Exactly.
Yep.
You're like, please take my pawn. Queen takes b5, queen takes g3, and that's the heartache.
Game over, checkmate in 2 moves.
Yeah, that's the heartache. So what did Jasmine do? Say, I'm not going to allow myself to make even the possibility of the blunder. And so I'm guessing if Rose plays queen to d4, knight to d3, defending the checkmate, b4, we can go into a queen ending, which I think is hopelessly drawn, by the way, after
We
knight
have
takes.
queen c6 on the board.
What do we have on the board? Queen c6? I'm going to refresh my board, sorry. Queen c6. Defending the pawn, maybe looking at this. Defending b5 and queen h1. Again, knight d3 or king
g1,
king
just
g1.
back.
I'd actually like to put this bishop to sleep. Knight to d3. The knight belongs on this beautiful square d3 where it will protect the pawn on f2. I'm not even worried about queen checks anymore. Queen check, king e2, queen e4 check, king.
Goes back.
And maybe even I'll play h4 at some day and play just on the light squares with my pieces. So this game looks very, very drawn. And, well, Megan is winning her game against Amy. A few extra pawns, right?
Looks like 2 extra pawns, but
Okay.
White is going to lose one of them.
Well, let's take this one. But then after h4, the way I see it, White's going to have an extra pawn, the more active king and the more active rook.
Black has to go rook a6.
Well, the thing is, I don't think you can
Yeah.
stop the king either from coming there because your king is paralyzed right now as black on g8.
Right.
So in fact, I'll activate my king if you allow me to, and I'll keep my rook on the f file and just win it like that.
Yeah, that makes, yeah, the rook on the f file, just keeping the black king in a kind of a prison. Is it Amy who's all of 12 years old playing in
Yeah,
her
I believe so. She's the
first
youngest participant.
girls? Wow, 12. That's crazy good.
She already has a lot of accomplishments because she medaled at the World Girls Championship under 10. You know, it's.
Did she? Do you know what medal she won?
I believe it was silver.
Not bad. Fantastic. We just have another result in the senior section as Igor Novikov and Alexander Fishbein drew their game. Alexander Fishbein, defending champion with the white pieces. With the black pieces, I beg your pardon, made a draw.
So we have last game remaining in the seniors championships.
And that's Shabalov versus, no, well, still, I think you're thinking like me that Jesse already made a draw.
Oh, they're still playing.
They're still
Correct.
playing, but yes. Alexander Shabalov and Alexander Goldin. What's going on in this game? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. I'm
So
seeing an
black
extra
is
in exchange.
up.
What happened? Shouldn't this just be winning for? How did Black turn this around? Because I actually thought that Shabalov was for choice somewhere back. Well, where did it go? No, we were in a situation. Yes, somewhere here, I thought Shabalov was. You play rook c1, you play knight c3, but something went wrong, and well, was that a poison
Capturing
pawn?
his pawn.
Well, I can't blame him for losing the game by wanting to. The knight got kind of hung up. Like, how are we rescuing this knight? And the answer was, we're not. Yikes. And this is how he ended up losing an exchange and getting the inferior position that we now have on the board. Wow, that was a knight takes h5, going for it. And a snapshot of Alexander Goldin.
Yeah, Grandmaster Alexander Goldin, 62 years old, USCF rating 2594 and third in the US senior rank.
And I was just seeing those statistics that Ben was showing us that he had, for quite a number of years, been in the world's top 100. In his prime, he was definitely a force to be reckoned with. Both of them were actually in their prime. And let's see, Natalie versus Beatrice. Again, terrible position for
Well, just to
Beatrice.
interject in that regard, there was one moment in which Beatrice could have saved this game. A move ago.
Only
just
one
a move ago. So after rook to b7, doubling up on the 7th rank, obviously the main idea being that if you take on c5, I take on d7, and then I set up everything that's
standard checkmate.
not right with your position on the 7th rank.
Right.
And it looks deadly. The
Right.
problem is you have a saving grace in this position to exchange one pair of rooks with rook to a5, and you're forcing the exchange of that pair of rooks. So after rook to a5, if you go into this endgame, now I have f4 coming, and your pawn on e5 is suddenly weak in the position.
Gotcha.
You can start giving checks. I go to f8, not d8, because if you go to d8, then that would allow me to get my rook out of dodge, and we're not
safety.
going to exchange the rooks.
Right.
So you go to f8, you continue checking, I go to g8. You can take another pawn with rook takes f5, but again, you're losing the pawn on e5. It's still 3 versus 2, but this is the best chance that you can ever see in this position.
Right.
And in fact, is objectively just a draw right now. Despite the fact that white has an extra pawn, this is just a draw right now.
Even with the two connected.
Even with 2 connected, it feels like the
Wow.
pressure on c3, and I think this is what makes the difference in the position. The pressure on c3, the fact that I will go rook to e3, and I have this shield of pawns, e6 and d5, that can help me in the position.
I think we need your
We don't have
analysis
my
board.
analysis board, it seems like.
Your analysis board was. But that, by the way, rook a5 is one of those invisible moves. Yesterday we had an invisible move, that rook f3, when it was rook and bishop versus rook.
Yes. So she missed the opportunity. Rook to g7 was played. And look at the position. She's completely stuck.
Yeah.
This rook cannot go anywhere.
Beatrice is tied.
This rook cannot escape.
Right.
It's such a strange position. Completely locked there. The bishop cannot move because you're tied on the 7th rank. This rook has to stay connected to the defense of that. So I guess your only moves are rook f7, rook g7, rook h7. Stay
Okay.
on that side. But I will keep pushing my h pawn.
But
I can maybe bring my king on the other side of the board.
Well, in
It's
fact,
a completely hopeless position.
Natalie is doing the right thing. She's activating her king. She's going to play king to g1 to f2 to f3.
And now you created another weakness with f4. So now I will just put my king on f3.
And
at
take
some
the
point,
pawn.
I'm going to pick up the pawn on f4 as well.
It'll be a zugzwang before you know it. And for Natalie, that will be her second victory on the trot.
Yeah,
Going.
this is a missed opportunity for Beatrice, and Beatrice is going to lose her second game in a row. Coming in as one of the rating favorites and favorites to win this one, that must be quite disappointing.
Absolutely.
Natalia, it's showing, look, I'm the champ here. I'm going to go to 2 out of 2.
You're right.
It's looking good.
And speaking of our champion,
Women FIDE Master Natalia Tsudikova, 57 years old, USCA rating 2244, and she is the defending champion, and US Women's Senior rank is the first. And she's also part of the Women's World team that won the gold medal at the Women's Seniors Championship.
absolutely, she came in here to St. Louis. She's full of enthusiasm, and our conversation, we had an interview together. She was just like, oh, this is such a nice club. This is such a nice atmosphere. Really, really looking forward to this, the inaugural event. By the way, I turned our attention to the game of Iris and Zoe Tang. So on our analysis board, we'll switch to those players because I really like the move that Zoe has just played. She's, sometimes it was from Bobby Fischer's My 60 Memorable Games, and he's talking about his game with Tigran Petrosian. And Tigran is really tying Bobby up hand and foot. And, like the position's getting bad and bad and bad for Bobby. And then just at a certain moment, Tigran moves a knight that's really on a great place. And I'm like, oh dear, the knight's going even to a better place. And this is what Zoe has just done. Sometimes you have to just take a look at your pieces and ask them, are you happy? Are you happy? Could you be doing better?
And they will respond to you.
Exactly. And the knight will say, knight on c3 is really, really good. But guess what? As I've been kind of pounding the drum, the knight is actually so much happier on the e3 square, where it'll actually menace the white king. If Iris is forced to give up her dark square bishop, then this bishop will eventually, alongside this protected pass pawn, pass pawn on e3, the bishop will be a monster on d4. Lots of dark squares for Zoe to infiltrate on. So I really like what Zoe's doing here, and our defending champion, I feel, is on her way to her first victory. Still a long way to go, by the way. May have called that a little early.
And if we stay in the juniors girls, we have Jasmine Su and Rose Atwell, but not much has happened in that game.
That was a very drawn game. Megan, we think, is winning. Alex Onischuk, we think, is drawing with Jesse Kraai. And we think that Shabalov is worse in his game. And Olga, hold on, I think Ivona's game and Olga's game has gotten away from us. Let's check in on the game between Olga Zagalchik and Shushan from Seattle. Well, let's see what we've got. Isn't this a very balanced position suddenly?
It's very balanced. I mean, I don't think you can break in even.
Nobody at all. The white king, the black king. Well, there is the possibility of black's king, somehow making a run into white's position. I don't think there's the counter chance for white to do that. So if I were white, I'd be a little bit more cautious. I would probably be playing bishop to b5 and saying let's go into a knight ending that's likely to be a draw. Let's see what the last few moves are. Who's been playing for the win is my question. No, I'm thinking it was just balanced throughout. King e3, knight b7, knight takes. It's just been balanced throughout. So again, that's a game of Olga. Let's go to the game of Ivona. Whoa. We left it, I thought Ivona had the better chances. We're switching
Some moment, yes.
Yeah, but
now?
Not anymore. Not anymore. Likely it's going to be a draw.
But not easy.
Not easy.
It's not going to be an easy draw.
Whoa. Well, that's why isn't it an easy draw?
If you give check on a8,
okay,
I think I can just block it with the rook d8.
And you're in the square.
Yeah, you cannot capture. That's a winning endgame for black. And if you have to move, then I have rook d6.
Why did I give rook to d8 check? Okay, but let's go back one move. Why can't I play? Oops, sorry, not the rook a8 check. Let me take that back. Let me start with a6. You're going to go g3?
Or first check on d6.
Well, then I'll go king.
But then you're going to go there.
King f4. What I wanted to say is that in case you play g3, you don't have to. But this was how I was going to make I thought, a comfortable draw, which was a menacing a7. And I can, once I trade the a pawn for the g pawn, then I'm going to make an easy draw. Right,
because if I have to go rook d6 and just trade, then your king is closer to the h pawn, and
we should make a draw.
That will be a draw.
Exactly, that was what I was thinking. So I still think this game, despite the fact that white is a pawn down at the moment, Ivona will make a draw in this one. And Cristian, what's caught your eye in the remaining games of this round two?
We can go back to the Iris Mu versus Zoe Tang into the junior girls section and see what's happening in that one. And it does seem like Zoe is slowly inching towards victory in this one. What she has to do, though, right now, it does seem like she needs to trade this knight on d5 for the bishop on d2 with the move knight to e3. Yep. It's a bit counterintuitive. At the same time, you do get a lot in return. Sure, You're allowing the opposite color bishops to arrive on the board, and this might seem like maybe white is getting some chances for equality. At the same time, you're dealing with a very, very unpleasant pawn on e3.
Absolutely.
That's problematic. Rook to f4 is also coming in a lot of variations, and white doesn't really have a lot of ways to continue this one, or at least to create threats in the position. Your bishop on g4 is stuck. The bishop will arrive on d4, and that's going to create another attacking avenue for my queen on b4. So another thing to worry for white. This seems to be the best path forward. It is a decision, though. It's not an easy one, because playing the move knight to e3, it's not the only move, first of all, and it's not an easy one to allow the opposite color bishops on the board. Another way to maybe continue this one is to go rook to f4 first and say, you know what, take my exchange if you want. And after that, let my knight jump to e3 next move. This would be quite problematic, obviously, for white. So these are the two options. Maybe something else, but everything else is a bit slower in the position for black. Knight to e3, rook to f4. At the same time, there will be decisions along the way, and you will need to be very precise to deliver the final blow. Iris still in this one, but on the back foot.
Absolutely. The more I'm looking at it, I'm beginning to warm up to rook f4 as well.
I like rook f4 too.
That is, that really clarifies very concretely
well, the
who is in the
only
driver's
problem
seat.
with rook f4, I would say, that I can see is the fact that there's queen g6. And what do you do after queen g6?
rook.
Probably
Just
you have to go
testing.
back. Yes, that's the problem. You most likely have to go back.
Rook f4, cry, throw a tantrum.
And then at some point you will still have to go towards that knight to e3, it feels like. Otherwise, it's not as easy. White has everything protected. You can look at this pawn, but that's probably not a great idea because I'm getting my own pawn as well. And my king, in fact, is quite safe on g2. The rook on f1 is doing a tremendous job.
Back to knight e3 business.
Have to go knight e3, yes.
Megan, is she putting the finishing touches, or how is it going in her game? Should we have a... Well, has she made a... Black has made progress. We were looking at a position where there was
the
a
rook was
black
going to be locked on a6.
On a6. Exactly. Okay, so h2, h4. So a very good move by Amy. She played the move rook to d, from a2 to c2, pardon me, so that she could defend her pawn vis-a-vis the c6 square. h5 takes. Still looking very, very good for white.
Good move, going to d7 to lock the king out.
Yeah, it's still domination. Very active white pieces, the king on d4, rook on d5, as well as the extra pawn. And again, just checking in on Jasmine. Jasmine Rosatwell. Jasmine has put her knight on d3. That is great square for the knight. That game is balanced. So it's all. By the way, did Iris? Pardon me. Did Zoe play rook f4? Because I refreshed and it came up rook f4.
Yeah.
Sure did.
She did.
Yeah. No, the reason why I was really warming up to this line, especially, was bishop takes, rook takes, queen e2. Now queen g6.
That's a beautiful knight.
Yeah, it really is. Not a good move.
No, it's going to be e4.
Exactly. That was exactly what I was warming up for. I've been looking at the central break for the better part of 2 hours. I finally got it. I just had to show it. I mean, just
in case it's not going to happen on the board.
Right.
Too.
And the other thing was you can't play king f2. Knight takes g4, so you end up having to play a move like king h1 or king g1. And there's even ideas, once again, of e4.
But I may not need to rush with capturing the rook. I still may go with something like queen f6.
Ooh. sorry, just to finish the thought.
You just really want the pawn break there.
Yeah, just, because again, you can't take with the D pawn, that's a discover check. You can't take with the F pawn because that's that. But you're saying you don't have to rush. The knight is actually attacking two rooks, the rook on F1, the rook on C2, so queen F6.
I want to go to H4.
Yeah, it's all going Zoe's way here. And again, I'm just going to refresh the board for a moment. Rook F4, and I think Cristian said, Queen G6 is like maybe just forcing you to drop back with the rook. By the way, clock times, a rarity. It was actually 11 minutes and 19 seconds for both players.
Of them.
Normally speaking, there's some discrepancy. And Natalie's doing very well. I see that Beatrice is getting closer and closer to a Zugzwang. That's our producer's favorite word in chess, by the way. Yeah. Tom loves Zugzwang and Zwischenzug. I mean, yeah. So, and Cristian, weigh in. Anything caught your eye here?
I'm looking at Megan Paragua versus Amy Yang, and I just simply don't like what Megan is doing right now. She's still winning, but it's not as clear as it was a few moves back. I think we left it off after rook takes a2. We said h4. That was obviously the correct way of continuing. King to d4 and h5. Why not b4, b5 to solidify that weakness? I'm not sure, but she played h5. It's fine, still okay. At this point, I would go rook to f4. I would continue to keep the king cut. I really don't like what she did. And that was rook to d5, king to f7, rook d7. This is what we have. But after king to f6, okay, how do you break through?
I'm still happy with Megan's technique.
Yes.
Go ahead and play the rook to b7. So king f6, rook. So now the rook is tied to b6.
Yes.
You're going to play b4.
Let's say king e6 first.
b4.
b4. Let's say king f6.
Let's say
king d5.
b5.
Okay, so I shouldn't help you.
So I'm kind of squeezing. Black is getting squeezed for moves. No.
Let's go king f5.
Okay.
What about now?
I'll fall for it. b4.
b4. Yes.
So if it's my turn, my next move will be king d5 and rook f7. I think Megan still has full
so let's
control.
go like this, king g5. No, she certainly does. Again, she's still winning.
Right.
I'm just wondering why she let the king escape.
Yeah,
yes.
you like keeping that king on g8 and out of the game.
I like keeping the rook on f4.
Yeah.
I like, keeping the king cut, going king d5 next, pushing the pawns, and then just delivering the goods like that.
There would have been no answer to that.
Just to not let the king escape this cage.
Gotcha.
Again, she's still completely winning.
Right.
Don't get me wrong. It's just rook endgames.
We have our ways, right?
There's always something happening in rook endgames. Yeah. It's so easy to mess it up.
Yeah.
So right now, Amy is trying to survive. King to e6. So now you want to go rook to b7.
Rook to b7. I think that was the whole point of Megan's previous play.
All right, I'll bite. I'll give some checks. Rook to d6.
King to c4.
Rook c6.
King to b5, pardon me.
King b5, rook c3. I think I'm starting to be happy.
Rook takes check.
Rook takes check. King f7.
King f7. Uh-oh. Now I've done it. I'm going to win your rook with my b pawn, but you might win my rook.
This is how things get messed up. Yes,
yeah, this is how I can mess it up.
This is exactly how this position doesn't go white's favor.
Still winning with, for example, king a4?
You don't win anymore. This is no longer winning.
No? King a4, rook takes f3,
I guess you want to go G4, yeah?
And I wanted to go rook B4.
Yeah, but then I
and then
get
rook
the king
C.
in. Sorry, not like that. It seems king E6 right now is winning. Is draw.
Ah, so rook C4, and I can't push the B pawn home, huh?
No more pushing the B pawn. Yeah.
Ah, sigh. Hate that.
And it's a one tempo type of situation, so
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
not easy to understand. You're barely hanging on as black.
Right.
There are
So-
ways to
To mess it up.
to misstep in this one.
Guys, I have a question about the
Please.
Women's Seniors Championship. Was there a mistake right now in the game of Ivona Jezierska and Jennifer Smith?
Ivona, she was a pawn down, but we thought it was going to be a draw.
But now, rook
It's
G7,
certainly a draw.
Take the pawn. I'm a
G3.
pawn grabber.
B1?
The problem is that the king.
Actually, maybe even rook F6 first.
But then I go G2 because I'm going to checkmate you once you capture the pawn.
You're gonna check.
I play G2.
Right.
Show
So
me how
maybe
you
I
Rook
should
G1.
go.
Yeah.
And then King F7. And this is winning for black.
Because
Because go, take the pawn.
this is great.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's almost a study.
And now I checkmate.
And by the way, I think we have it
Wow.
on the board. It's on the board, guys.
What's on the board? Let me just.
Rook E1, which is winning.
So she could play rook F6 check.
Rook F6. Get the king to G8. In fact, it's not even as complicated if you look at it. So let's go back.
I'm going to go to the live position.
Yes, go back one move. Instead of rook E1, rook F6 check.
Yes.
How is
King
it
has to go
different?
to G8.
Yes, you've got to protect the rook.
And now just rook A6, B6, C6. Pretty much anywhere.
Oh, because they are threatening to skewer.
Yes. So
But rook F1 is the same story. You just cannot go try to passively
Yeah.
block the pawn with your rook. Wow.
Yeah. Rook F1 is the same story, but just going towards the skewer. And now there's not really a way out, because if you move the rook off the G file, rook to G6 is coming in the position.
So she did play.
But that's it. This is
No, she
winning.
did. Yeah, she
now,
played.
oh my gosh.
Yes.
So Jennifer with king F7, king F6,
Yeah, this
and
is over.
shadowing White's king all the way to H3, wins the game.
Yes.
And they're going for it. Wow.
I think Ivona's just thinking, okay, we're going to make a draw. I think she's going to have a cold shower moment. I didn't even realize it was checkmate either. When you were saying to me you're going to checkmate my king, I was like, how are you going to do that? You're a genius.
Wow, that's a big,
Oh my
big miss.
goodness. What
Rook endgames.
what
Rook endgames.
a shock. And I'm thinking Ivona still believes
She probably still thinks that
it's a dead draw. It hasn't.
It really is a cold shower when King F4 comes on the board and you cannot touch that pawn on G2.
Goodness. Here it comes.
I think she just now realizes. Look at her. She hasn't even.
No, she hasn't realized it yet.
I
King
think
H-
she did. She's trying to maintain her poker face because she hasn't written even that King to F5.
Now maybe a realization.
Oh, she certainly is, because
Maybe
the next
the
move is rook takes
realization.
G2.
King,
That's not possible.
King F4. And Jennifer saying, I've got a checkmate in one after rook takes G2.
Yeah, I think this is
Oh.
this is a very painful moment right now.
But
for
it's a
Ivona.
study. I mean, Ivona has fallen into a study-like finish.
This is a disaster for her. She was completely winning earlier in
Totally.
the game. Like
Oh,
completely winning
my-
earlier in the game.
And
Oh, yes,
by
look
the
at
way,
her.
now she's suddenly realized. When did you think she realized it? A move or two before?
I think a move ago.
A move ago.
Yes.
And I think Jennifer's heart just skipped a beat there as well when she was playing King F6 to F5 and she was recognizing the mating pattern herself. She's saying, I'm going to win a game I was dead lost.
Yeah, and she won yesterday, so this is going to be the second win.
Wow. And Ivona now realizes the tragedy. Too late.
Nothing to do.
There's nothing to do.
Exactly. If you don't take the pawn on g2, black's next move is king f3 and rook h7 checkmate anyway.
But again, Yasser, if you just come back, go back to the position where Cristian showed us how to make a draw here, it's not that simple. It's not that intuitive.
Yeah, I really did like this idea of check, but including rook f6 as well. And you're threatening this skewer, which avoids the, like if you play rook to g4 now, none of this stuff works because white's king does come back, and in this particular case, it comes back with a tempo.
So we target the rook.
Exactly. Now
and that's saving us because then we have that extra tempo we need for a king to capture, for the rook to capture the pawn and the king to be safe.
Exactly. And that's not the case in the position at the board.
An important distinction is why not keep going? Actually, you were at the right moment at that point.
Go back?
Yes. Instead of rook to f6.
Yeah.
Why not rook a6 first, right?
Yeah.
That should be making a draw as well.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't. Because right now, the winning move is rook g8.
Yeah, exactly.
Only winning move.
Yeah. Still the same ideas of g2. And there's no skewer anymore. And if you give me a check and more checks, all you do...
And you can never trade the rooks
king
because
h7,
then the pawn is running.
Yeah.
If you try to go king h7, now I go rook to g4.
And now the king has been lured away from the rook.
Yes.
Wow.
It's another study-like situation.
And for Ivona, she's sitting there saying, gosh, I was winning it earlier, but I was certainly drawing it in so many different ways. How did she not manage to trade her a pawn for the g pawn? I thought she could do it like this: check and play a7. That was what I was thinking, and then play rook to g8. Okay, she didn't do that. She played check first, got herself a little bit tangled up, but still was drawing the game, but made it tricky for herself. And finally, she fell into a trick, and the current position is completely winning for Jennifer.
And let's stay with the seniors and take a look at the game between Natalia Sodikova and Beatrice Marinello, because we have an exchange sacrifice here.
Whoa. Okay, what just happened? Because at a certain moment there, Natalie had Beatrice just absolutely handcuffed. I didn't think Beatrice could make a move, and what Natalie did is she thought she spotted a win and sacrificed an exchange.
And a handshake.
And there you go, h7. And this
so congratulations to Natalia, defending champion.
So
who is 2 out of 2.
Yeah, and she was showing, you just saw it at the very end there, she was showing to her opponent what her intention was, which was rook to c8, rook takes,
and then beautiful move.
h7, king to e7, so you can make a queen. Bishop c5. That was...
I think we will wait for the board then to be on the screen so we can show it to the viewers.
Oh,
Very nice calculation.
Right. Yeah, and so this is what Natalie showed to Beatrice, that her intention was that, and Beatrice resigned, she saw it as well. After the move h7, Beatrice resigned, and Natalie was saying that, oops, excuse me.
Natalie, you can see it again because it's so beautiful.
Natalie was saying, oh, you know, my intention was to play bishop to c5 check, and your rook can't take my bishop because I'm promoting the pawn, and at the same time, your king, you're going to lose the rook if you play king to f7. So finishing in style, Natalie, there for her second win. And again, I want to just go back to Ivona for a moment. We know it's a dead loss position, but did Ivona resign?
No, she hasn't. She played King H2. So now we're waiting for King to
King
F3.
F3 has been played.
That's on the board.
And I think finally the last salvo would be Rook F1.
And hoping Black takes and promotes to a queen.
Yes.
There it is.
Rook F1, it's on the board.
Rook F1. Okay.
The problem is you have all the other pieces, with the exception of the queen, that you can
do not take and promote a queen.
Taking the,
anything. A knight would be probably the best.
I think she's going to promote it to a rook.
That's a rook, yes.
Yes. And that's a very good promotion. Yeah. And okay.
And a handshake.
Wow.
So congratulations to Jennifer Skidmore-Smith for her second win in the tournament.
Absolutely.
What a disappointing end for Ivona. I mean, she was looking tremendous in this one. Was going for a win, an easy one, it felt like, from the beginning, from the get-go.
And for those of you joining us late, Angelina and Diana's game has been postponed until the free day. They will make it up on Sunday. Don't worry, Cristian will give up his free day, come in, analyze the game for us. Thank you, Cristian, for volunteering to do that.
Yasser, I have good news for you. If we go to the Girls Junior Championship,
yes.
Zoe Tang did play e4, a move you've been waiting for the past 2 hours. It happened. It's on the board.
Wow. And by the way, what a spectacular time to execute that move with this diagonal. You're looking at ideas of rook takes g4, and the queen is going to swoop down to g3 for a checkmate. Ooh, that's a visual.
Yeah, beautiful. And it's
very
hard for white to do something about it.
So let's just see how. I mean, Zoe set it up very, very masterfully. So she sacrificed the exchange. The queen went back. The pawn went to e4. The king went to h3, trying to get out of those knight e3 trickies. But Zoe said, I'm going to take your bishop on my next turn and go queen g3 mate.
I mean, knight e3 is also looking beautiful.
Oh, wow. Okay. You know, it's nice to win, but winning in really a spectacular style, it feels even so much better. It's like now you've got smiles and everything. Very, very impressive. So takes, Iris didn't have it better.
Rook takes g4?
Rook takes g4, and that move just sets up everything.
Oh, unless you have e5 here.
Queen, well, there's even a knight f4 I wanted to say. Ooh, e5 here. Well, at least it's tricky, right?
Maybe we don't need to rush. Then maybe we can just play knight e3.
Okay, that's a pity. I was all about rook takes g4. Really, is that so? That's kind of remarkable that e5 shuts down all the business? No, this should be a win here. Rook h4?
I mean, maybe there is, but with 5 minutes on the clock, would you be risking counterplay?
No. You're right. I will go knight e3. If I see rook takes g4, e5, then I would go knight e3. No?
No. Zoe
has played
I think
rook
she
takes
sacrificed the exchange.
Or rook takes
rook
e4.
takes e4.
Rook takes e4
okay,
is just
rook takes e4.
very powerful, yes.
Similar idea,
There
still
is a
threatening
checkmate that you need
mate.
to defend against.
And I wanted the bishop instead of the pawn.
I guess queen f2 is the only move that allows the
defend
game
the
to
mate.
continue for one more move.
But now
But a
knight
knight
f4.
Well, knight f4, knight d3 should be just
Knight f4 is
winning.
Yeah.
Knight f4, and king has to go onto the dark squares. And oops, that's good. That's enough.
Yeah, I think this might be it after rook takes c4. Nice delivery by Zoe.
Yeah, wonderful finish.
And, less than 2 minutes right now for Iris to finally accept the fact that this game is over.
Well, I still remember the drama from last year when Zoe had to win that game against Jasmine on demand to win the championship. She did, and it was thrilling. This is a really beautiful finish. Rook takes e4. Okay, that's going to go into the Puzzle Rush Tactics Hall of Fame.
1 more minute. 1 minute and 20
We should
seconds.
bring back the Game Brilliancy Prize.
Yes.
We have some very good contenders here.
Absolutely. By the way, in your interview with Frank, I just wanted to say, it was very nice of him to say, I really like your outfit, I really like your studio. I was thinking, you know, you're going to be out of a job, Cristian.
Well, he's in broadcast, so he appreciates this type of things.
Hey, 5 Hall of Fame recognitions. He's been in 5 Hall of Fames, including
the
media.
voice of a lot of broadcasts, sports broadcasts, for a lot of years now.
Exactly. Rook
Been
G.
doing a tremendous job.
So, Iris, 30 seconds on the clock.
She can look and look, but there's no saving grace. We've been looking at Queen F2 to protect the square G3 from mate, but after Queen F2, Knight F4, and her king will have to walk into a discovered check, which will finish the game.
On the board, Knight F4 too.
Follows.
Yeah, almost immediately, by the way. Zoe didn't have to think twice over that one.
I think she's going to try king to h4.
Then bishop d8.
Yes. Force the king on dark square, on g3. And then deliver.
You know, it's strange that how is it possible that after a move? No, she has
King
played
H2.
King H2.
King H2.
How is it possible after King H4 there's not a forced checkmate? And again, Zoe, you know, she spotted that discovered check from a mile away.
And I think we'll see a handshake.
Yeah.
Because we take the queen, we take the bishop.
Exactly.
Well, the thing is, when you take the queen, you don't have time to take the rook on e4.
Well, at the
because
moment,
of all the checkmates that are coming your way.
You know, King G2 is a checkmate. I don't even take the queen, right? So I actually have to play King to G1.
So king to G2 is on the board.
No, Queen H2 mate.
And Queen H2 checkmate.
Oh.
And we have a handshake.
Oops.
So congratulations to Zoe Tang.
I thought she was going to have to play King G1, Iris. And then we take, and there's even a Queen G3 business. But all right, our U.S. champion, defending champion, shows the technique that brought her championship from last year. But we have a special guest. Over to you, Cristian.
We are indeed with Natalia Tsodikova, the defending champion. Natalia, welcome back.
Yeah,
to the studio.
thank you, yes.
Another great game.
Happy to be back, yes. Happy to be back.
Yes.
I don't mind to come here every day.
And we don't mind having you here every day. Tell me about this game, because obviously you were facing quite a difficult opponent.
Yes.
And the game wasn't easy.
It wasn't easy, yes. Marinella, Beatrice Marinella is my teammate. We played together in the same team in the U.S. Team World Championships. So I know her well. Like we're like on the on the chess player level as well as on the teammate level. So it wasn't easy, but at the same time, this is what I was hoping for.
Yes.
It was a French defense, and to play against the bad bishop. Like in the French defense, like the light square bishop is always like a pain point.
Like a pawn.
Yeah, yeah. So, and that was like my my idea, and I think I was like able to capitalize on it.
Well, that bishop did not move from d7 for the rest of the game, in fact, if I'm not mistaken.
I was like choosing between knight e1 and d2. I'm not sure which one is better.
Yeah.
Because, at some point I just didn't want to let any counterplay. I just like the position where there's no counterplay at all. So
Of
I
course.
can, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but looking at the
think
evaluation
92
bar,
was good.
I managed it right. By looking at the evaluation, oh wow, okay.
There was only one moment, I feel like, she had a chance.
Yes, okay.
All the way into the end game. You might be surprised about this one. Take a look. Because we were almost shocked about this moment.
Oh.
Rook to b7, and she could have taken on c5. Did you spot this move?
I did, but I thought I'm better by taking.
And now rook a5.
No, I didn't see it. So
visible
that's the reason. I thought if she will take on c3, then I will. My rooks are so active, so I will, yeah.
This would be winning. Yes, rook h7, and the game is over. It was a very difficult find, of course, but
yes, I didn't spot it. Yeah.
And it was her only chance. In this
So that's why the game of chess is so complex. You cannot relax until the last moment, and sometimes I'm double checking myself, to make sure that I'm not blundering or any tricks. But see, I still managed to.
Well, despite despite this glitch in this game, I still feel the performance was very good, and generally the level was very good. How do you feel about the level in the first couple of games so far?
I feel good, and especially I like the last position where I take on d7.
Yeah.
And then, I spotted that if she takes,
It's quite a satisfying position because black doesn't have anything to do.
Favorite position. That's my favorite position. It's rarely that you can, get one, but this is like I just, I want to play longer to experience. So yeah, and this is like if you take some d7, I played h7, and the only move you can go on king e7 to prevent the h8 queen, but then I will do the bishop c5 check.
Oh, very nice.
So, and this is like what I said, but she resigned before. Yeah, this I will take on d7 first, and then h8. Yeah, yeah. Overall, I'm pretty happy with my game, and I'm pretty happy how it turned out because, as I said, my idea was like to play against the bad bishop, and it seems like it came true.
It definitely worked out for you, Natalia.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
and,
thank you, Cristian. Thank you, everyone. Yeah,
we'll see tomorrow.
I hope so.
Yeah, come back.
Well, at least in the playing hall, we'll see you for sure.
Congratulations.
That's true. Thank you,
Very
thank you.
Yeah, and for those joining us late, you really have to check out the ending of Ivona and Jennifer because this position, I mean, it was really quite a shock for me. I thought there was many ways for white to draw. And in fact, there's a singular way, and it starts with the move rook f6 check, forcing the king to g8, and only after forcing the king to g8 do you go rook a6. And it's convoluted, but it's draw. Ivona said, I am just going to stop the pawn from queening, and I'll easily pick up the pawn. I'll bring my king back. I will easily take the pawn.
Not so easy to pick it up.
And the moment she got here, she goes, row, the desirable rook takes g2, or the intended rook takes g2. What a... that's a study
I was
finish.
saying this endgame, I think, is complicated. You have to be very careful. And you're right, white had many ways to make a draw, especially if we move like 10, 15 moves back.
Sure.
But with rook endgames, you have to be careful, especially when one pawn is running very close to the queen.
Amazing. We're talking about rook endings. We do have one game going on, rook ending going on right now between Megan and Amy Yang. Megan has been enjoying an extra pawn for quite some time. She has a winning rook ending at the moment, and she just played a very good move, rook f6. And as we can see from our chess thermometer,
I mean, this b pawn is supported by the white king. It's just going to run, and there's nothing black can do about it.
Exactly.
That's it. And that rook on f6 is protecting pawn on f4. You cannot touch that pawn.
Exactly.
With the king without exchanging your g for the f pawn, which would spell doom for you. So right now is just an easy conversion and a very precise, it seems like, conversion for Megan Paradwa.
And black cannot even try to activate the king. Like king h6, I think I can just go f5.
You can certainly go f5, yeah, why not?
Oh.
But rook b3 is on the board.
And we're expecting either king c4, king c5, but king c4 I think is the most forcing, right? It's first of all, it's a tempo against the rook. The rook will drop down, and then b5. Okay.
Oh, king c5 on the board.
It's okay.
Commentator's curse. It was a 50-50 shot. I'm telling you guys, it was a 50-50
Not
shot.
a huge change in the position.
Not at all.
After king c5.
King c5. And again, it's an escort. The pawn is going.
Because you can give a check, rook c3, but then I can go even king b6.
Right. King steps in front of the pawn.
And then the pawn is going down.
Yeah. There's no way that Amy is going to be forced to give up her rook for this passer. Is this the only game remaining then?
Yes, that is the last game.
This is it. This is it. This is it. Wow. And now that I'm thinking about it, yesterday in the women's, there was all decisive games. Was there only one draw?
And today we had first draw.
First draw.
In the women's section.
Exactly. First draw.
So we have king g4 on the board, and we can expect b5.
King g4. I'll take that pawn. I will not let this pawn live. I mean, there you go.
Okay, now you're correct.
Well, the laws of mathematics are in my favor. I've gotten so many wrong. I was due for a small victory. Rook, wow.
Oh, I like this move actually, rook e6, making sure the king cannot get any closer to the pawn.
Well, this goes back to what Cristian was advocating when the rook was cutting off Black's king from the f-file. Similar story, Megan just cuts off the king from ever dreaming of getting back to b8. She said, I'll put my rook on the e1 square, or it doesn't matter, anywhere on the square, and then you've got b5.
That's one of the most basic endgames to know how to win.
Exactly.
It's the Lucena breach.
The Lucena position. Back from the, 1486? Yikes, dates.
I'm bad with historical dates.
Yeah.
That one I won't be able to help you.
Although,
maybe let's keep
up to date
contact with the live board.
Yeah, let me just put it on auto update there.
We will see king c6 or king a6. Yasser, which one? Okay.
I'm going to go with c6 on this one. Okay. And again, eventually the king ends up on b8, the pawn ends up on b7, the black rook is behind, and then you build a bridge with the rook, as we're about to see. I mean, and we call it building a bridge for the white king. So
it's one of those sad chess positions where you know exactly what's coming your way.
I know.
You just simply
physically
don't have
helpless
anything to do.
Yeah.
That king is so helpless because it cannot pass that e-file.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's part of chess. It's a very painful experience, but it's part of every chess player's life.
Exactly. And the way I felt about it is I thought of these chess lessons as like arrows in a quiver, and I was just collecting more and more chess patterns. I knew how to win again with bishop and knight against a lone king, and I just had all of these patterns. So if I ever got to them at the board, I could play them within 20 seconds, you know, bang, 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 and win the game. And here we go.
How fast do you think you can deliver the checkmate with bishop and knight?
Oh, 30 seconds is.
If you had 30 seconds, you think you can.
Super. What amazed me was that Danya was making the claim he could do it in 5, but he wanted to do it online.
With a mouse.
With the pre-move.
Pre-moves and the mouse.
I'm not that good at the pre-moves. Like he was spectacularly good with the pre-moves, but 5 seconds.
I have 30 seconds and 30-second increment per move. It's super easy.
Not the 30 seconds increment. That makes it a bit rudimentary.
Okay, so
King C7.
The next step is King C7.
Get the pawn all the way to
check.
B7.
Yes. The king will go to B8. The rook will go back to B3. The pawn will get all the way to B7. Now, having achieved that, then what you need to do is build a bridge for your king. And one way of building a bridge is with your pawn on B7, you can go rook A2 and then king A7.
Hide the king on the A
That's because
file.
the king is so far away.
Exactly. That's because
the king on the F
is so
file is
far
already
away.
cut, so it's
You
even
don't even
an
have to
easier
go
way.
through that typical Lucina position.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Well, guys, the national championships are delivering the kind of competition and games that we had hoped for. By the way, I don't even remember what happened, but I'm assuming Jasmine and Rose did draw their game.
Yes, they did make a draw.
Yeah. So for Rose Atwell, again, a very, very big tournament favorite. She lost her first game, drew her second game.
Not a great start.
Yeah.
Not a great start, especially when Rachel is running away with the event right
2 in a row.
Yeah.
It basically means that when Rachel plays Zoe, you know, Rose has to hope that Zoe stops her. By the way, 12 decisive game. Yesterday it was 14, right? 14 out of the 20. We're expecting this to be the 13th decisive games out of 20. So
Still a lot of decisive games.
A lot of decisive games.
Well over 50%. So
Yeah.
that's always a good thing to see.
Yeah, as a commentator. Okay.
Rook
so
C2 or
Megan,
Rook A2, both of those.
Megan chose
files
Rook
next to the
C2,
king.
and her intention is as clear as day. She wants to move her king out of the way so she can promote her pawn, force a king and rook versus king. How fast can you make king and rook versus king? You don't need the 30-second increment.
I don't
but
need that.
Could you do it in 30 seconds? Could you do it in
30
50,
seconds for sure.
15 seconds?
I think 15 seconds
Even
too.
as well. I'm surrounded by some formidable time movers. Yeah. But you couldn't do it in duck chess.
Oh, in duck chess, it's very difficult to checkmate
Right.
or to capture the king. Yes.
Exactly. Exactly.
There's not much to do right now. King goes to C7 or C8. The pawn promotes. There's no way for black to stop it.
Exactly.
Let's see. One more move.
Okay, king d6. Now king c7.
Yeah. This feels like one of those games that Megan had it in the pocket as long ago as 30 moves ago, but it just takes time for her to prove her extra material.
Queen promotion, and I think we will see a handshake. No? No? Okay.
Never say never. Never say die.
Maybe we're going to see king, rook versus king. I haven't seen this in a while.
True that.
Being displayed in...
We've been
goodness.
practicing it at summer camps, like 4
Now-
days ago.
Now in
There
this,
we go.
oh, there we
And a
go.
handshake.
in the scholastics, you could see them play it out, but no. There
So
you go.
congratulations to Megan Paragua winning her first game in the championship.
The 13th of the decisive games of this round. And
that was the last,
the
last game of the round.
the loneliest people in the playing hall. Tell us the standings after we've just witnessed the end of round two.
Okay, and let's start with the Junior Girls Championship. We have a clear leader, Rachel Lee. She won 2 games with black pieces, perfect score, 2 points. And then Zoe Tang, Megan Paragua, and Jasmine Su tied for second with 1.5 points.
And in the juniors?
Now in the juniors section, here we...
Whoops.
Okay. Here we have, 4-way tie for the first place. Abhimanyu, Mishra, Andy Woodward, and Tani Adewumi, they all won their games, but also Evan Park is tied for the first place with 1.5 points.
And in the senior women?
And in the senior women, we have, I believe, also a sole leader. Oh no, 2 players actually.
Jennifer
right,
had that
so
steady,
Natalie Sodikova and Jennifer Skidmore-Smith, they both won their games today, and they're tied for the first place with 2 points. And Angelina Belakovskaya and Lani Diana will play their game during the rest day.
Exactly. And then finally, the seniors themselves. I think we have
Here,
a sole winner,
we do,
sole leader
because
with
Vladimir Akopian, he won his game also today against Joel Benjamin. His perfect score, 2 points, and Stuart Rachel's clear second with 1.5. And then what a 5-way tie for the third place.
Yeah, lots of.
By the way, Stuart is a newcomer
Yeah.
to this championship, so quite impressive start for Stuart.
Yeah.
In this one, impressive start from a lot of players. I have to say, in the junior section, we see finally the cream rising to the top. I mean, Andy, Mishra today, and Tani. Tani is very impressive so far.
Right.
Very impressive so far. Not only the tone of his moves, but the quality of his moves as well. He's playing fast. He's playing confidence. And,
Let's see. You scored
wait a minute.
1.5 out of 4 yesterday.
And I
How
think
did
I didn't do better
Zoe,
today.
Vladimir?
That's 3-0 for me,
I
guys.
got 3-0. I got 3 out of 3.
Okay.
Angelina.
I got 1.5. I'm very solid.
Very solid.
We're going to play during the rest day.
Angelina,
Yes.
on the rest day, will make up. She has a makeup game that will happen. Fantastic. Great broadcast with lovely thanks to the players for coming
Great
and
games.
sharing their thoughts after the games and regaling us with their insights. Join us tomorrow for more action from these national championships.
Yeah, see you tomorrow, everyone. Bye.
Bye-bye from St. Louis.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.